Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues, for joining us for the last day of the Regulating for Decent Work conference. We'll begin the day today with a special focus on Africa, where we will be looking at the impacts of COVID-19 on the world of work, which will be followed by a panel discussion on informality and social protection in the Africa region. In the afternoon, we'll be looking at the post-COVID world of work in search of a human-centered recovery, where 2 sessions will be dedicated to this issue. And we'll be closing the day with a closing plenary on the role of the state post-COVID-19 world of work, with interventions from 3 eminent experts, Juliet Shore, Jayati Ghosh, and Carlos Lopez. So we begin the first session on Africa now and I'll hand over the floor to Aminata Naiga from our Africa office. Over to you, Amita. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to welcome all the participants to this session, to this Africa session on behalf of the Assistant Director General of ILO and ILO Regional Director for Africa. The session which is about to start will focus on post-COVID-19 world of work. And we talk about 3 papers. And we have 3 excellent presenters this morning. But before we start, please allow me to give you some rules for this session. You have the chat where you can intervene if you have a question for the presenter, and we'll make sure that all the questions answered by the audience will be asked by the audience will be answered. Also, the session is being recorded, and after the session, we will share after the conference, we will share the proceeding of this session. So please let me introduce you our 3 panelists of the day. The first panelist who will intervene this morning is, sorry, allow me just to find the name of all the panelists here, because I have the name of the panelists of the other session. But for today, the first panelist will be Cher Verick. He is going to present a paper on COVID-19 impact on the labor market in middle-income countries, the case of South Africa. Cher Verick is head of Employment Strategy Unit in the Employment, Labor Market and Youth Branch in the ILO Geneva. Prior to this role, he held position with the ILO in Turin and in New Delhi, with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and various research institutions in Europe and Australia. Cher will be followed by Edward Haden-Swapi, who is a full economics school teacher and part-time independent labor consultant. His research interests include labor market institution, labor market policy, and trade union history. And our third panelist is Abigail Osiki, who is a research associate and lecturer at the Center of Transformative Labor Regulation, University of the Western Cape. Her research interests include sustainable development, social protection, poverty alleviation, labor, and property rights. I should introduce myself. I'm Aminata Naiga, the director of ILO office in Kinshasa, and I will be supported in this session by Ken Shawa, our regional macroeconomist. I'm pleased to invite Cher to start his presentation. This session will last 15 minutes, and after the presentation, we will ask a question from the audience. Thank you. Cher, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Aminata, and thank you, colleagues and participants, for this opportunity. As already mentioned, I will be presenting today some work that I've done on South Africa, in particular in the context of the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the labor market. As you all know, COVID-19 crisis has resulted in a devastating impact on labor markets around the world. It's been, in general, more severe than the global financial crisis, particularly in middle-income countries. So global GDP declined by 3.3% in 2020, compared with 0.1% in 2009. We saw globally employment falling last year by 3.5% versus a positive growth in 2009 of 0.4%. And in particular, what we see is a much more severe decline in developing countries. So employment in those countries actually fell by 3.8% last year, compared with growth in 2009, because in general, most developing countries were not that badly affected by the global financial crisis. However, South Africa did suffer in 2009, given its connections to the global economy. The GDP in South Africa declined by around 1.5%, leading to a fall in employment of around 800,000 over 2009 and 10. And in previous work that I did, and in relation to the impact of global financial crisis, those employment losses in that year resulted in a much greater increase in discouragement. As you know, these are individuals who are jobless, but have also given up job search, which is a key criteria to distinguish them from the narrowly defined unemployed. And the broad unemployment rate, which includes discouraged, which is used in South Africa, increased much more amongst young people, Black South Africans, and those with those levels of education. Now, coming to the situation now in 2020, as mentioned already, of course, the crisis has hit all countries. On the left, we have the working hour loss estimates for 2020, and you can see Latin America was the hardest hit region, and it continues to be, but South Africa had also experienced a significant decline, along with South Asia and some other developing countries. On the right, you see South Africa in the middle in terms of this scatter plot of the log of GNI per capita against those working hour losses that are in the map. And you can see that South Africa's decline of around 13% in working hour losses last year puts it in above the fitted trend. But in general, you see that along with other middle-income countries, these are the economies that have been hit hardest during this crisis. So, clearly the crisis has had severe implications for South Africa. And really a critical point is that this crisis in 2020 and continues comes after a number of years of weak economic growth, right? So this actually contrasts with the global financial crisis, which came after a period of stronger growth and improving labor market trends, which is, the period when, the world was growing very strongly. Things had been improving, including in South Africa, up to 2008 before the global financial crisis. So the pre-crisis situation is also quite different. And as I already mentioned, working hour losses are around 13.3%. We see GDP declining in 2020 in South Africa by almost 7% compared to that 1.5% decline I mentioned for the global financial crisis. And if you look at employment declines, over 2 million in the second quarter, but overall, once we look at the annual figures, around 1.3 million. And we've seen much more widespread effects on employment, unemployment, and activity. And I'll come back to that in a moment. And in particular, the presentation will cover the labor market trends and outcomes and key determinants. So I've already seemed to have exhausted quite a bit of time. So on the left, we see GDP figures, which have really sharply declined in 2020, as you see. And on the right, you see the employment population ratio. And here you may not be able to see all the details, and this is for different groups: total, men, women, Black, African, and white, just to show you the differences that were pre-existing, of course, in South Africa, but also the sharp declines that we see in 2020, particularly the second quarter, with some small recovery in the third quarter. We see similar patterns for the unemployment rate, but you should note that the unemployment rate actually fell sharply in the second quarter because of the withdrawal from the labor force, meaning that people weren't able to actually undertake job search. And this is then reflected conversely in the broad unemployment rate, which include those discouraged workers, which have increased considerably. Now, if you look at that also by population group, we see a much bigger increase in the broad unemployment rate in the second quarter and the third quarter of 2020. And most notably, we see a much more consistent increase across the groups. And here it's by population group, the Black, African, colored, Indian, Asian, and white, than we saw in the global financial crisis. Now, I'll very quickly just explain the estimates as well, done based on a model of labor market status using the quarterly labor force survey. Now, basically looking at 4 states: employment, unemployment, discouragement, and other forms of inactivity, looking at both pre-global financial crisis, pre-COVID, and the COVID period, estimated separately from women and men. If you look in the paper, I have reported both the marginal effects for this model, multinomial logit model, but also the predicted probabilities to highlight changes. And just very quickly, if you look at the marginal effects, the key takeaways are the following: that these have in fact weakened somewhat during the global financial crisis. For example, for colored South Africans during 2020, which reflects the fact that the differences amongst the groups in terms of the probability of being unemployed and discouraged have actually weakened, because the effects have been more broadly based. Similarly, we see the same type of weakening of the marginal effects for education, apart from the tertiary education. So this also reflects that people of different education levels have been much harder hit during the COVID crisis compared with the global financial crisis. And the bottom line is education is not protecting workers as much. Now, you'll see similar stories in the predicted probabilities of those states of employment, unemployment, and discouragement. And obviously, I don't have time to go through all those, but you see a much broader effect, particularly in the case of men, less so for women, but you see a much sharper declines in the probability of employment. And these are holding the other variables at their means, but just to highlight those specific effects. And you see some of that in the case of women, but less so. But indeed, for some of the groups like this, under discouragement, the predicted probability for colored South Africans have increased considerably much more, and also for Indian Asian population group. Now, just to conclude, so we see these more severe and broader effects on the South African labor market, really as a result of these lockdown measures that have badly affected the economy. Though you have to be careful and to say that it's not going to exacerbate inequality, because there are still some evidence that white South Africans and those with tertiary education have been less affected, and much worse for those most vulnerable, particularly if you combine those effects of race and educational attainment. And so really there's a strong case for maintaining an accommodative stance to macroeconomic policy, but ultimately the long-term challenge is, of course, the increasing investment, creating jobs, which requires also other policy responses, and in particular supporting hard-hit groups, including the Black and colored South Africans, through other measures, and particularly targeting those discouraged workers, which remains a key challenge. I hope I haven't gone too fast, but thank you very much for this opportunity. Back to you, Aminata.
Thank you, Cher. Thank you indeed for keeping in the time, and also for this very interesting result to see the difference in terms of impact of the two global crises. So we will come back to that during the session. Edward, are you ready to take the floor?
Thank you.
You will have 10 minutes presentation.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Let me just.
Yes, we can hear you, but
I need to project my things here, like Share had done. Share the screen. And just confirm for me, because I will only be seeing the screen. I think. Yeah. Okay. I think I can also.
Good.
Yeah. All right. So if everything is fine, I just want to take 30 seconds to acknowledge Dr. Sheverick, because he's my immediate supervisor for my master's thesis. I'm actually his student. I'm very glad to have listened to him on South Africa. And also most of the stuff that I am going to say is just what he taught me at Turin. Now, if I may move to the next part, which is on the abstract, I will not have time because you will receive the revised full paper later. It has all the details. I just want to raise the main arguments. The main argument is that many countries responded to the COVID-19 by doing lockdowns and placing regulations. The big issue, the big question was, not only was there an impact on employment, but there were also other implications, which is what I am trying to highlight, which is dispute resolution. It's just another aspect of labor regulation and labor market institutions. So how do labor market institutions respond when there is a crisis? So first, we have the 2009 crisis, and then we have this one, which is the COVID-19. Both of them have a depression of some sort or contraction of output and employment. The big issue is, do systems respond properly? Are they adequately designed to be resilient and to absorb those type of challenges that come with a global crisis, especially if you are mineral dependent or export dependent, like the case of a small economy like Botswana. So that's the main argument in the abstract. If I may just take a few seconds also, the main regulation was a piece of legislation called the Emergency Powers Act. Now, the Emergency Powers Act was passed in March, April 2020. It suspended all labor laws operating in the country. The big issue was whether it was going to be indefinite. Just this week, there was another emergency meeting of Parliament to discuss the extension. It has been extended twice. So there's an ongoing debate to extend the emergency powers regulation for the third time. The emergency powers regulation gives a lot of power to the president of the country, which is a political institution, to run both the economy and the labor market and suspend all other institutional setups. So I won't take much time on this one because you can also read it. Previously, there was a law on public health, which is still there, Public Health Act, which links the country with the WHO and therefore governs pandemics. But then the Emergency Powers Act came to override that power. Even in the case of the HIV/AIDS, there was a precedent where the state presidency took over. There are positives, there are negatives around that. If I may pass, and then if you have time in the paper, you will look at some of the major sections that I have highlighted, which are actually impacting on employment regulation or labor market policy in general. One of them, for instance, is that now there's a new set of essential services, which is in contradistinction with the definition of essential service, which is in the ILO. So there are so many of these, which, limiting the hours of work and so on and so forth. So there are so many implications around all of these new set of regulations. So now, if I may move on in terms of employment impact, maybe carrying on from what Dr. Verick had said, I'll just take a second. The structure of the Botswana economy is mineral dependent. So the first impact on both output and employment was on the mineral, but most importantly, the diamond sector, because of it's the main sector of the economy. The second sector is the state. So there are many, it's just an economy run by the government and the diamond industry, both in terms of output GDP, real GDP, and in terms of employment. So there are other sectors which are also linked to them, to those two, which is the aviation sector, which also suffered impact both on employment and on output. The other one was tourism and hospitality, and the worst impact has been in the alcohol industry. Just yesterday, an urgent application has been placed before the High Court by the National Brewery to challenge. The reason why I'm raising this point is because the National Brewery is now challenging the Emergency Powers Act itself to try to nullify it. So I may have to say a little bit more on the revised version of the paper, because if they succeed, it nullifies a lot of our arguments, or it will bring new things. Now, the other argument that I want to raise is that the coming in of new regulations is introducing a new set of labor market flexibility, which was there in a sense, but became worse. Now, firms are now being allowed to make a lot of independent decisions for survival of their own businesses, but also from a national perspective to say that they must prevent or protect jobs. So what the Emergency Powers Act is saying, for instance, if I may summarize it, is saying you may lay off workers, you may retrench them, you may get them to work from home, but you cannot use the redundancy laws that were previously there. So you cannot do that. And then on the other hand, the workers cannot go on strike. These are the two major labor market policy regulatory things that come from the new Emergency Powers Act. So trade unions are not allowed to go on strike. Employers are not allowed to fire workers. But where employers are allowed to hire and rehire, to reduce wages, and even to pay wages as low as zero. Let me skip the literature for in the interest of time. You read. So there are a lot of other things we learned from other people on similar incidents. Ghana, Australia, there are so many cases that people have responded. Sweden has its own approach. The United States had its own approach. So lockdowns and so on have been good. They have affected the labor market differently in different countries. So basically, literature was trying to review what has been happening in the rest. But the main argument is not in there. The main argument is here, that the latest employment data show the nature of employment structure, which is just what we have always known, that the total private sector employment is slightly above public sector employment. Now, when we regulate the labor market the way we have done, where does the impact go, and is there hope or despair in the governance of the COVID-19 pandemic in the case of the labor market? So the structure is like that, but I want to show you the next set of data to summarize the situation. So in September, a few months after the emergency powers regulation came in force, a big number of labor disputes arose, which is what really ignited my interest in this issue. So we have now roughly around 466, and they have gone higher, much higher than they have ever been. And then on top of that, previously, if you compare with the 2009 crisis, we had other issues that people had disputes on. This was a study that I did, a survey that I did. It showed that in certain industries which were key in the economy, like the security industry, for instance, people had other issues like working hours, minimum wages, and other issues. But now things changed. Things changed to the payment of wages and the loss of jobs and job security. So these are the main incidents. And then we had 4 wildcat strikes. And maybe that's where I'll end my main arguments, because I've lost a lot of time. And the big issue is workers decided to forgo trade union collective bargaining as a labor market institution and went on wildcat strikes. The biggest one was this one, where the picture is shown, is Kronberg Schubert. Kronberg Schubert is a German multinational which manufactures parts for Mercedes-Benz and exports them throughout the region, the main market being South Africa. So these workers, 5,000 of them were fired. Some were retained and brought back to work. But the big issue is, why would workers go on strike in such a large number, and knowing that they were on a strike and they were going to be dismissed? So it shows that there is lack of trust. Maybe that's where I'll end my argument. There's lack of trust in the regular labor market institution and the labor dispute system. They don't trust it. The labor dispute officials came to that strike and tried to quell it and failed to quell it. Workers were only dispersed by the police. So in conclusion, therefore, I think that there is a structural link between the nature of emerging labor disputes that came out of COVID-19 emergency regulation and macroeconomic performance. There should be data. I'm trying to conclude on the data link, and that the alternative dispute resolution system is not trusted by the workers. It can be trusted by the trade unions, but the workers are not necessarily trade unions. And in a crisis situation, workers look for survival rather than to obey the existing laws. Now, the big issue is, can it respond flexibly to jobs, protection, and other things? The answer is yes. if it is driven, well, that's just my view, if it is driven by the private sector in a flexible labor market situation, it will do so, but what are the long-term consequences? It has suspended employment laws as they were. Is that actually lawful in an international situation? And is it compliant with the decent work agenda, and will it not lead to a more decent work deficit? So I'm just raising this as a discussion. I do have my views here and there, but I'm just generating a discussion. Thank you very much. That's all that I wanted to raise.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Edward. Indeed, it shows that the social dialogue is key for a human-centered recovery from the COVID-19. Thank you for your presentation. May I invite Abigail to a presentation? Abigail?
Hello. I'm not sure. Can we see my screen?
Welcome.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers of the RDW conference for organizing this particular conference. So this paper focuses on assessing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the domestic work sector in Nigeria, and particularly most of these questions, this research was done last year, just immediately after the lockdown that happened in Nigeria in response to the COVID-19. And the questions were weaved around this. Now, generally, domestic work is the people that were targeted, the workers were domestic workers within the context of the definition of Article 1 of Convention 189 of the ILO. And of course, it includes a range of different activities. Now, in Nigeria, there's really no national survey on the number of domestic workers in Nigeria, and there are various reasons for it. And even though domestic workers are covered under the Labor Act in Nigeria, in terms of accessing their contribution to the GDP and accessing the value of that work and understanding the labor dynamics in that particular sector, there's really no there's no statistics. And of course, it could be, there are arguments that this is related to many things, particularly the context of patriarchy in Nigeria, where domestic work is generally seen as a woman's unpaid duty in a marital home. Those are one of the major arguments proponents for the recognition, for the proper recognition of domestic work as a form of work in Nigeria. That's one of their major arguments. I'll just go straight to the results. Now, the peculiarity of domestic work means that getting participants in this survey is hard, but one of the things we did was we used a sampling method through which, a snowball method, pardon me, through which we got informants to tell us about other domestic workers that they know so that we could talk to them. And one of the things we found is that 50% of our respondents were female, while 42% were male. This reinforces numerous research findings on the feminization of domestic work sector. And of course, in terms of age, one of the largest groups of respondents that we found were children between the age of 9 to 7. And of course, this shows that the child labor is a huge thing in the domestic work sector in Nigeria. Now, I'll just go to the specific things to address the impact of COVID-19 on the domestic work sector. The first thing we looked at is in terms of wage. Of course, in Nigeria, the minimum wages of domestic workers is generally made with no reference to the National Minimum Wage Act of Nigeria. And that's because there's a loophole in the law which prescribes a certain number of employees that the employer needs to have to be bound by that particular legislation. And as a result of that, most of the domestic workers, about 50% of them generally earn below the national minimum wage, which is about $37 per month. Now, in looking at the impact of COVID-19 in terms of their earnings, we saw that 36% of domestic workers, their incomes remain the same. 55% did not specify. However, the fact that their incomes remain the same might seem positive, but given the fact that wages in the domestic work sector is below the national average, this shows that domestic work is one of the most poorly paid in the country. And then we saw that for domestic workers whose salary decreased during the lockdown, they experienced as much as 60% cut off from their salaries. And of course, there were different reasons for this. There are different reasons for this. Some of them was because their employers lost their jobs and all of that. However, for domestic workers that were paid in full, we had about 19 domestic workers who were paid in full during the COVID-19 lockdown, even though they were not working, which was quite shocking. But nonetheless, looking at the context of the wages of domestic workers, even though most of them did not lose their jobs, their low wages means that many of them could not even cope with the increased living costs, which was one of the things the COVID-19 pandemic came with. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic, in terms of social protection, it just exposed the social protection deficit experienced by domestic workers, specifically in Nigeria, and informal workers generally. Nigeria does not have an overarching social protection policy, and the specific social protection that we have is targeted at people in the public and private sectors because it is tied to employment, to classification as an employee. Now, at the peak of the pandemic, the government implemented restrictions to control the spread of the virus. And one of the things the government did was that the government then issued a regulation to ameliorate some of the effects. And this regulation meant that the government introduced measures such as food and cash transfers and all. However, there was no visible measure targeted at the informal workers, including domestic workers. But what we found is that only the general mitigation measures that the government had, we found out that only 6% of our participants received palliatives from the government, and only one of them got the cash transfer. Now, the other thing was in terms of access to personal protection equipment while running errands, we found out that only 50% of participants were provided with personal protection equipment by their employers. Nonetheless, a lot of these workers emphasized how important domestic work was as a source of livelihood, as most of the workers we talked to, when we asked them whether they would risk their health for their jobs, the overwhelming response is that if they don't work, they're not going to eat. So for many of these workers, they prioritize their job over their health. And this also highlights the need for social protection and safety nets for these kinds of workers, so that they would not prioritize their health over just because they need to work. Because in Nigeria, having a source of job is about the only means in which you can have like basic standard of living. The other thing is living conditions. And we noticed that about 80%, we noticed that about 81% of our participants, they noted that the prices of food had increased, while 21% experienced increase in rental costs. For another percentage, we also noticed about 60%, 16%, they were provided means of transportation by their employers. Now, working conditions. One of the major things about domestic work is that the hours are extremely long, and it's also unstructured. Now, this was also shown during the pandemic, even though there was really no change, but the workers, because we tried to measure the normal working hours pre-COVID and during COVID, and for many of these workers, about 153 of our workers, for many of them, their working hours remain the same, 70% of them. Now, for these workers, their working hours were 77 hours per week, which is way more than the prescribed minimum hours for workers as recommended by ILO. Now, the final thing is labor law protections. Now, domestic workers, they are covered under the Labor Act in Nigeria. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, the major challenge with this is the issue of compliance and enforcement. And of course, that is linked to the uniqueness of the domestic works sector. Now, one of the things the Labor Act has provided is that domestic workers have the right to know their terms of conditions in form of a contract, because one of the things having a contract will show one of the terms that a contract will have is termination. Now, for most of these workers, we realize that for most of these workers, they did not have an employment contract. And a result of this, even though only about 45% of them, sorry, a lot of these statistics are in the main paper. I'm just trying to highlight the major things. Even though 45% of the total respondents are aware of their rights, articulating their rights coherently was a challenge, of course, because of their socioeconomic background, because many of them have just the basic condition, education level, which is many of them stopped education at the primary school level. So although jobs were not really lost compared to other sectors, jobs were, from our findings, jobs were not really lost as much as in other sectors, but we found that out of the 220 participants that we had, 40% had their appointments terminated during the pandemic. 14% of them were also forced to take leave, while 71% retained their jobs. Now, from the number of workers who lost their jobs, 55% of them were informed, had notice days before, 23% of them had no notice, and the other 23% had a week's notice. And when we probed on what were the reasons for their loss of job, it was all weaved around mainly the pandemic, in which a lot of their employers were ill and a lot of the employers lost their jobs. And we then asked, because by the time we're having this survey, the lockdown had been eased for about a month. And we asked them, how easy has it been to get another job? Only 6% of these workers said that it's been easy to get a job. 58% said it was hard, while 35% of them remained unemployed. Now, an important aspect of labor protection for workers generally is the protection against forced and compulsory labor. Now, what we found, because we also spoke to some workers' representatives, what we found was that particularly in the manufacturing sector, in which Nigeria has a lot of expatriates in that sector, we found out that domestic workers were particularly vulnerable to forced and compulsory labor. And in this, for workers in this particular sector, they were forced to work throughout the pandemic. For many of them, they had been with their employers for about 4 months because the employers were scared of the domestic workers going on and getting the virus. So these workers were forced to go home. Sorry, pardon me. These workers were forced to work because it was a choice of either their jobs or they go home to see their families. Now, what this has shown is that there's a need for a specific and targeted regulation for domestic workers in Nigeria, and the COVID-19 pandemic just highlighted or worsened the decent work deficit in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail, and thank you to all three panelists for your very, very interesting presentation. The session is focused on impact of COVID-19 on workers in Africa, and for the free paper, we saw the impact on different perspectives. South Africa, the focus on employment, labor market in general. In the example presented by Edward, focused on the dimension of the social dialogue and dispute resolution, and the last paper on impact on most vulnerable workers. So we have left like 20 minutes for discussion. the participant has the opportunity to ask a question to panelists. I can see that there is ongoing dynamic discussion in the chat box. So I invite all the participants to look at and participate in the exchange in the chat box. So before maybe we start to get a question, I have the same question for all three panelists. Based on your research, what will be your one or two policy recommendation according to the analysis we made? Because when I read the chat, I think, Chair, you mentioned the fact that you did not address the policy dimension in your paper. So this is the time to share with us what you think could be done to have a human-centered recovery in South Africa. And after, right after Chair, Edward, and then Abigail. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aminata, and thank you very much to the participants and the very good questions and stimulating conversation already going on there in the chat. And Aminata, you ask a very good question, and it's true I didn't cover this in the specific paper, but of course at the ILO we are looking at these issues, and indeed we have done some assessments also last year on some of these issues, and it is critical to think about the policy response. I would love to have a simple answer for the case of South Africa. I think there are others who are more familiar with the situation in the country in terms of policy implementation, but South Africa has developed many very important policies, schemes over the years. There are a couple of issues. I don't want to pretend I have the full answer on this, because without the assessment on the current situation, it would be hard to do that. But let me flag a couple of issues. One is, of course, the overall level of macroeconomic stimulus. According to some work we did last year, this was also not sufficient. So a real question, and this is a fundamental issue for most developing countries, both low and middle income, is the ability to maintain that accommodative stance and to finance the continuing stimulus that comes through fiscal policy, for example, in 2021 and beyond. So this is critical, and given the more broad-based effect and impact of the crisis, it's not just fixing a specific problem in one part of the labor market. The overall impact is so big and likely to be long-lasting that the macroeconomic policy stance will have to address that. But at the same time, there are some specific challenges that need to be addressed in terms of policy responses, for the most vulnerable groups. And a real challenge has been, also going back to the global financial crisis, is supporting those who are have the weakest attachment to the labor market. So Black South Africans with low levels of education in rural areas. And I think this remains the crux, that how to get these people many of whom have never been employed, right? It's not just, we think of job losses happening, but actually many of those people in those most vulnerable groups never actually have been employed, or, they've been discouraged for a decade, years and years. So, the crisis adds to that pool, but there is a core pool of those who are most vulnerable there. We need to look carefully at some of those specific policies that get people searching for jobs, gives them the means to find employment as we go into the recovery, the human-centered recovery that we want. So let me just flag those two issues at this point. Thanks. Aminata, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Edward?
Hello, yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me, okay. There was a small question on the issue of availability of data. I don't know if I should address that one, because there may be others that we may. But the big issue is it's not easy to get a lot of the research data that is protected by the industrial court, because in labor disputes you have to then move to that one. But there's a lot of qualitative studies that go with analyzing court judgments. So accessing them, and then so it will take me a few more days to get those. But what I want are numbers more than what panelists here have raised, are numbers more than what judgments actually said. But one or two may be highlighted in a box to show, especially the high conflict sectors like private security, which is prone to a lot of these types of retrenchments and dismissals and wage reductions. It is notorious for that. So I could pick private security or commerce, those which are notorious. But I was trying to address that I'm trying to move in this direction of completing the data of labor disputes, because it moves beyond the district labor office to arbitration and to the industrial court. I don't know if that answers the concern that one panelist actually asked me.
Thank you, Edward. And yes, the issue of data is critical, not only when related to dispute resolution, number of cases, but also in general, when we talk about the decent work in general, the labor statistic system are not very strong in many African countries. Indeed. Thank you. Abigail?
Thank you. I'm assuming I'm supposed to speak to the question on policy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Your policy recommendation after preparing this paper.
Okay. Even though this paper is not particularly highlighted or dealt with the issue of policy, it's in another paper because this is a pretty big project. But one of the major things that should first of all happen is the official recognition of domestic work as a form of work. And that starts with data collection and statistics in terms of trying to access who are the workers in this sector, what are their working conditions. Currently, if you look at some of the things that have been done by the National Bureau of Statistics, it's interesting that even street vending, which is under the retail sector and is criminalized in many states in Nigeria, even that is taken into consideration when the GDP is calculated, the GDP of Nigeria is calculated, but for domestic work, it's not. So the first thing would be the official recognition of this form of work. Now, we spoke to some people in the Ministry of Labor. One of the things they said is they're in the process of coming up with targeted regulation for domestic workers in Nigeria. Now, section 61 of the Labor Act in Nigeria empowers the Minister of Labor to develop a regulation targeted at domestic workers. Now, this power has not been exercised because the domestic work sector is so peculiar that a broad labor regulation would not necessarily meet the needs of these workers. So the other step then is coming up with a regulation that speaks specifically to domestic workers. And of course, this is also linked to the issue of social dialogue in the sector. How do we organize these kinds of workers? But one of the things I would recommend personally is in organizing this kind of workers, similar to platform workers, it's just a bottom-top approach in terms of organizing workers, possibly in certain suburbs, in areas, and then would move it up to the state, regional, and federal level. So that's basically my recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you once again to the three of you. I don't see any hands raised. I would like to turn to Ken. Oh, Ken, exactly. As soon as I say his name, he raises his hand. So we are telepathy. Please, Ken, you can go ahead.
Thanks so much, Aminata, and thanks so much to all the presenters. I just would like to have a little bit more information, if possible, from the presenter from Nigeria, Abigail. I noticed that, I also put this question in the chat box, by the way. I noticed that when it comes to the effect on earnings, 55% of the people did not indicate, or the person did not indicate whether it decreased or increased or remained constant. And then there are only 8% who actually show that there was a decrease. I'm just wondering, two things here. do you think that that 55% has affected this result? That actually, indeed, the earnings could have really reduced a little bit more. But at the same time, why is it that this looks like an outlier? That this question is not really answered by many people. Is that something that we need to look at again, or what do you think? Thank you.
Okay, can I speak? Okay, so for the 55% that did not respond, one of the things, when I give the initial demography, is that 18% of the respondents are child labor, are child domestic workers. And this means that for most of those workers, many of them don't earn wages. They, in exchange for domestic shares, they're probably sent to schools, or they get free accommodation. So this 55% takes into consideration some of these workers. Of course, there's a possibility that if all of them had responded to that particular question, there might have been more workers that possibly would have that we can argue that their salaries remain constant. But I also want to just highlight that this particular paper just looked specifically at the impact of COVID-19. Now, for a huge percentage of, so we had in the broad overall project, we had certain workers who though are adults, some of them were not paid, some of them were just being sent to school in exchange for working. So this 55% also takes into consideration some of those workers. And of course, we also have the issue of the low education levels of some of these workers, which means that some of them possibly also did not respond to some of the questions, that particular question, after we had asked them in terms of wages. So of course, one of the things this paper still needs to do is to compare the people, the wages, the earnings, the percentage of the earnings with the overall percentage of domestic workers that had indicated that that they earned, and to see if there's any discrepancy. But what I would just say is that just to emphasize that this 55% also includes child domestic workers, and all of whom were not earning salaries.
Thank you. I'm not just one more. If I can see we have a little bit of some few minutes there, but just one more, and this goes to Edward. He explained about this, but I just want him to add a word on this, in the sense that when we're looking at the dispute resolution mechanisms, I just want to find out, has this process been successful in this period of COVID? People satisfied that the resolution mechanisms under such a pandemic have been useful to them, or have they been impediments to the processes that are there? And again, just to emphasize again with Cher, that indeed his paper presents to us again the issue of inequality, that COVID really just exacerbated these inequalities. And of course, he has talked about the ways that we can support the hardest hit groups. But I just want him to explain a little bit more in terms of if he has, if he did in his paper, in terms of the particular quantitative measures of whether there were losses in the incomes or in working hours, or how did he really look at these effects? So Cher, I would like you to add something on that. Thank you.
Edward first and Cher. Edward, on the question of dispute resolution, and then after Cher, on the question of inequality. Is Edward online? I can see that he's muted. Then I will ask Cher to come in, and maybe just to add, because we have just a few minutes on what the question asked by Ken. I can see the link between the two papers from South Africa and Nigeria, particularly the question of education. It will be maybe interesting, and this is something we can maybe dig a bit more to see the level of education of the domestic workers in Nigeria, in order to see if there is any differences in terms of impact, because the paper mentioned that they could not see any real changes due to COVID-19. So back to you, Chair, to answer the two questions.
Thank you, Aminata, and thanks, Ken. Two easy questions. So indeed, on this issue of inequality, and we all agree that in this crisis is absolutely critical to look at the uneven impact and effects for groups. And in this paper, so far, I have looked at these labor market outcomes. So, probability of being employed, unemployed, discouraged. There's also the residual being those in other forms of inactivity. And to look at inequality in using the microdata, I'm focusing on differences by these population groups and educational levels, and of course, across gender. I mean, these are the key variables to look at those differences. And I mean, what to me comes out of those, and as said in the presentation, which is important, is I think the effects have changed over time compared to the global financial crisis in particular. And you see that, other groups are being affected who were not so affected in the global financial crisis, in particular on terms of education. It's not only the worst educated that have been affected, but those with some slightly higher levels of education. The tertiary educated remain somehow protected. And this is something we see in most countries. If you're tertiary educated, you're working from home, you're able to adapt. You have other, you're in a much different situation than those who have lower levels of education. The problem is that I think in South Africa and other countries, you see is that other levels of education, which may have protected you in the past because of the type of job you had or where you were able to work, don't seem to be as protective this time around. Similarly, for the population groups, there is a further increase and a negative impact on colored South Africans as they're classified, and Indian Asians as well. White South Africans remain a little more protected. So so on one hand, it is broader based, there's a broader effects, but at the same time, there's a real concern about inequality there. And of course, you're absolutely right that it would also be important to look at earnings and income. I haven't done that yet. I think this is, be very important to look at this and really to monitor this over time. We still, this is still quite early compared to also the analysis I did back in 2012 about the global financial crisis. We'll see what's going to happen this year. But unfortunately, given the crisis continues, the likelihood of long-lasting effects is very high. The likelihood that this effects will be exacerbated further over time is also high. And unless, the policy responses we discussed before really kick in. So, I think this is the real concern. And I mean, and it's just quickly on education. I mean, it is very right to point out education generally trumps everything. I mean, if you look in this type of micro data analysis, the other factors tend to be swamped by the importance of education, meaning if you do get a high level of education, it pays generally. I mean, this is, and this crisis that has weakened a bit, as I pointed out. So, really, though we talk about, education not being good and low level, poor quality, time and time again, if you look in the data, high levels of education pay. And that remains, I think, an important message. And this is where we need to improve levels of education, obviously, to improve labor market outcomes for all workers as much as possible. Thanks. Back to you, Amin.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Ken, for those questions. It's 10:14 Kinshasa time, where I'm based. I don't see any hand raised. So we are going to close the session. And on behalf of the Regional Director, ILO Regional Director for Africa, Mrs. Cynthia Samuel Olonjoun, I want to thank all the presenters, all the participants for their active engagement in this session. And the team in Geneva, thank you for giving this opportunity to the Africa team to participate in this 7 RDW. Thank you again to all of you, and back to you, Uma.
Thanks a lot, Animata, for chairing the section. And I completely agree with you. It was a very stimulating discussion on some of the issues that are very specific, not only to Africa, but many countries in the global South. So we will stay with the same subject on informality and social protection. And we'll be speaking to a group of experts from Africa in 15 minutes. So wish you all a good short break and see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are coming from a very important session that has just ended, which has highlighted the impact of COVID in terms of exacerbating inequalities, issues that have to deal with dispute resolutions, but also specific issues that have to deal with how we support domestic workers in times like these. Please just take note that we have a chat box and a Q&A where you can actually post your comments, your questions, and we also have interpretation in case you want to listen to this in the language of your choice, well, French and English. Colleagues, I just want to, this is going to be a 1 hour, 30 minutes discourse with these important, eminent professors from Africa. But I just want to put into context what we are trying to do this morning. Now, this is a special session, and we thank Uma and colleagues in Geneva for giving to us this session on informality and social protection in Africa. And I just want to highlight some few issues here that are critical for us this morning. The informality rate in Africa is at 82.9%. And if you try to disaggregate that, you'll find that it is driven by Sub-Saharan Africa, 84.9%, compared to only to 70.8% in North Africa. Again, we see a gender dimension to this because it hits females much more than males, 86.6% versus 80%. Connected to this, we have issues of extreme working poverty. Africa has seen an increase from the 2019 figure of 31.8 to now 34%. That already indicates the issues in which we are dealing with on the continent. We know, for example, that what is known as the effective coverage of social protection, that which looks at those who are covered by at least one social protection benefit, is now at 17.4% only in Africa, and this is compared to about 46.9%, in the world, 44.1% in Asia and Pacific, 40% in Arab states. It is a challenge that we have to deal with. You will also notice here that labor force participation rates in Africa tend to be high. Of course, we cannot afford not to work. This is really the kind of background that we have here. And to look at this discourse better, to dissect these issues, we have eminent participants, eminent scholars, whom I am ready to introduce now to you. The first one I'm introducing is Professor Hania Sholkame, who is an Egyptian anthropologist and associate research professor at the Social Research Center of the American University in Cairo. She's very interested in gender, health, and social protection research in Egypt, and she is a proponent, of the feminist social protection and has lobbied for the right of women to receive welfare and pensions in their own right and not as dependents. She's currently a member of the UNESCO Management of Social Transformations Committee that runs from 2019 to 2022. So we welcome you, Hania, to this distinguished panel. I also want to introduce Professor Mone Patrick Gabo, who is an associate professor in the economics department at the University of Felix Houphouët-Boigny, otherwise known as University of Cocody. He previously held several research positions in several universities and research centers in Europe, including the Gear Institute of Dublin, the Brunel University in England, and the Food Security Center in Germany. His research focuses on inter-household decisions and resource sharing and the impact of shocks on price of food commodities. An important part, more recently, he has focused on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy of Central Africa, Central African Republic, and the youth employment in Cote d'Ivoire. We welcome you, Professor Patrick, and I also introduce Dr. Simon Barasaoudi, who is a PhD holder in social economics from the University of Geneva, and his research focuses on informal economy. He also deals with micro, small, and medium enterprises, value chain development, and labor policies, mainly in West Africa. He has recently conducted diagnostic studies in Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, and he has evaluated the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on informal workers and entrepreneurs. I also want to introduce to you, colleagues, Godfrey Kanyeze, who holds a PhD in development studies from the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Sussex. Godfrey was a sub-editor of the Country Human Development Report of Zimbabwe on Gender and Development Poverty Reduction Forum, which was coordinated by the UNDP and the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare in 2005 and 2007. He is a member, and he was a member of a consultancy team working on comprehensive economic recovery in Zimbabwe programs, coordinated by UNDP as well. He's currently a member of the Zimbabwe National Productivity Institute and the Tripartite Wages and Salaries Advisory Board. This is a very, colleagues, eminent congregation today. And what we have tried to do is to try to ensure that our engagement is as interactive as possible. But what we are going to do is to give specific questions to these individuals first, depending on what they've been doing, the research, the policy work that they've been doing in the past few months or the past. Allow me then to start with Professor Hania Shorkame, a member of the American University in Cairo. Professor Shorkame, informal economy workers have been particularly hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. This we know. All of us have agreed on this. We have figures. Everything is known about this. But you, for a very long time, you have been involved in supporting social protection systems in Egypt before and during the COVID-19 crisis. We want you to share, Professor, your experiences in managing these processes to ensure that the informal economy workers are protected with or without a pandemic. Professor, over to you. We want to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you everyone for attending this panel, and thank you ILO for the opportunity. I think the problem in Egypt is precisely the lack of appetite for providing social protection to informal workers. The linkage, the conceptual linkage in Egypt is between social protection and poverty, not social protection and unfair or unjust or non-standard employment arrangements. Excuse me. So this is the biggest challenge facing Egypt right now. We know that 63% of our economy is informal. We know that 90% of micro and small enterprise workers are informal. We know that almost 2 million people lost their jobs due to COVID. And we also know of the containment measures that were undertaken by the Egyptian government, including a temporary seasonal worker monthly cash transfer, which was introduced with the best of intentions. The amounts are small, but that is because the notion of compensating people for lost work is not there. These amounts are tied to notions of a poverty line, not notions of lost earnings. It was gendered to some extent because there were panels at the level of each governorate to ensure that these temporary payments were going to men and women, and by some accounts, in some governorates, almost 40% of the workers who benefited from the temporary transfers were women. However, we also know of the stunning level of hardship that was endured by people, most of whom who are in informal economic arrangements of one type or another, to be able to contain the impact of COVID. So we from household income expenditure data, we see people from this demand side, consumption rationing. 43% of people borrowed from unregulated lenders at one point or another. People sold assets, and they turned to work because, as you rightly said, the poor cannot cannot afford not to work. So people shifted into more precarious work. So taking a second, the lost job was compensated with one or two other forms of engagement in forms of labor market, which are more precarious. And I think this issue of social protection and precarity has to be on the top of our agenda in Africa, I dare say, because the agenda of seeking to make the informal formal is not a promising one, because our economies are not providing formal work. There is no way on earth that we can absorb, at least in Egypt, absorb in formal work the millions and millions and millions who are engaged in this informal or non-standard employment arrangements. And we mustn't forget that there are informal workers and there are informal employers. And these informal employers, sometimes they are within the labor relations, maybe they have some more power, but they are in equally precarious conditions where the ecology for doing their business is not conducive to their business. There are high benchmarks for licensing, for registering, for co-payments for social security. And a lot of these precarious employers are women. These are the women who are trying to do small businesses, very small teams of workers engaged in different forms of precarious work. So from looking at Egypt, and I dare say that Egypt is a complex economy like many African economies, I think there are four things to keep in mind when we are thinking about social protection and informality. One is to look at the value chain of production and the various players in it who may be equally informal to the people that they are employing, and what to do about that. Two is not to stunt the conversation about social protection into just thinking about it as payments provided by the state or protections provided from the state. And here, for example, just to go back to COVID, the fact that so many people had to stay at work because of social distancing and lockdown. Now, homes may be havens of safety for some people, but for many women, homes are very dangerous places to be confined in the home with an aggressive partner or in an environment of violence. We have registered higher rates of domestic violence during the COVID lockdown. So to think about social protection, not just as a payment provided by the state, but as a set of rights as enshrined in the rhetoric of ILO. To also look at social protection as a necessary infrastructure that cannot work in times of crisis if it is not robust in business as usual. And the example of Egypt, where the databases that exist because of the cash transfer programs that were introduced in 2014, which was not a time of crisis, this was before the devaluation, creating these databases, training the social workers and service providers, having the digital payment systems, having these systems, the unified registry of users, having this in place greatly facilitated the introduction of emergency measures in times of crisis. So I think Egypt needs to de-link social protection from poverty and de-link social protection from crises. And finally, the fourth point is to gender the debate in ways that recognize the various needs of women that go beyond social protection in terms of payment or compensation, but also in terms of services needed, in terms of right to dignity and agency within the home, and to see very clearly, I believe, and I may be wrong, that the countries who will suffer less from COVID are the countries that had systems in place that were providing robust support, encouraging people to work, rather than denigrating or undermining their productivity just because it's informal or just because it happened outside the state control, and to honor this work and look at systems that are supportive to workers wherever they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Very clear messages there coming out, from you. Social protection is key, but in Egypt and maybe in some more countries as well, is looked at, as in relation to poverty, not necessarily in relation to, jobs. But also that there's an important value chain of production, and players in that may actually also be informal. Social protection should not just be seen as a payment provided by the state. I think it should be more than that, but at the same time that there is need for necessary infrastructure for social protection to be able to have long-run effects. It's not something that is just done, in hick-hack walk, and then you leave it there. But this is a long-run institutes, long-run infrastructural development that support robust systems of, social protection. But at the same time, we should look at the gender dimension of this. Not just for the inclusion of women, but also for what services are important for women. So these are really important messages. I encourage you, colleagues, to send, to write on the charts, on the question and answer. But now I'm going to turn to Professor Patrick Monet for his intervention. We'll have questions at the end. I give you 8 minutes to 10 minutes, Professor. Now, the question I pose to you, Professor, is this. I want to move a little bit more now to the macroeconomy, if you like. We know that we are in the third wave of this. Look at South Africa. Look at most of Southern Africa. Look at Zambia. Look at Malawi. Look at Zimbabwe. Look at some countries this side. You see that we are actually already in the third wave. We know that before COVID, the economy was already going down. I mean, we already had a downturn. What COVID did was to exacerbate this and really put us into even more precarious situation. Governments have done lockdowns. They have put all those measures, border controls, travel bans, and those have affected the informal economy greatly. What I want to ask is, now that we're in the third wave, now that the COVID is continuing, the pandemic is continuing, what should happen? Making sure that we reverse the trend in terms of the infections, but also making sure that the economy is not hurt further. What should we do? Over to you, Prof. Prof, you are muted.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Ken, pour cela. Merci, Ken. Je vais peut-être m'exprimer en français pour mieux me faire comprendre. Je voudrais remercier l'OIT pour l'invitation à participer à ce panel. Alors, c'est une question très importante que vous soulevez parce que considérer un peu le COVID d'un point de vue de l'économie, dans les ménages, au niveau des firmes, mais on ne regarde pas, surtout au niveau macroéconomique, quelles sont les implications de la COVID. Et donc, c'est très important ce que vous soulignez comme question. Il faut d'abord, peut-être pour se faire comprendre, vous avez parlé de troisième vague. Et je vais situer mon propos en 4 points. Je vais peut-être d'abord présenter rapidement la troisième vague pour montrer l'enjeu de cette question. Et ensuite, je vais regarder les effets du Covid en Afrique de façon macro. Et ensuite, regarder les stratégies à mettre en place pour freiner évidemment la propagation du Covid et comment financer finalement ces mesures-là. Et enfin, les stratégies à mettre en place pour le marché du travail. Alors, sur le premier point, j'aimerais souligner que déjà, c'est avec beaucoup d'inquiétude, on se rappelle que la Commission de la sécurité des Nations Unies a souligné que l'Afrique n'a reçu que 2% de tous les vaccins administrés. Et cela montre la gravité de la situation pour l'Afrique. Il est vrai que l'Afrique reste de loin le continent qui compte le moins de personnes décédées de la maladie, de Covid, avec un peu plus de 121 000 morts et 4,5 millions de personnes contaminées à la date du 21 mai 2021. Mais d'un point de vue économique, ces États restent évidemment les plus fragiles et les plus faibles face à la situation. Alors, concernant la troisième vague elle s'amplifie et l'OMS s'inquiète qu'elle soit la plus redoutable pour l'Afrique. Certains pays sont beaucoup plus concernés, comme vous l'avez souligné, Ken, notamment en raison de la lassitude du public face à la maladie, qui fait qu'il y a des négligences au niveau de l'utilisation des masques et même de l'utilisation efficace des mesures de santé publique. Il y a l'inégalité d'accès aux vaccins et la propagation de nouveaux variants notamment. Alors, il faut dire que au niveau macro, alors, quels sont les effets du Covid sur le ralentissement des économies africaines? Alors, premièrement, il faut dire que dans tous les secteurs, on a constaté qu'il y a un effondrement de la croissance économique dans tous les pays africains, quasiment, et que, évidemment, la récession se tend non seulement en 2020, mais 2021. Alors, ça, c'est connu, c'est observable par tout le monde, dans chacun son pays. Mais il y a des raisons qui disposent évidemment l'Afrique à subir évidemment ce choc d'une façon beaucoup plus profonde. Alors, d'abord, il faut savoir que les pays africains ont une dépendance des exportations, dépendent essentiellement des exportations de matières premières comme source de croissance économique et de ressources financières. Et malheureusement, les cours de ces matières premières-là, pétrole, minerais, etc., ont brutalement baissé, ce qui a affecté les économies des pays producteurs. Deuxièmement, c'est que la fermeture des frontières en partie ou en totalité pour certains, a eu pour effet de ralentir certains secteurs de leur économie, tels que le tourisme et les importations. On sait que les importations sont très importantes pour les pays africains puisque les intrants de plusieurs produits fabriqués viennent évidemment d'ailleurs. Il y a eu aussi une conjugaison d'autres facteurs qui est l'une des sources de la récession économique. Il y a la baisse des transferts de fonds des migrants en direction de l'Afrique. Évidemment, il y a également le fait qu'il n'y a pas eu une marge de manœuvre budgétaire des Africains, des pays africains, en raison de l'étroitesse, évidemment, budgétaire des gouvernements. Et cela accompagné d'une forte réduction de la mobilisation donc, des ressources intérieures, des ressources fiscales, qui n'a pas favorisé une réponse adéquate. Il y a eu aussi la faiblesse ou la quasi-inexistence des filets sociaux qui n'a pas permis d'éviter la récession. Et donc, il semble que finalement la pandémie COVID-19 réveille les critiques à l'encontre des États africains à ne pas pouvoir résister à des chocs externes, qu'elles soient sanitaires ou chocs de prix, etc. Et les problèmes financiers ont été largement soulignés, on se souvient, lors du dernier sommet de financement des économies africaines qui s'est tenu le 18 mai 2021 à Paris, où il a été carrément suggéré que les droits de tirage spéciaux des pays riches aillent en faveur donc des pays en développement, notamment ceux de l'Afrique. Et donc, ce contexte macroéconomique un peu alarmant pour l'Afrique n'est pas peut-être prêt de s'arrêter. On craint si évidemment la troisième vague, comme le présentent les prévisions, soit plus violente que les deux dernières. Alors, quelle stratégie pour freiner la pandémie sans affecter considérablement l'économie? Alors, à l'instar des autres pays du monde, on sait qu'aujourd'hui, il faut trouver des ressources nécessaires pour acquérir des vaccins contre le virus du COVID, contre la COVID-19. L'Afrique ne peut pas se permettre de nouveaux confinements ou des fermetures, des séparations de régions, comme par exemple en Côte d'Ivoire où il y a eu la séparation entre la capitale et les autres villes qui a été terrible pour l'ensemble de la population. Il faudra forcément, l'Afrique, il faut des tests diagnostiques en quantité et en qualité suffisante. Malheureusement, on est toujours à ce stade. Il faut des équipements de protection individuelle, des respirateurs, de l'oxygène médical et d'autres équipements médicaux. Ça, ce sont des mesures évidemment et qu'il nous faudra forcément faire et passer par là. Il faudra investir dans la prise en charge des personnes affectées par le virus, surtout qu'on estime que 90% des Africains ne possèdent aucune sécurité sociale, telle qu'une assurance maladie. Alors, comment est-ce que le gouvernement peut-il faire pour trouver les ressources financières quand ils font face à des marges de manœuvre budgétaires restreintes? Alors, je ne sais pas si c'est le plus simple, compte tenu des niveaux d'endettement, ce serait d'emprunter auprès des bailleurs multilatéraux et multilatéraux. Et certains ont réussi déjà à le faire. Par exemple, on sait que la République centrafricaine a reçu 14,28 millions de dollars pour financer son programme de lutte, de réponse à la pandémie. La Banque mondiale lui a également fait un don de 7,5 millions de dollars. Donc, il faudra peut-être qu'on trouve un moyen. Alors, mais cela crée un problème d'endettement énorme pour les pays. Dans ce cas-là, il nous faudra faire un plaidoyer pour mettre en place des mesures d'allègement de la dette et voire même un moratoire sur la dette en raison de la situation. Et le moratoire sur la dette aiderait les gouvernements à apporter des réponses anticycliques au COVID-19 sans mettre en péril la viabilité de leur cadre de politique macroéconomique, puisque des politiques anticycliques consisteraient à emprunter pour financer des activités qui rapporteraient évidemment assez d'argent pour relancer donc l'économie. Alors, évidemment, cette situation également de la COVID-19 doit amener les pays africains à améliorer davantage l'efficacité de la dépense publique. On ne peut pas se contenter, on continuer avec souvent ce qui est reproché donc aux gouvernements africains de mauvaise gestion ou de corruption. Et donc, il faudra vraiment que les pays africains fassent un effort en matière d'efficacité budgétaire. Enfin, où trouver des ressources, il faudra élargir l'assiette fiscale en mettant en place des mécanismes de taxation innovantes, surtout au niveau des NTIC tels que la mobile money, les banques mobiles et les Internet banking. Il faudra donc pour cela mettre en place rapidement des tests réglementaires au niveau des grands groupes régionaux, par exemple la communauté des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, pour pouvoir évidemment réguler cela. Et cela, on pourrait par exemple appeler cette taxation-là la taxe COVID-19 pour aider évidemment ces pays africains. Alors, quelle stratégie sur le marché du travail? Alors, sur le marché du travail, il faut forcément accroître en situation aussi difficile la flexibilité du marché du travail dans le secteur formel pour permettre aux entrepreneurs, aux employés de s'accorder sur le temps de travail, la rémunération, etc. Et cela vise donc à permettre un niveau d'activité pour la viabilité des entreprises et un niveau d'emploi acceptable. Il s'agit d'adapter le monde du travail formel à la situation du moment sans qu'on ne parle forcément d'exploitation des individus. Une autre solution serait de développer des programmes d'apprentissage, de formation et d'insertion des jeunes en ces situations, puisqu'il n'y a pas de travail. Ce serait un moyen, une situation que les entreprises peuvent saisir, évidemment, pour donner la chance à des jeunes de se former, d'apprendre, sans que cela leur coûte forcément des salaires élevés. Et donc, ils pourraient donc bénéficier d'une main-d'œuvre à des coûts beaucoup plus faibles avec des jeunes en apprentissage. Et pour cela, une réglementation circonstancielle adaptée pourrait être vue. Alors, comment développer des activités, évidemment, sur le marché du travail, donner du travail aux gens? Moi, je pense que l'expérience de la Chine indique clairement que la pandémie a favorisé le développement de l'industrie textile et de la confection, surtout de masques médicaux. Et les pays africains doivent se saisir de cette occasion pour mettre en place voire relancer leurs industries locales et textiles. Dans ce cas, l'industrie formelle pourrait sous-traiter une partie des activités de l'industrie textile formelle. Et cela reste également vrai pour d'autres produits tels que les gels hydroalcooliques et autres produits sanitaires, et dont le retour d'expérience chinoise peut être capitalisé. Enfin, les femmes occupent majoritairement des emplois précaires ou informels ils sont souvent peu couverts par des programmes publics de protection de revenus. Donc, il est important qu'une correction peut-être soit portée pour éviter que celle-ci ne bascule dans l'extrême pauvreté, en favorisant évidemment dans cette situation difficile une forme d'autonomisation des femmes financées dans des activités.
I give you 2 minutes more, Prof.
Okay, it's okay.
More,
okay,
Prof.
Thank you very much. I will stop there. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Sorry to cut you short. Very, very interesting insights here. You talk about the nature of the African economies and what we should do to be able not to hurt these economies further after, as we try to deal with the COVID. You particularly talk about vaccination being an important issue, that we have got to vaccinate. That will help us open. We have seen our colleagues in the UK, they want to open up the economy because they're saying they've vaccinated 86% of their population. Africa as a whole, I was looking at the statistics this morning, has only vaccinated 2%, according to the WHO. So vaccinations are key. Professor, you also touch on date. You think that we can fund this through date, but you are talking about borrowing that is sustainable in this sense. Sustainable borrowing, well, that's something that we need to discuss further. But you also mentioned, Prof, that there's need for improving the efficiency of public spending so that, we are able to account for every dollar that, is used. You also talk about, Professor, of innovation in finance. So innovative financing, you talk about mobile money, you talk about all these things, including, of course, issues of labor market, getting into a better equilibrium between employers and workers, just to be sure that we're able to attract people to work, but also make sure that we attract people to invest in entrepreneurship. Professor, thank you so much for this. I will now go to Professor Simon. Simon, the question I have for you that you would answer in 8, maximum 10 minutes, is really to share with us. You have been working to understand the impact of COVID-19 on different aspects of the economy in West Africa, particularly. I think Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso have been your particular areas of focus. Could you highlight to us the major effects? Not broadly on the informal economy, but let's put it to the youth. Let's put it to women. Let's put it to migrant workers. And what do you think, as we build back better, as we want to recover, what policies will be amenable for that recovery? Over to you, Simon.
Okay. Thank you, Ken, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Comme mon prédécesseur, en fait, moi, je vais m'exprimer en français, qui est ma langue maternelle, pour que ce soit plus clair, en fait. Donc, avant d'aborder spécifiquement les questions que vous m'avez en fait posées par rapport à l'impact sur les femmes, sur les jeunes, sur les migrants, en fait, de manière générale, sur tous les travailleurs précaires, je vais expliquer à partir de quelle évidence empirique, en fait, je me base pour présenter mes résultats. C'est vrai que dès que la pandémie a eu lieu, avec d'un commun accord avec les bureaux pays du BIT, donc à la fois en Côte d'Ivoire et au Burkina, on a jugé nécessaire de faire des études empiriques approfondies pour voir, au-delà des chiffres, au-delà des statistiques, quels sont les impacts réels que la COVID-19, les mesures de confinement ont eu sur les travailleurs informels et en particulier sur les groupes sociaux les plus précaires en fait de l'économie informelle. Donc tout ça nous a amené à conduire 2 études diagnostiques lors du second trimestre 2020, c'est-à-dire en plein dans les mesures de confinement. Comme mon prédécesseur l'a dit, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a eu un ensemble de mesures coercitives, soit par rapport à la mobilité internationale, la mobilité aussi domestique. Par exemple, la plus grande ville du pays, Abidjan, a été coupée en fait de l'ensemble des villes de l'intérieur Il y a eu des fermetures d'activités dans le domaine de l'hôtellerie-restauration, dans le domaine des marchés. Et pareil au Burkina aussi, où il y a eu des fermetures de marchés généralisées sur une période de 45 jours. Donc, à ce moment précis, on va dire l'impact du choc, en fait, d'un point de vue socio-économique, a été le plus fort. On a pu déployer des équipes qui ont été s'entretenir donc à la fois avec les organisations professionnelles, également directement avec les acteurs de l'économie informelle pour voir comment ils arrivent à subvenir à leurs besoins quotidiens, en fait. Dans une situation où ils n'ont plus de moyens d'accès à leurs ressources traditionnelles et où ils ne sont pas forcément couverts par des mécanismes de compensation, en fait, via les filets sociaux et autres dispositifs de protection sociale. Donc, ça a été les deux études fortes qu'on a réalisées au second trimestre. Et en plus de cela, en complément, en fait, 6 mois plus tard, donc c'était vraiment à la fin de l'année 2020, on a conduit une étude aussi qualitative auprès des travailleurs de l'économie informelle, cette fois porteurs du VIH. Donc du VIH-Sida, qui en plus de leur vulnérabilité socio-économique, avaient aussi des vulnérabilités sanitaires. Donc l'idée aussi, c'est de voir dans quelle mesure ce groupe fragilisé au niveau de sa santé, au niveau de la société même, à travers le processus de stigmatisation, a été impacté. En quelque sorte, donc c'est fort de ces différentes études que je vais m'exprimer en fait par rapport à vos questions, donc portant premièrement sur les femmes. Donc ce qu'on s'est aperçu dans nos études, qu'il y avait en fait 3 étapes, nos études. D'abord, c'était d'identifier quelles sont les filières d'activité les plus impactées en fait par la COVID-19 et les mesures de confinement. Deuxième question, c'était de voir au sein de ces filières impactées, quelles étaient les catégories d'emploi en fait les plus fragiles, les plus précarisées. Est-ce que tous les acteurs d'une chaîne de valeur ou d'un secteur d'activité n'ont pas été touchés à la même enseigne? Certains avaient plus de ressources ou avaient accès à d'autres formes de revenus, en fait, tandis que d'autres ont subi la crise vraiment de plein fouet, sans aucune forme alternative de revenus. La troisième question, quels sont les groupes sociaux qui appartiennent donc à ces catégories d'emplois les plus vulnérables? Donc, ce triple niveau d'analyse, en fait, on va dire du point de vue du plus macro jusqu'au niveau vraiment micro, au niveau des individus. Donc, en fait, par rapport à tout ça, c'est particulièrement, on va dire, important de s'arrêter sur les femmes et sur les groupes de jeunes. Effectivement, c'est ces deux groupes qui ont été les plus fortement touchés. Donc, si je me réfère au niveau des femmes, on s'est aperçu qu'elles étaient surreprésentées dans les filières d'activité les plus impactées. On a identifié principalement 7 filières d'activité et parmi lesquelles 5 filières étaient vraiment à dominante féminine. Et là, je fais référence notamment à la vente de produits vivriers, production-vente de produits vivriers. Je fais référence aux activités d'hébergement et de restauration. Je fais référence au niveau du textile, confection textile, au métier de l'esthétique coiffure et également les travailleuses domestiques. Toutes ces filières ont une majorité de femmes. Au-delà de ça, donc au-delà d'un point de vue, on va dire, sectoriel, au sein même de ces filières, en général, les femmes occupent les emplois les plus précaires et les plus facilement, on va dire, où elles peuvent le plus facilement perdre leur activité et basculer sur le seuil de pauvreté. Si on, par exemple, se réfère aux filières vivrières, les femmes vont être avant tout des vendeuses au détail de produits vivriers. Ça ne va pas être des grossistes ni des responsables de marché, mais vraiment la vente au micro-détail, avec pas de capacité de diversifier leur activité. Et la même chose dans le domaine de la restauration. En général, la majorité des femmes sont des serveuses ou alors des tenancières vraiment de micro-restaurants. Donc là aussi, pas de possibilité en fait de rebond. Pareil au niveau des travailleuses domestiques. Je ne vous apprends rien que la majorité des travailleuses domestiques sont effectivement des femmes. Et pour la plupart aussi issues de courants migratoires, soit migratoires d'un point de vue interne, donc des femmes qui ont quitté les milieux ruraux pour venir s'installer en ville, ou même de la migration sous-régionale provenant des pays, notamment du Burkina, du Mali, etc., pour le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire. Au-delà de ça, ce qu'on s'est aperçu, c'est que les femmes étaient surexposées au virus, puisqu'elles étaient même dans des emplacements où il y avait de la promiscuité, densité humaine, de l'insalubrité, avec pas toujours des dispositifs sanitaires, en fait, qui permettent de se protéger du virus. Pas non plus de possibilité forcément de se payer des masques journalièrement du fait d'une précarisation. En fait. Donc, malheureusement, on n'a pas beaucoup de statistiques sur les caractéristiques des personnes contaminées, mais à coup sûr, c'est sûr que les femmes, en fait, sont fortement victimes du simple fait de leurs conditions, en fait, de travail et de leurs conditions de vie. Au-delà de ça, donc, ce qu'on s'est aperçu, c'est que c'est malheureusement des personnes qui ne sont pas incluses dans les dispositifs de protection sociale et que les mécanismes de filets sociaux, même s'ils ont permis, en fait, on va en revenir un peu plus tard, de compenser certaines pertes de revenus, ont laissé aussi beaucoup de femmes sur le carreau. En plus de ça, ce qui est important de signifier, c'est que les femmes de l'informel ne sont pas uniquement, je veux dire, responsables de firmes, mais souvent elles sont responsables de familles, c'est des chefs de famille. Donc, il y a aussi la conciliation qui est difficile entre l'activité professionnelle, entrepreneuriale, et la responsabilité, notamment éducative, en fait, de leurs enfants, notamment dans une période où l'arrêt, en fait, des dispositifs scolaires, hein, des établissements d'enseignement, a ramené, en fait, à la maison l'ensemble des enfants qui préalablement avaient une activité, en fait, éducative. Et en plus de ça, aussi, certains bénéficiaient notamment de cantines scolaires gratuites offertes par le gouvernement. Et c'est toute cette population supplémentaire qu'il a fallu nourrir, qu'il a fallu occuper. Donc là, ça a encore plus créé des tensions de trésorerie au niveau des ménages. Et aussi, un certain nombre de femmes ont dû simplement interrompre leur activité tout simplement pour s'occuper de leurs enfants parce qu'elles n'avaient plus la capacité de confier ça à d'autres structures publiques, notamment. Maintenant, j'en passe à la population des jeunes qui aussi a été fortement impactée. Donc là, c'est la même chose que les femmes, hein, surreprésentation dans les activités les plus précaires. Dans l'économie informelle, c'est souvent la logique du dernier arrivé, premier parti. Hein. C'est-à-dire quand un responsable de micro et petite entreprise doit liquider un peu de personnel parce qu'il a une baisse du volume d'activité, en général, ce sera le jeune, l'apprenti, qui va être sacrifié parce qu'il est peut-être moins productif. Et aussi, il y a une logique de solidarité qui fait que c'est les employés les plus fidèles qu'on a tendance à conserver. Là, il y a beaucoup de jeunes aussi qui, du jour au lendemain, ont perdu en fait leur emploi. Et au-delà de ça, il y a la problématique de l'apprentissage. Donc, beaucoup de jeunes sont soit en formation duale, c'est-à-dire qu'ils font une formation professionnelle et en complément, ils sont intégrés dans une micro et petite entreprise pour faire la pratique en fait de leur profession. Et aussi beaucoup de jeunes qui apprennent leur métier sur le tas. Donc, par rapport à ces jeunes, la pandémie a signifié simplement un arrêt de leur processus d'apprentissage et un déclassement professionnel avec le risque, même si ce déclassement se prolonge, d'avoir un processus de déqualification, c'est-à-dire une compétence, si on ne la met pas régulièrement en pratique, elle a tendance à se perdre. Là, on peut penser notamment au métier de l'artisanat, la menuiserie, la soudure, la mécanique, qui demandent d'être régulièrement entretenus. Donc, tous ces jeunes qui se retrouvent sur un double voie de garage, au niveau de la formation, au niveau de l'emploi, on peut vraiment se questionner sur quel sera leur devenir, en fait, s'ils sont pas suffisamment appuyés. En plus de ça, donc, il y a aussi la problématique du travail des enfants, hein, qui est chère au BIT. Et là aussi, on s'est aperçu que suite à la levée notamment des mesures de confinement, la réouverture de marché, il y avait de plus en plus de jeunes filles, de jeunes garçons en fait, qui étaient dans l'activité de vente. Tout simplement parce que, comme je l'ai dit, les systèmes éducatifs ont été mis à l'arrêt. Et en plus de ça, donc la fragilisation des conditions de vie des ménages fait que l'apport de revenus des jeunes est nécessaire pour maintenir les équilibres. Donc là aussi, il y a le risque de résurgence dans certaines activités bien spécifiques du travail des enfants. Maintenant, qu'est-ce qu'a fait l'État de Côte d'Ivoire en fait pour parer à tout ça? Donc, il y a eu des fonds d'urgence qui ont été déployés, 2 fonds principalement concernant les travailleurs informels. Il y a le fonds d'appui au secteur informel, donc qui était doté d'un budget de 100 milliards de francs CFA, donc vraiment une somme assez considérable, qui a été mise en place assez rapidement. Peu de temps après les mesures de confinement, il y a eu ce dispositif. Maintenant, l'enjeu principal, c'est l'argent est disponible, comment toucher la population cible, comment faire en sorte que les plus vulnérables en fait soient bénéficiaires de ces dispositifs. Donc, il y a un certain nombre d'efforts qui ont été faits. Et au jour d'aujourd'hui, il y a environ 70 000 personnes qui ont bénéficié de ces fonds-là. Malheureusement, ça ne couvre pas l'ampleur en fait du besoin, puisque ces 70 000 personnes sont à rapporter au nombre de demandes qui étaient d'environ 1 million provenant des acteurs informels. Et ce qu'on s'est aperçu également, notamment en travaillant sur la population des porteurs du VIH, c'est que ces gens-là, paradoxalement, groupes sociaux les plus marginalisés, n'ont pas du tout été touchés en fait par ces dispositifs, tout simplement parce que du fait de leur marginalisation sociale, ils sont pas répertoriés en fait dans les radars de l'administration. Donc beaucoup aussi, par peur d'être stigmatisés, ont eu des craintes en fait à faire des demandes de subventions ou de cash transfert. Donc par rapport à tout ça, qu'est-ce qu'on peut préconiser? Donc préconiser en fait que les dispositifs d'urgence qui ont permis en quelque sorte d'atténuer un peu la fragilité de certains ménages puissent être convertis aussi dans un dispositif de relance un peu plus consistant, parce que des sommes de 200-300 $ permettent, on va dire, de pallier à l'essentiel dans une période de crise, mais c'est pas ça qui assure la relance effective des activités et qui va recréer à nouveau tout le bassin d'emploi dont, en fait, les travailleurs informels ont besoin. Donc là, il y a eu des difficultés des fonds actuels à opérer cette transition, donc des mesures de court terme à des mesures plus de moyen terme. L'autre chose prioritaire aussi, comme je l'ai dit par rapport à la population des jeunes, c'est cette question de la formation technique et professionnelle. Comment faire en sorte de pouvoir réenclencher ce processus d'apprentissage, de faire en sorte que tous les jeunes qui ont été mis sur les voies de garage puissent reprendre justement leur formation, et également, une fois qu'ils sont sortis en fait de la formation, puissent soit intégrer les micro et petites entreprises de la place, s'il y a un besoin en recrutement qui est là, ou alors plus sûrement pouvoir se mettre à son compte. Donc là, il faut réfléchir aussi à des mécanismes de financement des jeunes sortant de l'enseignement technique et professionnel pour faire en sorte que rapidement, ils arrivent à dégager un gagne-pain de leur activité et pas qu'ils soient obligés d'aller vers la migration ou d'opérer dans d'autres secteurs d'activité qui ne correspondent pas à leur qualification. Enfin, le troisième point, il est essentiel, c'est au-delà donc de l'appui d'urgence, comment faire en sorte d'appuyer plus en profondeur l'extension de la protection sociale. Et là, notamment au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a un effort qui est fait pour essayer d'élargir les prestations de protection sociale au niveau des travailleurs indépendants, y compris dans le secteur informel. Donc, le BIT appuie en fait ces différentes initiatives, mais là encore se pose la question de savoir comment inclure ces personnes-là et comment faire en sorte qu'ils perçoivent l'utilité, la nécessité de pouvoir avoir ces différents dispositifs en fait à portée de main. Voilà, je vous remercie et je reste donc ouvert à vos questions dans un second temps.
Thanks so much. Prof, very important messages that you have put forward, looking again from the evidence-based approach. This is what we have found, and this is what we want, to do in reaction to what we have found. You have looked at a sectorial analysis. You have gone into the categories of the most precarious. You then moved into the social groups, and then got into issues of women and youth being overrepresented in those sectors such as hotel accommodation, domestic working, retail sellers, and sectors like those. But also you have highlighted the issues of young people getting into child labor because they're out of school, and that also creates even a more dangerous or a more protracted problem. You have talked about what Côte d'Ivoire has done to support this, and you have made important suggestions. So thanks very much, Prof. I encourage everyone to put in the chat box any comments or questions that we might have. As I turn now to Professor Godfrey Kanyeze. Prof, you have a lot of experience working in Southern Africa and particularly in Zimbabwe. What I want to understand from you is how you see governments effectively utilizing the fiscal space to increase social protection coverage. Just as a reminder, Africa has the lowest effective social protection rate, 17.4. And I gave figures here in the beginning that if you compare that to the world, we are really, really below that. So what investments, what fiscal flexibility do we have to be able to increase social protection coverage? Or is there any country we can learn from? Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ken, for inviting me to be part of this very important conversation. I think it's very important to note that until the 2002 International Labour Conference, the dominant belief and narrative was that informality was a transient phenomenon which would disappear with the development. But I think it became very clear that not only was informality resilient, it was even growing even in those countries where growth was experienced. So essentially, informality is very much alive. It's part of our economic setup. And I think we need really to address these aspects. So that's part of the challenge that right now, even in Southern Africa in particular, that narrative, as Hania pointed out, is still very strong, where informality is still treated as a residual, as a by-the-way issue that should not be focused on. And hence, in the Southern Africa region, it's still prevalent that policy responses are ambivalent in terms of how they deal with the informal economy. At times, they tolerate it. At others, it is criminalized. So you still get that, responses, ambivalent response, especially within the Southern Africa region. As you highlighted earlier on, it is also reflective of the very fact that in Southern Africa, we've got the lowest levels of informalization at 40.2% compared to the average that you gave of almost 83% for Africa. So generally in Southern Africa, because of the colonial settler experience, we have a relatively developed formal sector, especially if you look at South Africa, where 45% of the labor force is or has been employed in the formal sector. So in essence, informality has been treated as a by-the-way sort of issue. Then secondly, it's very important to point out that the macroeconomic policies that our governments have pursued, and in particular structural adjustment programs, have treated social issues as a by-the-way issue, as a residual issue, as a secondary issue. That's why you still find that our central banks, our Ministry of Finance, are still sort of within the single targeting framework, where the only policy framework that is targeted is inflation. Macroeconomic stability is the central issue. So social issues, therefore, assume a secondary, by the way, residual approach within the government macroeconomic policy discourse. And I think we are all aware that in most of our countries, that is the discourse that is prevalent in terms of the macroeconomic environment. And hence, even if you look at how many countries on the continent in Southern Africa that are attaining the minimum threshold of 4.5% of their GDP towards social protection, you'd find that there's hardly any country that has basically achieved that. So in essence, part of the challenge is that we haven't really treated social issues, social objectives, let alone informality, as a priority issue within our macroeconomic framework. So I think the starting point is to make sure that within our macroeconomic framework, social issues are given priority, are given pride of priority, as they are critical in terms of not only creating social cohesion, but in terms of also growing our economies. I think it's also very important to note that if you look at the approach in Southern Africa, the focus in terms of social protection has almost exclusively been targeting the formal sector. In South Africa, which is a relatively developed economy, even by African standards, it's one of the few countries that they've got an unemployment insurance fund, which was very central in terms of its COVID-19 response. So even in that country, as Shea indicated in the earlier panel, the response is not adequate to deal with the scale of the challenges that have emanated from especially COVID-19, where 800,000 to 1 million workers have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as Shea highlighted, it's now beyond just a social protection issue. The macroeconomic framework has to be right. So we have to start with our getting our priorities at the macro level right. I think that's where we are missing it. Then if you look at countries like Zimbabwe, you'd find very easily that social protection does not play a significant role. If you look at the proportion of our population that is receiving some pension or some form of social protection, it is only 2% of the population. And only 7% of the population is on medical aid, down from even 9% in 2014. So these are the latest figures, which suggest basically that our countries have not necessarily given social protection, let alone informality, the priority that it deserves. However, the responses have been very piecemeal, fragmented, isolated, targeting various segments of the social protection framework. I'll give examples. For example, if you look at countries that have almost achieved universal health coverage, such as Rwanda at 75%, Ghana at 66%, and Gabon at 45%. There are three aspects that have really facilitated this increase in coverage. The first one is that they had previous experiences with the community-based health initiatives, which they were able to scale up. Then secondly, they took social protection as a right that had to be covered even in the informal sector. So in essence, there were mandatory interventions targeting even the informal economy. Thirdly, government funding played a critical role. If you look at Ghana, for example, through tax revenues, government had to come in there to basically ensure that the poor are also covered through social protection. If you look at the experiences of Rwanda, the donor community had also to play a critical role. And in Tanzania, in terms of the community health initiatives, the government basically had to come up with matching grants, 100% matching grant for contributions that were emanating from the communities. So essentially, these are some of the piecemeal examples that have been implemented in Southern Africa. If you look at Namibia, for instance, they came up with a unique program, social insurance program, targeting maternity benefits, sick leave, and death benefits for workers in the domestic services sector, workers in the construction, workers basically in the SMEs, in the small medium enterprises, And basically, government had to come in as well to ensure that the employers and the employees contributed equally 0.9% of the employee's salary towards this particular package. So essentially, we don't as yet have a comprehensive integrated approach, as it were, to social protection, targeting in particular the informal economy. However, what is quite interesting is, right as I speak, Zimbabwe is currently implementing or has been commissioned by the ILO to do a comprehensive study focusing on developing an integrated comprehensive formalization strategy for the country. So this is the first initiative that the ILO wants to roll out to the rest of the African countries using the example, starting point of Zimbabwe, where we are actually in the process of developing this comprehensive formalization strategy. ILO has also been working with governments in the region in an attempt to extend social protection to the informal economy. And what is quite interesting is that countries like Zambia and Mozambique are at the point of implementation and delivery. Countries like Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe are at the design level. They are actually designing the scheme. Countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Madagascar, Eswatini, and Lesotho are actually at the policy formulation level. So we are at the stage of experimentation where ILO is working now with governments towards expanding social protection beyond the formal sector, where basically the focus has been almost exclusive to date. So ILO has played quite an active role now in terms of spearheading this actually new approach towards actually extending social protection and treating it as a critical area. But however, as I noted, the challenge even in Zimbabwe, for instance, right now, where since 2018, the government has been implementing an austerity program, the Transitional Stabilization Program, which basically is pro-cyclical, which basically entails fiscal consolidation. So the social sector has actually been one of the hardest affected. Social protection was impacted adversely to the extent that when COVID-19 hit the country, the economy was at its weakest in terms of mitigating the impact of COVID. So the same thing applies to even the most complicated country, South Africa. At the time of COVID-19 last year, the economy had experienced low levels of growth since 2014. And since 2018, we saw in South Africa a spiking of unemployment from levels of 27.9% to levels of 34.6% by the last quarter of 2020. So in essence, you can see that the regional economies, partly because of the macroeconomic frameworks that they are implementing, are ill-equipped and not in a position to adequately address and deal with the challenges of social protection, and let alone extending it to the informal economy. So in essence, we've got that challenge at the policy level, where we need firstly political will so that the issue of social protection, and in particular informality, is actually given priority. In the case of Zimbabwe, it's a very interesting example where the situation can be very fluid, in the sense that Zimbabwe is the second most industrialized economy at independence in 1980. But because of the structural adjustment program, and in particular the liberalization of tariffs, which allowed competing imports to come in, we have experienced the persistent deindustrialization and informalization of the economy, to the extent that 76% now of employment is now informal. So in essence, that illustrates the very fact that the macro policy framework is such a critical area as well, in the arena of intervention. And we haven't been actually doing a lot in terms of targeting that specific area. So we also need some examples from elsewhere. We are looking at Latin America, for example, which is leading the way in terms of transitioning from informality to formality. And these are some of the issues that we're grappling with at the moment, and trying to draw lessons from other experiences from Latin America and other countries that are ahead of us on the continent in terms of prioritizing not only social issues, but also informality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Very clear message informality, which happens to be the norm in Africa, is being treated as a by the way. One message coming from you there. But at the same time, the issues of macro policies, still thinking about the trickle-down effects, that there's an automatic trickling down to the other sectors, and therefore the social sector is left there because it will benefit from inflation targeting, or it will benefit from interest rate management or exchange rate management. So that is important coming from you there. But again, of course, you highlight that social protection has also been in the periphery because, of course, the macro framework does not seem to support that. And you go on to look at the piecemeal responses, and you exemplify this with countries that basically have done better. Rwanda, you give an example, Ghana, which had some basis on which they used to upscale. And maybe that's what is lacking in some of these countries. You talked about matching grants in Tanzania, trying to put together all this. So thanks so much, Professor. I want to thank all of you, for the very, very important insights that you have given. And I think we have, time for some questions, for some reflections. And I'm going into the chat box just to look at, some few questions there. I think there's some questions in Spanish. Which I will ask. Well, first of all, let me ask this one to Professor Hania. A question from Zohuru Islam. I think it is to all panelists. But I think he has indicated Professor Hania first. So, does your country register informal labor list and informal entrepreneur list? If not, how will government compensate due to COVID? If yes, what is the strategy to compensate small entrepreneurs to restart their businesses for continuing employment status? I will give it to you, Prof, 2 minutes to deal with this question.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. No, my country registers and it doesn't register, because when we look at this world of informality, it is such a varied world. So, for example, large contractors register their occasional workers. So these are occasional or seasonal informal workers. They are registered, but a small contractor who has 1 or 2 workers will not register them, because there is always the fear of this leading to some kind of taxation or licensing costs or administrative costs. So hence the unfairness is that some informal workers who are registered were compensated. The vast majority of informal entrepreneurs and informal workers were not. So how does the country then fix this problem? It's by providing universal, for example, subsidized borrowing rates, or subsidizing the interest rate, or providing universal programs or initiatives or projects for formalization, for registration, which cannot in any way cover the proliferation of forms of productive work of Egypt. It covers a small percentage, because the way the state sees the society and sees the labor market is quite different from the way this labor market and society sees the state. Labor markets and society are much more dynamic. They're much more adaptable. They're much more entrepreneurial, and they've taken one punch after the other. So I think that is the problem in Egypt, is social thinking. Because once you have that social understanding, providing the technical fix and financing that technical fix, I think becomes much easier. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks very much, Prof. Very clearly answered, I think. I will go to another question by Ahmed, who asks, to all panelists. What is your recommendation to facilitate financial access to MSMEs to countries with fragile or lack of social protection systems during this pandemic and aftermath in a way of supporting women in the informal economy? I will ask probably first Dr. Barasaudi Simon to try and respond to this, if that's okay with you. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah, you can take it in French.
Ok. Non, pas de problème, je peux répondre à la question, en tout cas essayer d'y répondre. Donc, sur la question de l'accès au financement, hein, comme je l'ai dit, dans le cas des deux pays que j'ai étudiés, donc le Burkina et la Côte d'Ivoire, les fonds de soutien sur la base étaient sur la logique de subvention, mais très rapidement, ils se sont aperçus qu'il y avait un besoin réel en appui microfinance. Donc, il faut trouver en fait justement des mécanismes de taux subventionnés ou de systèmes de garantie qui permettent de réduire en fait ce gap qu'il existe traditionnellement entre les acteurs informels et puis les établissements financiers, hein. Donc là, je pense par rapport à la période pandémique où tous les établissements financiers ont des réticences à financer le secteur privé, a fortiori les segments les plus informels, l'État doit jouer un rôle, ou alors même au niveau sous-régional, hein. Et je pense que notamment dans le cas de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et notamment les pays de l'UMOA, il y a des dispositions qui ont été prises au niveau et aussi de la CEDEAO pour alléger les conditions de crédit, en fait. Donc, à travers cet assouplissement des conditions de crédit, des règles prudentielles, ça peut avoir une incidence positive sur la disposition des établissements financiers à accompagner, en fait, le processus de relance. Au-delà de ça, il faut réfléchir à des mécanismes de financement innovants aussi. Et à ce titre, il y a le mobile money, en fait, qui est de plus en plus usité par les acteurs informels, dans une optique d'abord de transfert d'argent, d'assurance, mais de plus en plus pour accéder aussi au crédit. Donc, pourquoi pas aller vers ce type d'acteurs, les sociétés de téléphonie mobile, et voir dans quelle mesure elles peuvent aussi adresser ces segments spécifiques. Voilà, j'en ai fini pour moi.
Oh, thanks so much, Prof. Thanks so much. I will go into another question. Victoire, if you are around, would you just read that question for me? The question that you have asked Professor Baku. Victoire, please. Victoire, are you in?
Oui, je suis là.
Ok, je suis là.
Yeah, just read out the question, please, to Professor Baku.
Ok, parfait. Le financement des programmes de recouvrement est un sujet très important. Comment les gouvernements africains peuvent augmenter l'espace fiscal pour financer des politiques de protection sociale, politiques importantes pour relancer les économies africaines?
Over to you, Prof.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for this question. Pour cette question, alors, c'est vrai que pour recueillir des ressources financières intérieures aux pays africains, notamment les ressources fiscales, plusieurs mesures sont d'habitude conseillées. La première, c'est de conseiller de dire que, bon, il faut accroître, il faut augmenter l'assiette fiscale, c'est-à-dire toucher plus de personnes qui ne sont pas taxées et que désormais, on s'arrangerait donc à mettre un système de taxation, ou bien taxer plus de produits et de biens d'une certaine façon ou augmenter le niveau de taxation sur les biens et services. Alors, sur ce point-là, évidemment, vraiment, c'est une activité aujourd'hui qui est très importante, qui est, comme l'a mentionné Barouzan, qui est la téléphonie mobile en Afrique, qui est vraiment au cœur du développement et de la croissance, et qui, à mon avis, n'est pas suffisamment taxé, compte tenu de la multitude d'activités de ce secteur, qui va d'Internet à la banque, etc., et même qui fait des crédits. Donc, il y a des choses, il y a des ressources que les gouvernements doivent chercher à capter sur ce point. Et donc, augmenter l'assiette fiscale, les pays africains doivent forcément aller vers cela. C'est très important. Deuxièmement, il y a les questions d'exonération fiscale qui sont complètement incroyables parce que on constate qu'il y a beaucoup, quand on regarde les lois des finances, beaucoup d'activités ou de produits bénéficient d'exonération fiscale. Et on ne sait pas pourquoi. Alors que les pays africains ont besoin de ressources. Et donc, il faudra vraiment que, du moins pour cette période, qu'on suspende certaines exonérations qui n'ont pas souvent de sens, à mon avis, notamment pour certains produits. La troisième chose, il faudra vraiment un effort fiscal à un niveau local. Aujourd'hui, la fiscalité, si vous voulez, concerne surtout les grandes villes, les grandes capitales. Alors qu'on peut, au niveau local, trouver des ressources sur, par exemple, une taxation foncière au niveau local, qui demanderait donc un effort citoyen. Et toutes ces voies-là ne sont pas explorées, ce qui fait que finalement, les seules ressources sur le reste, finalement, les ressources sur qu'on tire donc des ressources naturelles, notamment les minerais, pétrole, etc. Et même à ce niveau, il faudrait qu'on s'arrange à réécrire, à mettre en place des contrats qui soient bénéfiques aux pays africains. Parce qu'on a constaté que souvent, par manque de capacité ou de compétences dans la rédaction des contrats liés aux ressources naturelles, une grande partie des ressources qui devaient revenir aux pays africains leur échappe. Et donc, il y a un besoin à ce niveau également de retrouver donc de la ressource. Il faut également que, au niveau, évidemment, quand on récolte des ressources, c'est pour le développement social, mais le développement social peut également être intéressant pour générer des ressources. Il faut quand même que les gouvernements s'arrangent à ce qu'il y ait des contributions, non seulement des praticiens de la santé, mais des bénéficiaires de la santé. Je m'explique. Si les gouvernements peuvent s'arranger pour que les praticiens de la santé puissent avoir accès à des médicaments, etc., à des taux réduits. Il pourrait alors attirer plus de population, plus de gens vers les hôpitaux. Et ceci contribuerait évidemment à un certain niveau qu'on pourrait définir, compte tenu des prix qui sont avantageux aux praticiens, pour que, évidemment, les bénéficiaires de soins de santé, donc les populations qui y vont, contribuent modestement aux soins et aux médicaments qu'ils recevraient. Et donc, ça permettrait de générer, évidemment, des ressources pour le développement de la santé. Et cela peut être fait également au niveau de l'éducation. Donc, il y a des niches, il y a des ressources additionnelles que l'Afrique peut trouver, mais qui ne sont pas suffisamment exploitées. Et puis, au niveau de la gouvernance même de l'administration fiscale et la modernisation de l'administration fiscale, il y a beaucoup à faire. Aujourd'hui, il nous faut forcément mettre en place des logiciels qui vont nous permettre de récolter, de mieux suivre les recettes qui sont, les recettes fiscales qui sont collectées. Et malheureusement, ce manque souvent fait qu'il y a beaucoup de perditions qui arrivent évidemment dans les recettes collectées. Et donc, il y a beaucoup de moyens, beaucoup de possibilités qui s'offrent aux pays africains de mobiliser des ressources fiscales. Et c'est en se réorganisant, évidemment, qu'elles pourront y arriver. Je vous remercie.
Thanks so much, Prof. We have just some few minutes remaining, but before we close, I just want Professor Kanyeze to just in 1 minute add something on the deindustrialization process that you say is actually promoting informality versus the macro policy that we can actually use to counter this. What are your views? 1 minute, Prof.
Thanks very much. I have already hinted that the macro framework is being pushed by the international financial institutions. And interestingly, recently, Ken, you may recall that the former chief economist at the IMF, Olivia Blanchard, did a very interesting seminar paper on rethinking macroeconomic framework, where he was questioning orthodoxy, the issues of trickle down, etc. So I think we need that debate. On our mission, employment mission to Rwanda, we had a very interesting session with the central bank, with the Minister of Finance. We did the same thing in Botswana, where we began to engage each other around these macroeconomic frameworks that can have devastating impacts, like what we experienced in Zimbabwe since the 1990s. And it's not just Zimbabwe, even Africa itself. You recall that we've experienced deindustrialization. Manufacturing sector contributed around 16% of GDP, but it is now down to below 10% on the continent in general. So we need this debate around these macro policies that do have an adverse unintended impact. But lastly, also, Ken, we need also a debate on the issue of resource leakages on the continent. You may recall that the AU committee led by Thabo Mbeki, the former president of South Africa, found that Africa is a net donor to the rest of the world. Net resource outflows through illicit financial outflows amount to 50 billion. I've just seen a UN report which was actually saying it's around 87 billion annually. So in essence, we even have that fiscal space through these leakages that we need now to begin to address, to close those leakages so that those resources can actually be channeled towards social expenditures. And we need also to reprioritize our expenditures so that we really focus on that which matters. If issues of social protection speak to rights, that speak to livelihoods and life, then we need to put priority and pride of place in our macroeconomic frameworks.
Many thanks. Before I take this back to Uma, who has been fantastic throughout this, RDW, I want to thank all the panelists for your time, for your preparation, for sharing us with all this important knowledge. I want to thank all the participants who have made this possible, the Africa session possible, starting from the first one that we had in the morning, the early hours of the morning, and this one now. So I really appreciate. And the regional director has sent a message of thanks to all of you that these discussions we have had should actually be used for other interventions in the region that will be important to make that important mark that we need in the region. I then take this one to Uma. Over to you, Uma.
Thanks a lot, Ken, for this fascinating discussion on informal economy, especially from the regional context of Africa. We've had very stimulating discussions around what needs to be done and how we need to broaden our approach with regard to macroeconomic policy frameworks. I don't want to get into the details, but there's one question that was raised by one of the participants, Eleuterio, which I think I would like to quickly respond before closing the session and going for a break. With regard to what ILO has been doing, I think ILO has been doing two things which are very important. Right at the beginning of the crisis, ILO started actually monitoring what's been happening and has been bringing out these ILO monitors systematically over a period of time, which actually gives you a glimpse into what are the impacts of the COVID-19 on the world of work with regard to job losses, with regard to working hours, with regard to what are the innovative mechanisms that countries have been able to put together, and what can other countries actually learn from it. In addition, ILO has been having discussions with governments across the world, with our social partners, both the unions and the employer representatives, to see how we can get out of this crisis with a human-centered recovery. And towards this, the recently concluded International Labour Conference actually has come out with a global call for action and to see what kind of policies can be put in place to actually help countries to get out of this crisis. So there is these efforts that have been taken by the ILO, and ILO has been also working with individual countries and trying to see how they could actually help out and the countries to tide over this crisis. So I hope I answer your question, and we'll have a short break for about an hour. It is lunchtime here in Geneva, and we'll come back at 2 p.m. Geneva time to talk about a human-centered recovery in a post-pandemic world of work. So thank you very much for being with us this morning, and we'll see you in an hour's time. Wish you a good break.
Welcome everybody to the 7th session in the ILO Regulating Decent Work Conference. This session is about government regulations, and we will have 4 presentations. Desiree Leclerc will be first, and then the order will be as announced. My name is Kea Tijdens, and I'm from the University of Amsterdam and Wage Indicator Foundation in the Netherlands. And I will chair this session. If you have any questions, please use the chat or say it in the Q&A section. Each presenter has 15 minutes. And if you go over the time, I will interrupt you. Sorry about that. So we will have the questions to Desiree first, because she will have to leave. Then we will have the 3 presentations straight after each other. And then we will have the questions and answers after that 3 presentations. So I'd now like to give the word to Desiree Leclerc. Please, Desiree, can you go ahead?
Thank you very much, Kea. I just want to thank you for hosting this panel. I'd also like to thank the ILO for hosting this really great event, and in particular to Uma for handling so many different issues and putting together just an incredibly interesting and professional conference. So as an audience member and a follower, I've so far very much appreciated watching everything that you've all put together, and I appreciate the platform to kind of share my work. So just briefly, can you tell me, am I sharing my screen? Hold on, let me just make sure that okay, does that work? Okay, wonderful. I've had technical glitches of late. So my project looks at why conflict between economic development and international social rights governance is inevitable. And as you can see from my title, I've pretty much drawn my conclusion, and the purpose of my project is to explain my theory as to why that is. As a bit of a background, before I joined Cornell University, I worked for several years in norms as a legal officer, and I had a number of functions there, one of which was to provide technical assistance to governments to help implement ratified conventions. So when we were there, we were helping governments determine how to align laws and policies for social rights, for labor rights. Sometimes when we were there, we would speak to governments and they would tell us that at the same time that we were there down the street, the IMF or the World Bank was there as well, and that they were explaining to the government how to practice austerity, how to save money, how to do more conservative social policies for the broader good of economic development. And here we were asking governments to put more money into social development, social security nets, and forward-looking labor rights. So it always seemed complex to me that here on behalf of the ILO, we were encouraging governments to undertake one set of policy reforms, while simultaneously those same governments were asked to take very different and sometimes conflicting policy reforms by other organizations. And so that was my background as I approached this. Many scholars have looked into the tensions between IFIs, international financial institutions, and various UN organizations. Franz Ebert, I would recommend that you read if you're interested in this subject in particular. It's always been somewhat complicated though, because everything has been kind of academic, right? We could assume that there were tensions, but we couldn't concretely demonstrate that the organizations were kind of in the countries at the same time asking for immediately conflicting policies. Because sometimes the ILO would only be there briefly, or the World Bank would be there for a different cause. So you never really had this kind of aligning of stars. And that was until the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, as we all know, the UN coalesced its organizations and requested participating IFIs to kind of streamline assistance and talking points and directives in order to ensure that governments were undertaking a holistic recovery. So at that time, I thought, all right, well, this is great. Now we can see, even when you have the UN coming out and saying, here are our policy priorities, work together organizations, how well did they accomplish this? So that was kind of my question when I approached this subject. Now, just to kind of walk you through the organizations that I was looking at, in particular, I focused on First, the World Bank. So just to explain briefly for those of you who are unfamiliar, the World Bank characterizes itself as having twin goals. So it has the twin goals of ending extreme poverty and promoting shared prosperity. It does so by providing loans and grants and other money, but those of us with a rights-based focus know that they've also taken some relatively recent efforts to reform, to align their policies, which are largely economic-based, with environmental and social framework, the ESF. And in doing so, they have particular policies that they try to put forward, including what's called ESS2, which focuses on ensuring labor rights are somehow reflected in World Bank policies. Nevertheless, the World Bank places a premium on what's called the rule of law, ensuring that governments stick to the black letter law as they undertake these legal reforms. Its COVID recovery has been very, very impressive. It's earmarked $160 billion in funds to assist governments. And in doing so, it really looks at kind of alleviating these health, economic, and social shocks. But in doing so and looking through their programs, one thing was clear: the World Bank also insisted that governments be held to the rule of law. So in other words, the World Bank's position has been, while this is an emergency, this is no excuse to roll back on your laws. Governments, you need to stick to the extant laws. The second organization that I looked at was the IMF. So the IMF's objective, for those of you who are unaware, is to promote international monetary cooperation. So it focuses on the monetary side of development, looks at the orderly exchange, and it's mandated to monitor countries' economic and financial policies. It operates very much on austerity, so on asking governments to kind of withhold funds and make sure that they're saving so that they can attract investment better. It, for its part, is earmarked $1 trillion to support governments through COVID-19 dedicated lending arrangements. One of these well-known lending arrangements is called the Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust, where it provides immediate debt relief to governments as they're struggling already to, economically contrast all of the COVID shocks. So one interesting part of this, the IMF has come out and said, contrary to our typical lending arrangements, for our COVID arrangements, we do not have conditionality. Conditionality is kind of a commonly known term in this discourse. Traditionally, the IMF requires governments to undertake specific policies, including social and labor policies, in exchange for receiving its lending. The IMF has come back out and said, our COVID lending is an exception to conditionality. We are not placing any conditions on these. Having reviewed the IMF's COVID lending arrangements carefully, I can say that that is actually not true. So quite frequently, the IMF's lending arrangements for COVID were agreed upon and were provided to governments because those governments had taken certain promises and commitments with respect to previous lending arrangements. So in other words, those COVID recovery lendings kind of incorporated by reference the previous conditions that related to labor, social, and welfare. And then finally, I look at the ILO, an organization I'm quite familiar with. So as you all know very well, the objectives are to promote the economic advancement and social advancement of less developed countries, among other objectives. This was the part that was relevant for the paper. So it urges developing countries to find ways to stabilize and gradually formalize rather than flexibilize, destabilize, and informalize. So in other words, the ILO places a premium on stability, on job security, and ensuring that workers have decent working conditions. Now, for those of you who have been following the space, you probably saw a couple of years back, the World Bank put out its annual report, somewhat encouraging flexibilization and labor mobility. And the ILO, in a rare public performance of disagreement, came out and kind of blasted the World Bank's report and said that the World Bank was rolling back some of its labor commitments. So the ILO, the World Bank, and the IMF have always had, shall we call, a spicy relationship. During COVID, the ILO, for those of you who are not aware, they have a COVID dedicated platform where they say state by state what their activities have been. For the ILO's technical assistance in general, they provide consultations and programs. One tricky part about the ILO is that they provide assistance upon request. And then that assistance is formed through national consultations with employers, workers, and governments in their tripartite structure. The reason why that makes it tricky to study is because it varies, right? The ILO versus the World Bank and the IMF, the ILO did not have a template of recovery. It's recovery shifted depending on the requests of the social partners and the national governments. So it was complicated to kind of trace down what the ILO did. Nevertheless, the ILO is providing this public platform. So where the ILO published its activities, I was able to trace those. So very quickly, my scope of research covered January through June 2020. I found that all 3 organizations were providing assistance at the same time in the same 41 countries. So I focused my inquiry on those 41 countries. I also found that of those 41 countries, the organizations provided 4 common labor-related policies. Those were occupational safety and health, labor legislation, wages and employment, which I grouped as 1, and income-related tax. I used a typology that was already in the literature because it was simple enough. I mean, I thought that most common readers and myself could kind of understand complementary, inconsistent, incompatible. So this isn't an empirical analysis. I wasn't like quantifying my degree of whether something was complementary. I think those empirical analyses sometimes do more harm than good. This is simply, were those policies complementary? Were they synergistic? Were they inconsistent, meaning like, did they raise flags, but yet I could see how a government could undertake both expectations, or were they incompatible? Incompatible meaning that the government could not execute its policies for the ILO and execute its policies for the IMF and the World Bank. So the good news first, complementary, 100% of the occupational safety and health policies were complementary. And you can imagine, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? This is a health pandemic. And so probably the organizations are placing a lot of premium on health policies. This particularly took place between the ILO and the World Bank. And here's an example of a complementary policy. It's taking place in Bangladesh. The World Bank's providing personal protective equipment and guidance concerning World Health procedures to health workers. The ILO simultaneously is providing that same to local garment factories. So this is a great example, in my view, of what international organizations should be doing. They're not duplicating, right? This is smart resources, but they are synergistic and they are reinforcing each other's efforts. Next is inconsistent. And again, by inconsistent, there's flags here, but nothing so clear. So one example is the ILO and the World Bank with respect to labor laws. So the World Bank, let's keep in mind, is really big on this rule of law. Under the ESS2, it focuses on labor laws. So it'll go into a country and say, you have to continue to comply with your labor code or your domestic labor laws. Meanwhile, the ILO is in these exact same countries at the exact same time, urging governments to revise their labor laws or labor codes in keeping with the ILO's supervisory comments or complaints by workers. So an example is in Georgia, where the ESS2 commits to implementing the current national labor code. At the same time, there's an ILO project that aims to revise the national labor code. So it's a little difficult to imagine that a government can both implement and revise the exact same form of legislation at the exact same time. Nevertheless, it's a flag because I haven't seen what it is that the ILO is asking them to revise, and there might be wiggle room there, but it's a flag. So then let's go to incompatible because those are more interesting. Most of the incompatibility arose between the ILO and the IMF. For those of us who have been following the space, this is not a shocking surprise. The IMF has been the last of the IFIs to really get coaxed into a rights-based policy. So in the short term, 10 out of 41 of the arrangements between the IMF, 10 of the 41 of the IMF's arrangements, as I mentioned, incorporate the pre-pandemic conditionality, including, this is where it became relevant, those that implicated labor legislation, income tax policy, and employment benefits. In the longer term, meaning post-pandemic, 21 of the 41 projects stipulated that the government had to return to IMF austerity, so the structural adjustment programs, quote unquote, as soon as possible. The ILO's projects, on the other hand, are encouraging governments to bolster public spending at this time, both in the short term and post-pandemic recovery, to strengthen recovery through decent work, to do exactly what this conference is looking about, which is, recovering with a human face. So an example is the Central African Republic, or Central African Republic. The IMF is giving it $38 million in its COVID recovery disbursement. The approval was based on the authorities, so the Central African Republican authorities' commitment to continue implementing the policies and structural reforms to which they had committed to a pre-pandemic arrangement. When I looked at that pre-pandemic arrangement, you can see that one of the elements was capping fines on employer violations of labor laws. So in other words, when an employer violates the rights of workers, the government has to cap the fine, stop punishing these employers for violating their labor rights. The ILO, meanwhile, has a program in there to strengthen the capacity of workers to bring accountability under those labor laws. So the ILO is working very hard in making sure that workers can get accountability for violations of their rights at the same time that the IMF is asking the government to stop bringing accountability to governments. So this is a review of, and there are many other cases to bring up, but I don't have time. So this brings us to, okay, well, what happens next? I mean, these organizations have been working on this for years, right? They've tried various high-level talking points at different points in history. The leadership of the organization become friends. Everything's great. The leadership leaves. Everything falls apart again. Really, what can be done? So my proposal is to come up with an ex ante, meaning before a country level project takes place, body. So this would be carried out through the UN country teams and handled by the resident coordinator. Now, many of you will say, well, that's going on already. We have country teams, we have a resident coordinator. However, participation by IFIs is not mandatory. It's only voluntary. I think that the UN has to work with the IFIs in order to secure commitments, political commitments at the spring meetings, if need be, to make the participation voluntary. I think the way that they can get that agreement is by promising participation doesn't mean giving way to one organization's policies and mandates over another, keeping in mind that these organizations are executing their mandates, their articles of agreement, their constitution. Those aren't going to start reconciling overnight. So instead, I think that we need to create a mandatory bargaining base where these organizations, through their officials that'll be operating on the ground, to negotiate, to raise awareness of their policies and to see where they can agree on commonality on a narrow basis to find creative ways around their legal tensions. So that is my proposal. It's a modest proposal, but I do call for something because clearly right now the UN's policy of voluntary coordination is not helping these organizations overcome their legal mandates, notwithstanding the existence of an international crisis. Thank you. And you're on mute. Keep that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Desiree. Really an interesting story that you had to tell. Are there any questions from the audience? I didn't see any chat comments, but nevertheless,
I do have one, sorry.
Yes, Mauro, go ahead, please.
Yeah, because we did a bit of work on this from an Argentine and Brazilian perspective with Renan, particularly the influence of the IMF during the 1990s in the labor law reforms. And I mean, it's when you, Desiree, when you basically mentioned this, it seems like they haven't changed anything. It's just the same policies. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. That's the very first thing I want to say is all IMF is usually, particularly Argentina is a serial debtor. So, yeah. But my question is just related to the final point, your proposal. And I'm just a bit skeptical. So, I mean, just not because I don't agree, just simply my question is, how sellable do you think that project is? Because, I mean, let's say an outsider from the UN system, this seems to me like an extra layer of international bureaucracy to have another group of people just doing that, doing probably sometimes a bit of waffling, but not sure about the concrete results. And again, I'm not against the proposal per se, but just in reality, do you think that it can make a difference? Thank you.
Mara, I think your comment and your question are excellent. Your comment absolutely streamlines my belief, which is that this isn't surprising, right? It doesn't surprise any of us who have followed this track. To me, what was interesting was being able to actually hold the organizations to a concrete point of time and to concrete overlapping policies where much of it beforehand, we've had to remain a bit theoretical or skeptical, right? Or abstract. But this time it was like, here is the exact point where the governments are placing directly conflicting policies. To your question, this is a very popular question I'm asked, and you're right to be skeptical. The one thing I would remind everyone, We talk about the ILO and the IMF and the World Bank as if they're entities, and they're not, right? They are representations of their member states, of their voting governments. Those governments are the same governments. So the United States is active in the World Bank, the IMF, as well as in the ILO. So are all of the other governments. And those of us who are on this panel, all of our respective governments are participants to this discourse. It is in the member states' interest to have coherence. It is in particularly those in developing countries. It is in their interest to not have to face conflicting policies. So a lot of this isn't about selling. A lot of this is about awareness raising. It's about making sure that governments understand what the state of play is and that they have something that it's within their control to do something about it. If the United States at the ILO decides that this is a good idea, then the United States and DC during the spring meetings will decide that that is a good idea. And to that point, I mean, there have been recent efforts to create yet more bureaucracy, as you mentioned. I was just at the ACUNS, am I saying that right? The academic conference for the UN system. And I was reminded from a resident coordinator that there was this socioeconomic response plan, the SERP, that was just adopted by the UN for COVID recovery. And it claims to make all of the organizations adhere to principles of environmental sustainability, gender equality, and human rights approach. So this was the new bureaucracy that the UN has just invited onto organizations. However, participation of the IFIs is voluntary, and in their most recent report, the SERP program notes that only 56% of the SERPs received some input from the World Bank, and only 32% received some input from the IMF. So it's not that the UN is afraid of creating new bodies, it's that the UN is afraid of making this mandatory. But I think that by appealing to their member leadership, they'll be able to get around that.
Yeah, thank you so much for your contribution. I think it was very valuable. I wish you all the best for your endeavor with these organizations. Thank you so much. I know that you now have to leave for another meeting. So I'd like to invite Ivan Williamson Jimenez to start the presentation. Ivan, yes, can you start? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Dr. Tidens, for your introduction and the rest of the speakers, and also the panelists and the participants, of course, that are attending this 4 days conference. Just quickly sharing my presentation. So this is all about the importance of occupational safety and health provisions in trade agreements and negotiations. I work for the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health in the UK. So we are basically a membership body, internationally recognized as an NGO as well. Well, I work for the policy and regulatory engagement department. I used to work in the research department as well. And this is just to provide some background on the topic I'm covering. So these are just some examples of our recent engagement with public policy in the region through either like public consultations, call for evidence from governments, or from policy development initiatives where we have highlighted the need to create safer, healthier, and more sustainable workplaces within the trade and investment context environment. Our influence is also evidence-based and supported by research that is meaningful in the context of trade. So as you can see, these are just some examples of, I would probably say, challenging sectors or professions, such as the ones working in the container ports industry, seafarers, or those working in the coal mining industry. And on this particular subject, we also strive to advocate for safer, healthier, and more sustainable trade by elevating occupational safety and health standards in trade and policy agreements. So this session is basically based on our recent contribution on 2020 to United Nations Policy Hackathon, where we recommended that general elements of trade agreements need to better embed a minimum level of occupational safety and health regulations. And I think this is a message that that we think is worth resonating in similar platforms, even like more academic platforms like this one and as well. So as part of our submission to the United Nations Policy Hackathon, we basically conducted a review of key trade agreements to analyze the descriptors and from labor and occupational safety and health provisions in major trade agreements. And the rationale around the paper was to better understand the integration of health and safety considerations into the trade policy process that, as many of you might be aware, has been historically dominated by economic and commercial matters. As the previous speaker was also suggesting to some extent. So outcomes of the paper clearly helped to reveal opportunities and vulnerabilities to enhance trade agreements and negotiations. In summary, the paper helped to provide a summary review of selected trade agreements, schemes, and proposed models in respect to labor, decent work, and occupational safety and health provisions. And many of the examples included in the paper help to demonstrate the increasing role that protection of human rights and occupational safety and health play in this kind of agreements, with a particular emphasis on ensuring that growth in trade never comes at the expense of worker protection. This paper also helped to provide evidence on the need of for more emphasis and clarity on how health and safety provisions tend to be articulated when they are articulated, of course, regulated and enforced in trade policy and agreements. I mean, that said, it is true that as we scholars tend to argue, ongoing research is recommended to further build the evidence base and share intelligence on best improvement options. As part of this advocacy work, we also, we recently hosted a session at United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum. So basically, we continued the exercise that was started with the United Nations paper. And we gathered we tried to gather consensus from several members from the civil society, and this event was much focused on a particular major free trade agreement, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that operates in the so-called ASEAN region. So basically, this agreement affects or has the potential to affect 15 Asia-Pacific nations, including 10 ASEAN member states, covering a total population of more than 2.3 billion people. So while this particular agreement is still in its infancy or much in its infancy, I mean, it is absolutely worth having this kind of conversations to see how to strengthen OSH provisions, and especially when it comes to the so-called emerging or least developed countries or economies. And one of the things that I need to highlight is that the session demonstrated the importance of civil society involvement for helping monitor health and safety provisions and their associated enforcement mechanisms. It is also true that free trade agreements can lead to, of course, positive aspects such as increased economic growth or foreign direct investment. Conversely, they can also lead to negative aspects, as I've already highlighted in relation to poor working conditions, precarization of particular sectors, or the outsourcing of jobs. And I'm pretty sure like many of us have witnessed this issue to some extent. So for example, this was particularly the case of the North American Free Trade Agreement, and also known as NAFTA, signed by Canada, Mexico, and the US, that led to many manufacturing industries closing and allocating their jobs to Mexico, where, as we know, enforcement and labor of labor and health and safety protections tend to be more fragmented. And our paper also alerted of not so well developed practices that compromise the protection of labor rights or that do not uphold international labor standards. And this is particularly the case for those agreements that involve challenging regions, such as the novel bi-regional association agreement between the EU and Mercosur with countries from the South American region, that in the chapter of trade and sustainable development does not articulate specific instruments to monitor the implementation of international labor standards. And well, as part of the research that we conducted, these were basically a summary of some of the potential measures that could be implemented, or that should be at least taken into account when it comes to these agreements. So one of the things that we highlighted is the importance of integrating the principles of the ILO guidelines on occupational safety and health management systems, supported by ISO standards such as ISO 45001 occupational safety and health management systems that is available. And we also highlighted the importance of benchmarking of best practices initiatives, such as the Trade for Decent Work led by the European Commission, also with the input of the International Labour Organization. And as I've recommended previously, we also suggested how forging better links with the civil society should be the way forward when it comes to better engagement and better involvement. And another potential route that was identified comes in the form of making occupational safety and health a fundamental workers' right. So, as you might be aware, this is a policy development that can be formalized and adopted at the next International Labour Organization governing body that would take place in next year in 2022. And one anticipated direct impact of this approval could be the formal inclusion of this fundamental right in many international instruments and policy related documents, such as existing trade agreements. But well, we also need to be cautious at this time, because yet it would be the sole prerogative of national states to exercise the ownership to mandate, articulate and implement the principle of occupational safety and health as a new fundamental right at work. And just finalizing or summarizing in the near term, the path towards global trade investment recovery evidences that there still remains an ample room for improved governance on how trade agreements invest robust protections of workers' health and safety. So it is true that for that reason, there is a need to put advocacy efforts by key players to engage in safer, healthier, and more sustainable trade strategies. Basically, by elevating OSH standards as part of worker-centered trade policy and agreements. And I think this is an important time for this to be properly acknowledged, as there are so many trends, not only as part of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also geopolitical tensions, the restructuring of global value chains, or the digitalization of the global economy. I mean, together with the milestone of the SDGs, where so many countries are embarking themselves in changing the way basically they trade and they invest in other countries. So trying to achieve this goal of a decent world in the context of trade developments makes absolute sense. So I think that's all from my side. I try to stick to the time as best as possible, and I'm open to any comments, questions, or remarks. So again, thanks everyone.
Okay, Ivan, thank you so much for your presentation. Have you seen the chat? There's one question to you, but you can give an example of a successful way the civic society could be involved in improving safety and health regulations.
Sure. So, and this is basically coming from our engagement in this recent United Nations public forum. So we try to gather representatives from the trade unions. The ITUC was one of the bodies that were there, and the Human and Business Rights Resource Center representatives were there, and also like international NGOs such as the Earthworm Foundation, and UNDP representatives were there as well. So yeah, as I was mentioning throughout my presentation, we believe this is basically the way forward. Of course, this needs to be supplemented through other types of measures. But the role of civil society is key to improve the situation in this particular area.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. I would propose now to go to the next presentation. Is that okay with you, Ivan?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great. So it's now Olga Martin Ortega. I hope I pronounced your name right. Can you please start your presentation?
Yeah, thank you very much. As my co-presenter said, I joined in the gratefulness to be here. And today I'm presenting a paper. There's a co-author paper with my colleagues, Martina Trupnat and Cindy Berman, who are both at the call as well and available as well for questions. Thank you, Cindy and Martina. Our paper is called Sliding Scales of Health and Harm, Lessons from Public Protective Equipment Procurement in a Crisis. So as we know, the response to COVID-19 has generated an unprecedented global demand for what we've now all know to say PPE, personal protective equipment, which I hadn't heard before, this abbreviation, with governments and private sectors in all parts of the world competing to secure high volumes of protective gloves, masks, aprons, medical gowns as quickly and as cheaply as possible. As public health systems were put under enormous strain, states responded, waiving their normal procurement procedures to respond to the emergency, and this is the main focus of our paper. In this paper, we analyze how a number of countries have reacted to this procurement emergency and how the existing procedures to address human rights risks in public supply chains, whether they held in the midst of this scramble to respond to the unprecedented global health crisis, and how do these systems actually relate to improving working conditions of those producing the goods the public sector needs to undertake its own functions, and in this case, the protection of the health of their own citizens. So we hope to provide some insights on more effective and resilient approaches to sourcing goods from supply chains, where there's a high risk of human rights violations and labor exploitation, not just during a crisis, but also in the longer term. So in my presentation, I will address labor exploitation in health supply chains and the impact of COVID-19, how countries were addressing human rights risks in their public supply chains, 3 models that we've studied. What happened in the procurement of PPE in the midst of the pandemic and some of the lessons and reflections that we have, we can take out from this study. First, a little methodological disclaimer in which we have not been able to do fieldwork. It wasn't an option for us. So it's mostly based on desk research where we've relied on the limited information regarding labor standards in the production of many PPE goods. There's not only not much information regarding what has happened in some settings on the ground, there is a lot of withhold data regarding emergency public procurement in governments that is only now coming out to the public scrutiny. We've conducted some informal off-the-record interviews with professionals in several procurement public bodies, as well as where they're at the front line of procuring during 2020. So these are the data that we have so far. Let's look at first at the labor exploitation in health supply chains and the impact of COVID-19. We knew before COVID-19 that the problem of labor exploitation and abuse of human rights in supply chains, in all supply chains, and specifically in in health sector, the production of goods used for the health sector was a widespread problem with abusive working conditions, excessive working hours, inadequate health and safety and security measures, and in some extreme cases, bonded labor and forced labor. And this health sectors such as surgical instruments in Pakistan, it was uncovered in 10 years ago. Exactly the same with gloves, rubber gloves, for example, surgical gloves and the production in Malaysia. But what happened during COVID-19 is that the response to the crisis on the one hand from the countries where the production sites were based, and the increased demand from consuming countries of, in this case that we're studying PPE, brought a tremendous amount of pressure that made already vulnerable workers vulnerable to the risk of forced labor, modern slavery, and human trafficking, and these other labor violations that I've just mentioned. They became even more vulnerable. And we've heard during these 4 days a lot of the specific problems and specific violations suffered by many of the workers in the supply chain. We've heard about garments a lot, and it similarly happened to the health sector, in which during the initial lockdowns, workers were quarantined in the living quarters, no ability to social distance, no access to their wages, no access to health care. Once the factories opened, their wages were reduced, or they were asked to work excessive hours and continue to live in unsafe environments. In some cases, migrant workers were repatriated involuntarily, their recruitment fees not reimbursed, or found themselves without a work contract in a country without the permission to stay there. So we've heard about this, and it has happened in the 2 countries of study that we have focused our work in, which is the ones that we've found more information about. But so they serve in a way as a proxy for assessing human rights and labor rights violations in public health supply chains, but are definitely not the only ones. The ones that we've focused most, because it's been the ones, responses to a lot of public attention to the working conditions in Malaysian rubber gloves factories, surgical gloves, and the relationship between the production of PPE in China and potential forced labor, sponsored forced labor specifically in the Xinjiang province, where the Muslim Uyghur population may have been, or there are reports that they have been subject to forced labor, including producing PPE. So once we set out context of what is that was happening before the pandemic in these supply chains and what's happened during the pandemic, we set out now to study what are the specific tools that the public sector, the public entities that are in this case responding to the health crisis, have to actually address human rights risks in their own supply chains. We focus on 3 countries, of which make use specifically of 3 regulatory tools, which are the ones that we thought are actually the ones that are more salient in terms of addressing the risks in public supply chain. These the tools are import bans, so blocking the entry of products altogether that could have been produced with human rights violations, and this therefore affects both the public sector and the private sector. Regulation regarding transparency in supply chains and modern slavery regulation, which demands corporate disclosures in an effort to prevent modern slavery in supply chains through transparency. And public procurement. This is specifically tools that are provided to the public sector, to public buyers, to scrutinize their own supply chain and to respond to human rights risks. So these tools represent tools that the public sector can use to exercise their leverage into influencing working conditions in their supply chain. In our paper, we go on as the limitations that a comparative approach has, but we can discuss that in the Q&A. So specifically, these 3 models that we studied are the model, as we say, the import bans, which is the US model, which we've called comply or die, which is a model in which the enforcing authorities would actually establish import bans whenever there's a product that is suspected to have been produced with forced labor or with human trafficking involved, then this product cannot enter the country, so it's withheld. In some occasions, the Customs and Border Protection authorities of the US will be able to impose what is called a WRO, which is a withhold release order. And this tool was used. It predates the COVID-19, but has been used specifically during the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis to address human rights violations in the Malaysian rubber gloves manufacturing, to specifically withhold the shipments of gloves and that way establishing penalties for the suppliers. So this model that was instituted before and it has been used now, it's a model that specifically has been criticized for disengaging with suppliers. They're not necessarily addresses the working conditions and human rights abuses per se, but it's a way to distance the public authorities from the abuse, and therefore, in a way, the public authorities lose this leverage, which we are arguing in our paper that is necessary in order, therefore, to address human rights risk in public supply chain. Second model is the model that we've called incentivize and engage, which is a model that relies on public procurement regulations and systems to drive cooperation among contracting authorities, and it's based on engaging with suppliers when there is some specific risk of violation, and monitoring, giving the public sector tools to monitor their own supply chains. So it's a model that is praised for engaging with suppliers and having more direct impact on the working conditions of the specific factories that are monitored and the commercial practices that those specific suppliers have. But it's quite limited in its reach to some extent, because it's quite intensive and require quite a lot of cooperation. And finally, our third model, which is the UK model. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say that it was used during the pandemic as well, this system, as well with working with the suspect labor from the Uyghur workers that had been transferred from Xinjiang province to another province to produce medical goods as well. So the final model is the UK model, which we've called the NUT model, which is aligned with the country's overall strategy on transparency and supply chain. And requires, it's a leading by example model in which the government has established a series of obligations of the private sector and some public sector to increase the transparency in supply chain and disclose their efforts. But it's a model that certainly has increased awareness in the public and private sectors regarding the risks in the supply chain. But again, does not show a significant impact on the specific purchasing practices that may lead to violations, nor provide systemic changes regarding abusive conditions. During the, as a response to the reports of violations both in Malaysia and China, the UK reacted announcing a strengthening of this process and advice for businesses to exercise due diligence when specifically sourcing from China. So what have we learned in my last 2 minutes? What have we learned of the procurement in the midst of the pandemic? We've learned several things in relation to how procurement itself happened and the crisis that the public sector faced, and a massive crisis of competition, of trying to scrambling for just accessing the supplies, and learn that their own procurement systems may not be resilient enough in terms of crisis, and definitely where nobody was thinking about safeguarding human rights at the beginning. That the public pressure continued, and they had to return to this, some of the their own initiatives before the pandemic on addressing human rights. But they also learned that in terms of their own relationship with supply chains, they realized the high level of dependence on a limited number of countries that manufactures PPE, and the fact that disrupted supply chains really had an immediate impact on the way they provided their services to their suppliers. Equally, that millions of workers were made more vulnerable to exploitation, and the constituencies, the citizens continue to demand to be addressed. So let me just conclude with some quick lessons about what we learned. From what we learned that I just said, is that all these different regulatory instruments that we've studied, that the states have developed to prevent and mitigate the risk of goods produced with labor exploitation entering their supply chain, can be powerful tools to comply with state human rights obligations, but they need to be built in a way that guarantees their permanency during emergency procurement. They need to be transparent in the application. Cut and run and mandatory exclusion send powerful messages to suppliers, but risk disengaging and therefore losing the leverage of the public body and potentially resulting in negative impacts to vulnerable workers. And the instruments need to address systemic conditions in which labor or human rights violation flourishes. It needs to be engagement and transparency during the procurement process. And I'll leave it here, and I'll leave it with my colleagues as well to answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. Really great. I don't see any questions in the chat box. So I propose that we now go to Mauro Pucceto and Renan Kali, his co-author. And if there are questions left, we take them at the end. Mauro, please go ahead.
Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'll start then. Okay, we would like to thank the organizers, particularly Umar Rani, for the invitation and this opportunity. We will talk about the recent evolution of the Inter-American system in terms of labor rights, with a special focus on the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions and its possible impact upon ILO standards. This is an ongoing dialogue that has usually gone the other way around. That is, ILO standards have heavily informed the Inter-American Court of Human Rights case law. As I said at the very beginning, we have chosen this title from San Jose, Costa Rica, where the Inter-American Court is based, to Geneva, based on a recent public article that has been published in the International Labor Review, as a way to continue with this debate. We don't have so much time, so if you have any questions, particularly related to the Inter-American system, we are more than happy to answer in the Q&A. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the outline. We will briefly introduce the Inter-American system, then we will explore the recent case law related to the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions, and then we will finish with the dialogue between the Inter-American system and the ILO. The Inter-American system, the corpus juris, is a bit fragmented and has 4 instruments that are related to labor rights. The 1948 Organization of the American States Charter has created this Pan-American system of human rights, which has recognized some labor rights, particularly the 1967 Protocol of Buenos Aires, which includes Article 45, which is one of the main provisions on which the Inter-American Court has relied to protect these rights. We have then the American Declaration of Human Rights, which is not a treaty per se, but it is a source of legal obligation and does recognize some labor rights as well. We have then the American Convention, which is probably the most important document of the Inter-American Court, the Inter-American system, sorry, that has created the court, whose provisions are the only ones in principle that can be invoked in contentious cases to the court. This is important because the American Convention was not meant to be a labor rights charter. The only reference is Article 26 that sets out that states should adopt measures to achieve, and now I quote, the full realization of the rights implicit in the economic, social, educational, scientific, and cultural standards set forth in the OAS Charter as amended by the Protocol of Buenos Aires. However, given the procedural organization of the Inter-American system, doubts were cast upon the justiciability of these rights. And that's why we have the Protocol of San Salvador that actually recognizes a long list of labor rights. However, it has erected another procedural hurdle that makes only freedom of association, in principle, the only right that can be invoked in proceedings to the court. And that's why it's important to briefly, at least understand the approach of the Inter-American Court. The court has traditionally played a rather limited role in the protection of labor rights. Until the mid-2010s, the direct protection of labor rights was restricted through trade union rights, especially freedom of association, whilst the others were protected indirectly. As you can see, point 1 and point 2, all the different cases in which the court protected labor rights, but directly and indirectly. However, it is in the very recent 2017 Lagos del Campo and Peru case that in which the court for the very first time recognized the autonomous protection of labor rights and relied directly upon Article 26 of the American Convention that I just mentioned. So in this, sorry, I'm not sure if somebody's got, okay. In this, we can see that since then, since 2017, we got different cases that have followed this approach. And we will focus in the last 2 cases that are related to the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions. So here we have 2 cases. Firstly, in June 2020, the court delivered a landmark judgment in the case Spoltor in Argentina. It was the first time that it recognized the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions that guarantee the health of workers as part of the right to work protected in the Charter. Sorry,
tengo un quilombo con el view de... No, pero lo que digo es que me...
Okay. Should I carry on? Yeah. Okay, good. So what I was saying is, in this judgment, this was the first time that the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions that guarantee the health of workers was recognized as part of the right to work protected in the Charter of the Organization of the American States. However, despite this recognition, the Inter-American Court mainly relied upon Articles 8 and 25 of the American Convention, which protect the right to a fair trial and the right to judicial protection, respectively. It is mainly in the second case, workers of the fireworks factory in San Antonio de Jesus, in which the court seems to have gone a step farther in the protection of these rights. In 1998, there was an explosion at an illegal factory in the city of Santo Antonio de Jesus in Brazil, which caused the death of 64 people and left 6 people severely injured. Survivors and family members were not offered due access to the justice, and that led them to report the violations to the Inter-American Court. The Inter-American Court took this case to flesh out the content of this right to fair and satisfactory working conditions through 2 elements. Firstly, its preventive nature. The court pointed out that the states have the obligation to adopt the necessary measures to prevent the violation of the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions. It also determined that the states have the obligation to regulate, supervise, and oversee that the working conditions are safe to prevent occupational accidents due to the handling of dangerous material. And the second element is the intersectional nature of this right. So in this case, the court addressed the issue of structural discrimination in the region. It is worth noting that the victims of the firework factory explosion belong to extremely vulnerable groups. They were women and children, mainly Afro-descendants, that lived in extreme poverty. This is important because the court noted that economic and social disadvantages of the victim pushed them to accept precarious jobs that were performed in extremely unsafe working conditions. And the court pointed out that the intersection of factors of discrimination increased the comparative disadvantages of the presumed victims. So they also suffer a specific fall of discrimination due to the confluence of all these factors. This intersectional approach had 2 particular consequences in this case. The first one was that Brazil, as a state party, had an enhanced obligation to oversee the operating conditions of the factory and to ensure that real measures were taken to protect life and health of workers. And the second consequence was in the realm of reparations. Other than the traditional compensations that we all know of, state parties must adopt positive measures in order to guarantee the full effectiveness of the human rights. And in this case, the court has requested 2 specific measures to Brazil. The first one was that the state needs to implement a systematic inspection policy in order to guarantee a healthy working environment. And secondly, the court ordered the state, within 2 years of notification of this judgment, to design and execute a socioeconomic development program, especially for the population of Santo Antonio de Jesus, which should focus on vocational training, as well as the strengthening of the educational system in order to guarantee access to decent and less precarious jobs. Although, I mean, this is actually a very important judgment. And although there are many debates regarding the powers of the court to do that, that's another debate. So now I will hand over to Renan to the second part of the.
Thank you, Mauro. So we'll continue our presentation talking about the dialogue between the Inter-American system and the ILO. So 2019 was an important year for the discussion to change the status of the right to safe and healthy work conditions in the ILO. This year, during the International Labour Conference, its constituents adopted the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work that stated safe and healthy working conditions are fundamental to decent work. And the conference in this year also adopted a resolution requesting the governing body to consider the proposals for including safe and healthy working conditions in the ILO's framework of fundamental principles and rights at work. In March 2021, during the discussions in the session of the governing body, the workers' spokesperson highlighted that the preventative dimension of safe and healthy working conditions should be prioritized. The government representative of Senegal, speaking on behalf of Africa Group during this session of the governing body, he supported any proposal aiming to include safe and health working conditions in the fundamental principles, rights and principles and rights at work, along as the same lines as international key and regional instruments. And the resolution on a global call to action for a human-centered recovery for the COVID-19 crisis that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, adopted in 2021 International Labour Conference, is an important document to evaluate how the current pandemics impacted the discussion on the relevance of this right. The resolution recognizes that the COVID-19 pandemic led to new challenges to health, safety, and rights at work, and that this crisis affected the most disadvantaged and vulnerable disproportionately, such as women, individuals in the informal economy, individuals in insecure forms of work, those working in low-skilled jobs, migrants, and those belonging to ethnic and racial minorities. So considering this scenario, there are two main axes in which the Inter-American standards can inform the ILO discussions on this topic: the preventative perspective and the intersectional approach. The first one, the preventative aspect, the distinction between immediate enforceable obligations and the progressive ones can contribute to clarifying the content and the timing of the legislative and administrative measures the states should adopt. This helps to distinguish between those that should be adopted immediately and those that might be implemented depending on the availability of resources. Moreover, the development of the Inter-American standards specifically related to preventative efforts may inform the content of the obligations derived from the ILO conventions. As Mauro mentioned, for instance, it may reinforce the importance to regulate, supervise, and oversee actions to verify whether working conditions meet the minimum standards, the international and regional standards. On the second aspect, regarding the intersectionality, the standards developed by the court can contribute to improving the evaluation of the obligations on the right to safe and healthy working conditions by properly targeting the particularities of the most vulnerable groups. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how losses and damages on occupational safety and health issues disproportionately affect the most disadvantaged, which has been noted by the ILO, as the resolution adopted by this year's conference shows. And finally, the right to fair and satisfactory working conditions is a fundamental right in the Inter-American system. To determine the content of this right, the court considered the international corpus juris on this matter. And this is important for two main reasons. The first one, it demonstrates that the development of the Inter-American standards on this right has its roots in the international human rights law. And secondly, it addresses a particular concern that has been raised in the governing body debates on the need to consider other key international and regional instruments to inform these discussions in the ILO. So this is our presentation. I thank you for your attention, and we are willing to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Reina and Mauro. First, before we start the questions and answers, I'd like to introduce you to Professor Gerhard Bosch, who is co-supervising this session. Gerard, if you have any questions, please let us know. And otherwise we go to Olga. There has been a long discussion in the chat box. So maybe you want to explain a bit on this communication.
Great. Yes. One of the things that I don't think I highlighted enough during the paper is that these examples that we studied from these specific countries are very limited. These are 3 countries that have reacted, that had already established systems to address the human rights risk in their own supply chains, but they're just these 3 countries really. I mean, the Norwegian and Norway and Denmark had also quite advanced systems, but therefore, but we still think there is an element of that we should learn from. There is, we are placing a lot of emphasis on the responsibilities of the private sector to exercise human rights due diligence, to make sure that their working conditions in the supply chains do comply with ILO core labor standards, etc. Whilst we are paying slightly less attention on public supply chains, which in a way, are the same, but it's the responsibility of the public sector as well. So I think this has proved that the pandemic has challenged the public resourcing more than ever, but it's also taught us that we can't do it turning our backs to actually what's happening on what are the working conditions of the places where the products that the public, the state needs to provide its own public functions is sourcing. But I think maybe Cindy, if you want to add anything else, because you've been contributing to the chat as well.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions to either Ivan or to Mauro and Renan? Please let them know. No questions in the chat. No. I both find the presentations very interesting. If there are no questions, I'd like to thank you all for your presentations. I really found them very interesting. And I hope that, well, my understanding is that the ILO makes the presentations available. You will be asked whether your presentations are available, and if so, whether they can be posted online on the ILO website. So I hope that that comes through and that we can review all your presentations. Thank you so much for all your work and all your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Goodbye.
So my mobile phone tells me that we have 3:30 European time. And I'm glad to welcome you to our session number 8, Policies for a Post-COVID-19 World of Work. And we have 4 presentations and 1 hour and 15 minutes. And I propose that we will have the presentations on a row. I propose also that the presenters present in about 12 minutes, and so that we have at the end enough time for discussion. And I'm very glad to welcome all the speakers who are here and all the other participants. And we start with a paper from ILO Yoon, Back to the Future Towards a Fairer Recovery with Taking Responsibility. And ILO Yoon is a research fellow at the Center for Labor and Welfare Law at the Seoul National University in Korea. So it's your floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Erim Yoon, and can you see my the slide?
Yes, we can see it perfectly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Today, I would like to present how neoliberal policy in Korea has affected vulnerability of labor protection system. And actually, after the COVID-19 pandemic occurred, Korea was referred to as a successful case of prevention of infection, but the job protection has not been successful so far. Okay. The first action by the government was to facilitate its employment retention subsidy program. The government has relaxed the conditions for receiving the employment retention subsidy. And second, for supporting workers who were not covered by the employment insurance scheme, such as the dependent self-employed workers, the government has provided an emergency employment security subsidy. In addition, the Key Industry Stabilization Fund was introduced to support industries severely impacted by the pandemic, such as airlines. The conditions for accessing the fund include a requirement to retain over 90% of employees for over 6 months. And now I will skip this. But as the figure 1 shows, the fall in employment has also been most severe among the non-standard workers in previous economic crises, such as the 2009 global financial crisis. It means non-standard workers have experienced the hardest hit and the latest recovery in recent economic crises. On the next slide, I will explain why current employment protection system does not work for those non-standard workers. After the 1997 Asian financial crisis, Korean employers have minimized the use of regular employees and replaced permanent jobs with non-standard work. Aviation industry is the case. Most airline companies have contracted out aircraft ground handling to their subsidiaries, which again outsourced the entire work to subcontractors. In response to the pandemic, the government injected 3 billion Korean won into airline companies. Nevertheless, this could not save jobs of subcontracted workers who account for a half of the workforce in the industry. airline companies and their subsidiaries easily terminate the contract instead of taking any job retention measures for subcontracted workers. Employers also have increasingly used workers as a form of independent contractor. After COVID-19 crisis occurred, these dependent self-employed workers were first hit to employment shock. But user employers easily terminate or refuse to renew their contract. Also, the employment insurance scheme was mandatory for an employee. Most of dependent self-employed were not protected by the employment insurance scheme. So despite emergency employment measures, the segmented structure in the Korean labor market, which was constructed by previous neoliberal policy, is creating new gaps and inequality as regards labor and social protection. Since the 1997 financial crisis, Korean government, for example, legalized collective dismissals in 1998, which had until then been restricted under labor law. In addition, the triangular employment relationship, which had been prohibited under labor law until then, were also legitimized. Also, the government drove legislations to allow the free use of a fixed-term employment contract for up to 2 years without any reasons. So as you see, the figure shows that about half of total workers are non-standard workers since 2000, the pandemic crisis. And also the tradition and the very narrow the judicial precedents is also contribute to the segmented labor law the systems. Traditionally, the courts noted when the founding the existence of employment relationship, such factors as whether the employer exerted direction or supervision over the performance of work. So such a narrow interpretation of the employment relationship has contributed to an increase in so-called bogus self-employed. Also, the Supreme Court hardly recognized the third person's outside an employment relationship as the employer. Also, Korean labor law suppressed the involvement of trade unions in the restructuring of work organization. For example, strikes against redundancy, outsourcing, or government policies are banned. Also, subcontracted workers are rarely allowed to conduct collective actions on the user company's premises, even though this is actually their the workplace. Consequently, under this the fragmented labor law system, employers could use freely outsourcing and non-standard employment and easily contract out employers' responsibility. And also, the segmented employment insurance system reveals vulnerability of current social protections. As you see, only over half of the workers had access to an unemployment safety net. And among them, the 1/4 were non-wage workers, mostly including the dependent self-employed workers. So in 2018, the Korean government introduced the Amendment of Employment Insurance Act in order that certain group of dependent self-employed are mandatorily enrolled to employment insurance. But at that time, employers groups opposed the expansion of the employment insurance coverage for dependent self-employed, arguing they are genuine self-employed and thus user companies bear no legal liability for their employment safety net. So the adjustment and to oppose to the face to this opposition, government put forward an amendment that the personal scope of eligible dependent self-employed would be limited to those who are economically dependent on a specific user companies. And also the after the pandemic crisis, the government amendment bill was enacted in January 2021. So the only 12 occupations among the dependent self-employed will become eligible to receive unemployment benefits, but it means only a few groups of dependent self-employed workers whose income is concentrated on a very specific user companies could be covered by the employment insurance system. So in conclusion, for the effective response to the pandemic crisis, as well as for building a better future of work, the current policies for labor market flexibilization and for repressing workers' voice should be fundamentally changed. First of all, legal changes to re-regulate non-standard work is essential. Without tackling such abuse of non-standard employment, employment support measures would have very limited effectiveness, no matter how much money is spent. So at least employers' refusal of renewing an employment contract should be limited to the case where justifiable reasons for that exist. Secondly, the regulation to combat disguised employment relationship is required. Of course, introducing a legal presumption of an employment relationship, for example, would be very helpful, but still employers could avoid those regulations by transforming the form of contract. So there is an urgent need to secure right to organize and right to collective bargaining for all workers, including dependent self-employed workers. Also, the right to collective actions vis-a-vis user companies or the economic employers, lead firms along the supply chains should be secured. Also, the sectoral bargaining or collective bargaining with multiple employers should be encouraged as well. Social dialogue is a pillar of a human-centered recovery, but enhancing effective collective bargaining system for all workers, regardless of employment status, is a precondition for meaningful social dialogue. And last but not least, it is time to reconstruct the concept of employer and the scope of employer liability for a fairer and sustainable the recovery. But I like to focus on the collective in the collective meaning, collective employers' liability, not individual employers' liability. Various attempts have already been done. For example, in case of construction work, is subcontracted downwards several levels from a main contractor. According to the Korean law, the main contractor shall pay into employment insurance for all the workers along the supply chain. Also, for platform workers, the amended Employment Insurance Act stipulates platform companies should report enrollment of workers to the authority and collect social insurance contributions. But going further is needed. Platform companies and the economic employers should jointly bear financial contribution for social safety system for gig workers to secure the fair share of on the side of employers. So in conclusion, establishing employers' collective accountability beyond an employment relationship and across corporate boundaries is critical to a fairer the recovery after current crisis. And thank you for your listening. Gerrit, you are on mute.
Microphone.
Yeah, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I think we have similar problems in many other countries. In my country, for example, we have the liability of general contractors for the minimum wage, and in some industries also for social contributions. So we move on to the second presentation from Farida Layal on Corona pandemic and the world of world, employment crisis and need of visible government hands. Farida Layal is a PhD candidate at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in India. So go ahead, Farida. Thank you very much.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My topic for presentation is Corona Pandemic and World of Work, Employment Crisis and Need of Visible Government Hands. In a world of differences, COVID-19 is a one common thread that has impacted every nation and every individual. Uncertainty is an inseparable part of the new normal. One direct impact of this new normal is downsizing of workforces. Work has become limited and the workforce sizes have been trimmed. Consequently, unemployment rates have risen globally. Many countries have retained workers because of their inflexible labor protection laws, while in others they were furloughed. This situation is leading to economic imbalance, and the idea that market invisible hands will bring market equilibrium seems to be irrelevant amid the current pandemic. The approach for the paper has been to deduce the recovery paths based on a projected growth rate trajectory under different circumstances. Furthermore, a regression analysis of unemployment losses is done with other economic parameters. Henceforth, recovery measures in short run and reforms in the long run are categorized under 5 broad heads. Now this figure shows the forecast for global GDP with different possible growth rates. The green line shows the growth trend based on the year following 2015 with no pandemic situation. The other 4 scenarios follow 2020 downturn, where the global GDP declined from 87 trillion USD to 84 trillion USD, are down by 3.6%. And then they follow different growth rates from 2021 onwards on year-on-year basis. Now in scenario 1, it follows a growth rate of 6%. It catches up with the non-pandemic growth path in year 2024. In scenario 2, following a growth rate of 5% year-on-year, it will catch up in the year 2028. While in scenario 3, following a 4.5% year-on-year growth rate, it will catch up in the year 2036. In scenario 4, with a growth rate of 4% or anything below that, it will be unable to catch up with the loss of GDP due to pandemic. The next figure is the unemployment recovery path for global unemployment. While in 2019, the global unemployment rate was 5.3%, it increased to 6.4% in 2020, which was an increase in unemployment rate by 22.3%. For mapping the recovery path for unemployment, its relationship with GDP is used. The GDP growth rate of 4% from 2015 to 19 corresponded to decline in global unemployment by 1.15%. Taking this trend, the alternate scenarios for unemployment trends are framed. Blue line is the line of no pandemic situation. Scenario 1 follows unemployment decline expected with 6% growth rate. It catches up with the non-pandemic unemployment trend in the year 2054. Scenario 2, following a 5% year-on-year growth rate of GDP, it can catch up the unemployment trends only in year 2091. And following a 4% or anything below that, it is going to take much longer time, beyond century. Now, this slide shows the methodology for regression analysis. Unemployment is taken as the dependent variable and is expressed as percentage change from 2019 to 2020. There are 6 independent variables. The first are public expenditure on health sector, non-health sector, and liquidity support measures as percentage of GDP. Next is EPLEX, whose value varies from 0 to 1. Fifth is COVID-19 cases as percentage of total population. And last is the percentage change in GDP. So in total, 112 countries were taken for analysis, and the 2 dummy variables used are world division by region and world division by income groups, which can be seen in the figure. A multiple regression analysis was used, which shows that the mean loss in unemployment was 28% and GDP on average contracted by 4%. Health sector expenditure average was 0.92% of GDP. Non-health sector and liquidity support averages were 4.3% and 4.72% respectively. COVID-19 cases average 1.76% of total population, and the correlation analysis shows that unemployment was positively related to decline in GDP and rise in COVID cases. Also, there is a significant negative correlation to liquidity support measures. That is, higher the liquidity support in form of public expenditure by government, lower was the unemployment. Also, there was negative relation between unemployment and EPLEX, meaning countries that had strong labor protection laws were able to reduce the incidence of unemployment during the pandemic. The R-square for the model is 0.425, which suggests that the model is statistically significant at 5% level. Now, this box plot figure shows region-wise, taking Europe as a reference group, that there is a significant variation of unemployment across Asian and American regions, while income-wise, there is no significant difference. Now, according to ILO's report, the labor income losses were equivalent to 3% of GDP in Asian regions, and around 25 million people in the region have fallen below poverty line in 2020. Most of it was on account of low social protection, slim institutional strength, and because most of the workers were employed in informal sector. Comparing US and Europe, the job losses were more pronounced in US, as it emphasized more on unemployment benefits and stimulus packages rather than on job retention schemes. These are the 4 figures which shows the unemployment relationship with the economic indicators. Loss in GDP and COVID cases are positively related, while public expenditures in the form of liquidity support and employment protection are negatively related to the incidence of unemployment. But what's the way forward, way to recovery and reform from what we have experienced and what we have learned during this pandemic? I have divided it into 5 categories. The first step, obvious, is the generous public expenditure. As seen from this figure, it's from IMF, the data shows that the debt to GDP ratio was around 120% in advanced countries in response to COVID, but only 64% in case of emerging economies and 49% for low income countries. Enhanced public expenditure is indeed compulsory for all countries, irrespective of their stage of development. If not, they will be pushed lower on the rungs of recovery. US and Germany have provided generous loans to enterprises. Germany initiated Solidarity Fund, UK gave VAT exemptions. Others had unemployment benefits, deferred tax payments, concessional loans, etc., to boost investors' confidence in the market. UK, China, Australia, and New Zealand are spending immensely on infrastructure, transport, and school buildings for the revival of employment. Now, for the populous countries like India, where majority of workers are in informal sector, there is need to support small and medium enterprises, which are struggling more with reduced demand and cash crunch compared to larger firms. Indian government has introduced schemes like Atmanirbhar package, equity infusion for SMEs, viability gap funding for the private sector, collateral-free lending, etc., to boost the employment and to revive the rural economy. Fourthly, the health sector. Despite the severity of 2014 and 16 Ebola crisis, inadequate actions were taken to ramp up medical facilities, and then came COVID. According to WHO's suggestions, it is high time to prioritize public funds to the frontline workers and time to expand medical capacities. Secondly, social protection and provision for vulnerables. There is need of inclusion of unemployment or employment insurance as a key for labor market reform. To balance the labor market flexibility and security, government must ensure minimum income or social security for all its citizens. Further, these social securities can be divided into two categories. First, social assistance must be extended to those who are unable to work or who earn a low income. Second, social provisions of social insurance to those who work but do not have safety nets like insurance and benefits, which is available to organized sector workers. Thirdly, ILO also describes COVID-19 as a wake-up call to fix the bottlenecks of social securities. It suggests extending social securities to include self-employed workers, platform workers, independent workers, poor and young people. Amid this pandemic, the call for universal basic income has gained more support. Studies suggest positive results of such income support and social indicators like diet, health, education, income, etc. But how to finance it? Where do the government get the money? The figure above shows that the top 10% of the wealthy people had 52% of income, while top 10% of the wealthy people had 52% of income, while the bottom 50% share was only 8.6%. And this is the case in 2019. The pandemic has further enhanced this gap. The possible way is to narrow this inequality by taxing the people who have the biggest share of income and who have still managed to make significant profits during this pandemic time. It is time to implement global corporate tax on big MNCs. The Biden administration suggested a 21% global corporate tax, while ICRIT proposed a minimum 25% tax on these companies. However, at the G7 meeting in July, a 15% global tax rate was agreed upon. Secondly, according to World Bank, the digital economy now accounts for 15% of world GDP, and it is growing 2.5 times faster than the world GDP over the past 15 years. Countries like UK has 2%, Turkey 7%, Italy 3% digital tax, while there are still many countries who haven't implemented them. Also, with an evident rise in wealth inequality, this is the right time to raise the wealth tax. According to a recent study by Says and Zuckman, the wealth of 400 richest Americans was equivalent to 18% of GDP in 2021, which was double the level observed in 2010. Also, limiting tax evasion is another way to enhance the tax base, which is a common practice in emerging economies, for example, India. Fourth, job retention, protection, and promotion. Active labor markets can be a key for workers' retention in firm and for rehiring of displaced and unproductive workers. It can be done through wage subsidies, hiring subsidies, incentives to retain workers, and also providing job search assistance for youth. Second, it's necessary to ensure training processes become more resilient to disruptions going forward. ALMPs can offer training as a central part to help youth find quality jobs. Third, education. It needs to be aligned the way labor market is evolving. The current pandemic has accelerated the change in learning models, especially as online education model becomes a mainstay. It's time to reskill and upskill educational model, as education truly is an economic equalizer. Also, with the share of wages falling in the income considerably, especially since 2015, where the demand for robotics, AI is rising, ALMPs must create jobs in sectors that have low possibility of capital substitution, like even in long run, like childcare, healthcare sector, elderly care. And fifth, government should encourage startups through incentives. Fifth, employment.
You should come
protection.
to an end.
Yes.
Your time is over. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is the last slide. I want to emphasize the EPLIC's broad heads of regulations, which can be strengthened for workers in informal sector. The earlier regression result also showed it was the savior of employment during pandemic time. Conclusion. The solution for such unforeseen economic shocks is to maintain aggregate demand through government interventions in the form of fiscal policies, which can enhance labor demand and push the market out of recessionary trends while keeping production processes intact. The spotlight of the paper is that a high growth rate is indeed desirable to compensate for the losses on account of slowdown. The pandemic's impact on unemployment is dismal and the recovery path will take a longer time. Also, government intervention is must to retain, generate, and maintain employment through generous public expenditures in healthcare, social infrastructure, and education. Lastly, there is imminent need for government to focus on labor policies, strengthen employment protection laws, and enhance their social security provisions, which can cushion these workers in event of future economic downturns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farida, for this comprehensive view on the anti-COVID policy around the world. We now move on to our third presentation by Mark Smith and Paola Villa with the title The European Employment Strategy at 2021, Performance, Perspective and Prospects Post-COVID. Mark Smith is Director-Select at the University of Stellenbosch Business School in South Africa and also at the Grenoble École de Management. And Paola Villa is a professor at the Department of Economics and Management in Trento. I've heard that Mark is presenting. Please, Mark, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. You can hear me okay? I've just shifted to a better microphone because Gerhard told me there was, and hopefully you can see my slides. It's okay?
I don't see your slides.
Ah, 1 second, I moved it. And
I don't know if other people are seeing them.
It says I'm
now I see them.
Ah, okay, okay. I'll put them over here. No, they're on a different screen. So, okay, and I'll put a timer on as well. So, hello, thank you, Gerhard. So, as Gerhard says, I'm presenting this paper with Paola Villa, who is in the audience with us, and will help me with any difficult questions. It's a joint piece based on work Paola and I've been doing for quite a while on the European employment strategy. So the title in the program is not correct. It's employment strategy at 21 because what we thought was quite fortuitous or infortuitous in terms of the European Commission is that 2020 marked the 21st birthday of the employment strategy, and it came to an end at the time when it was perhaps least helpful to come to an end. So we thought it was useful to give an outline of where employment policy at the European level has come from in the sort of first 6 minutes, if I can, and in the second 6, I sort of think we'll think about what's been going on in preparation for the future and in response to COVID and the pandemic. So for people who apologies, people who know about these things, but people who don't know about these things, the employment policy, the strategy of the European Union towards employment dates back to 1997 and really came into force in 1999. And it was a mechanism by which to share good practice and shape employment policies and labor markets towards a kind of ideal, an ideal of a high level of employment, an ideal of increasing number of women and older workers working, and a notion of the labor market and employment and social policy would also provide care. There were mechanisms such as open method coordination, whereby countries would compare their performance and their good practices among themselves and learn, but also mechanisms by which the Commission would and the Council of the European Union would make recommendations and somehow hold countries to account, even though that was done in more or less weak way. So it was heavily based on a supply side approach. That the idea that freeing up on the labor market side was the biggest problem that Europe faced at the end of the 90s, not a lack of demand. And this interaction between guidelines from the Commission, recommendations from the Commission and Council, combining with reporting by member states, would pull countries towards a vision of a particular way of doing things. Over time, now at the end of that process, we have over 1,000 country-specific recommendations over those 21 years, and they portray a picture of the different thinking the European Commission was going through, the different approaches it took to various countries and member states, but also shifting politics and policies inside the Commission and the Council. And we would argue a sort of a decline in the notion of a vision towards where the European labour markets were heading, and more towards a reactive kind of compromise, a series of compromises. But over time, it's also possible to track different trends and different pressures on the governments and through the country-specific recommendations. I apologize in advance. This next picture is very busy, but I just wanted to give you an idea of just the bar chart in the middle that shows you the number of recommendations each year. So you can see how the number of recommendations has fluctuated significantly. And in red, you can see how we've kind of picked on the overriding themes and trends or fads that the Commission had. So at the start, there was a strong idea, even though there was a lot of criticism, it was still quite a revolutionary approach to integrating gender into employment policy that hadn't been existing before. That's faded away to more dispersed and diffused objectives as the policy or the strategy has been buffeted by events, accession, crisis, recession, and most recently Brexit and the pandemic. But also as the politicians have changed from more a left-leaning group at the start of the process to a more diffused and more right-leaning group of European leaders towards the end. I'm going to skip over that because that's one I think we can lose. So overall, we see a shift in the last 20 years. This phase of the European employment strategy, we see a declining position of employment inside these country-specific recommendations. At the start, they were dedicated to recommendations on employment. They became absorbed in economic policy guidelines, recommendations, and then they quickly became diffused into a more less focused and dispersed policy recommendations. So whereas we're very focused at the start, for example, address the lack of childcare in your country, they become a kind of discursive paragraph that is very much a range of different activities. We also see some countries not having any recommendations some years, and also any countries that were subject to the pressures of the troika after the financial crisis were actually removed from the process. So again, a weakening of the influence of the strategy. And then you can also see there in terms of the detail at the bottom of that slide, the decline in the number of words over this most recent period. So they've become both discursive, but even less with less information inside them. This just gives you an indication of the employment-focused CSRs and in green, and how that has declined over time. And the arrow along the bottom there indicates a kind of fall in focus on gender and poverty, which was a big event in 2010, quickly fell away as well. So there's sort of these big commitments that then fall away on the social side as the macroeconomic and financial side overrides. So what happens? We arrive in 2020, and the European Commission finds itself in a kind of a panic. It's the end of the European 2020 strategy, and we have the pandemic, and they're supposed to be thinking about a new way forward, but also dealing with the consequences of the pandemic. So we roll over initially the country-specific recommendations from the previous year. So again, a kind of a downgrading of the importance of these things, and then we see effectively a cut and paste across countries. Whereas we found lots of diversity in the recommendations in previous years, in 2020 and 2021, we see the same thing pasted over and over again. So somebody with Microsoft Word just pasting these same phrases: take necessary measures to address the pandemic, improve resilience, focus on investment in green and digital. Poverty is entirely absent, gender equality entirely absent. There's a full, that is on the page there, you can see the full a full country-specific recommendation, and that one is repeated multiple times across countries. So then what happens then? Well, just dial back 2 years. We see in 2017, the European Union had committed to the next generation and to the social pillar in 2017 in Gothenburg, and that led to these three principles, these three pillars of equal opportunities, fair working conditions, social protection. And what emerges is the social pillar process that's going to last from 2021 through to 2030. And that was validated in Porto just a few weeks ago. But when we drill down inside that, we see that the targets are actually weaker, or no, not sorry, weaker, aligned with the targets of the previous of 10 years earlier. So the 2010 target of 75% has now become 78%. So not really great change. The reduction of 15 million in poverty is actually lower than the target for poverty that was set in 2010. There are no targets related to gender or youth as there were before, but there are some imprecise goals with no actual figures behind them on closing gender gaps and reducing the number of needs. On the other hand, there is the potential there is some innovation in the fact that now the Commission has extra resources in terms of policing the reform plans and the reform for countries over the next 10 years, is that they can control resources. So there's the potential that they can actually implement and follow the effects of their country-specific recommendations rather more closely, sorry. This picture is very hectic, but just gives you an idea of the diffuse nature of the social pillar. There are 20 different elements to it. They broadly fall under the three big pillars: equal opportunities, fair working conditions, social protection, but they cover everything. It's a kind of shopping list or a Christmas list of lots of different policies, and the Commission is busy trying to put action plans under these different headings, some of which has been more active around or has more experience, for example, gender equality, and others where there's less history. For example, in linking to the previous presentation around basic incomes. So we see a kind of a wider scope for the approach for the next 10 years in response to the crisis, in response to the ambitions of the stated ambitions, but a less of a focus, if you like, in terms of what the vision is for the final labour market. So in my last 2 minutes, I just wanted to say, firstly, to explain where we've come from a system over a situation of or a period of over 1,000 country-specific recommendations, which started off with a clear vision or a clear-ish vision of what the European labour markets should be like and what a European worker should be like, and an employment model, if you like, that's been gradually eroded through, as we can measure in terms of the country-specific recommendations, in terms of changes in style and formulation, in terms of the messages and the messaging, from gender equality through to flexicurity, through to youth, etc. A decline in coherence and clarity. Also, I've also mentioned the shift in policies, and also, as in that very hectic diagram I showed you earlier, there's a kind of a series of add-ons as the employment policy has become weaker in structure. The European Commission has added things on the side. So its own projects like the Youth Guarantee, for example, to respond to the crisis that were not part of the employment strategy. The final slide in the last minute is thinking about the future. So where we've come to now is we've come to a position of a dilution of strategy to what's been called by some authors as a package deal. Maybe you can think of my package deal as those 20 different elements, a kind of compromise that everybody can be happy with, but is kind of dilute. The policy has been unlucky in having renewals at very inopportune moments. 2010, just after the financial crisis, 2020 inside the pandemic. But we see what we see in the future. It looks more like a recovery plan than a vision for the labour market. To be fair to the policy makers, which I think we should be at different times of time, they're making policy in a polycrisis. There's the shock of the pandemic on a situation where the European strategy was rather weak already. There's the speed of change. For example, just for one example, the gender equality strategy was launched in March 2020. Oops, sorry, my phone's dinging. In March 2020, and 2 weeks later we have the lockdown. The gender equality strategy for 2020-2024 doesn't say anything about the pandemic. It's just one example illustrates the impact of making policy in this sort of policy crisis or highly turbulent environment. The third element of polycrisis, I think, is this fragmentation, which maybe we can link to the Brexit vote, then the Brexit, and then the actual enacting of Brexit, but also the position being taken by the Hungarians or by the Slovaks in relation to some of the perhaps core principles what we might think that were fairly coherent among the policymakers that launched the strategy 21 years ago. So for the future is somewhat deja vu with weakened targets or weak targets, but with new ambitions in terms of scope. And also we would say new gendered risks, particularly in terms of the focus on green and digital, that highly segregated activities and highly male dominated, but with some levers for influence if the European Commission and the Council decide to use the levers for access to resources as a way to enforce the social measures of the employment strategy or of the social pillar, rather than using those levers just for the financial and economic situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. And please unshare the screen. We are moving on to the next paper, the last paper, presented by Matthew Johnson and also written by Damian Grimshaw. The Road Less Traveled, 3 different scenarios for the decent work agenda after COVID-19. Our presenter, Matthew Johnson, is a lecturer in employment studies based in the Work Equalities Institute at the Alliance Manchester Business School in London. And Damian Grimshaw, the co-author, is professor at the King's College in London. Please go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you, Gerhard. Hopefully you can hear me. I think I had a slight microphone problem before, but hopefully this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, great. Yeah, thank you for this. I'm kind of conscious this is the last paper of the last session of the conference, so there's not a huge amount left to be said that hasn't already been covered, you know, very eloquently and probably better by many others before. So this is a piece of work undertaken by myself and Ava, who are both based at Manchester, and Damian Grimshaw, who some of you may know from his time at Manchester, or his time at the ILO, and now at King. So I'm kind of on my own for this one. This is a very much a work in progress. So it's quite a stylized kind of portrait of what we've seen in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there probably are some very obvious kind of methodological and conceptual issues, which I'm happy to kind of field questions on as we go forward. But we kind of started from the point of view of trying to unpick this kind of surprisingly coherent or surprisingly similar responses across the world in response to COVID-19. So you had this, you know, obviously a huge kind of global shock, but then governments of all kind of political leanings, different stages of development, kind of cheered on in many ways by the kind of mainstream IFIs, i.e. World Bank and IMF, to kind of pull out all the stops, do anything that is necessary to prevent the collapse of the economy, to protect citizens, to focus on human needs. So there was this very different response to, if we look back at the 2008-9 global financial crisis, where the response was very much about maintaining liquidity in markets, propping up financial institutions, and then very quickly moving into a public sector austerity phase. The response to COVID-19 has been slightly different. So we're interested to get beyond the kind of the rhetoric of that and start to look at what might be going on underneath that. So we framed it around the decent work agenda, which obviously is a long-running project, not only within the ILO, but across a number of international organizations, so have been picked up in different places. So we're interested to see whether the emergency responses to COVID-19 and also the recovery strategies were either implicitly or explicitly talking about decent work. Were they talking about the 4 pillars: job creation, rights, social protection, social dialogue? And whether decent work was kind of forming part of the recovery strategy of these divergent international organizations. Were they still talking the same language around protecting workers, protecting citizens, a human-centered recovery? So, like I say, it's kind of work in progress. So we were looking at national level policies. We picked up a number of those through the UNDP's Global Gender Policy Track, which is a great resource. Comparative data on social protection, social dialogue, working time and wages, and then also looking at what the IOs were publishing. So the flagship reports, the interim reports, and the working papers, and also the leadership statements. What were the kind of key figures within these institutions saying about the crisis? So at the risk of kind of repeating what's been said in every other presentation, obviously an unprecedented kind of financial and social and human shock to the global system. So huge loss of GDP, huge loss of working hours as a result of COVID-19, somewhere in the order of 4 times the scale of the 2008-9 global financial crisis. But at the same time, this kind of presents an opportunity. So if we look back at the history of the establishment and evolution of international organizations and those kind of transnational collaborative agreements, quite often formed in times of crisis, after world wars, after various economic disasters, for example. So at the same time, there's an opportunity to put decent work at the heart of the recovery. So this is kind of reflecting the idea that pandemics, these kind of shared global events, give us a chance to look anew at things that we might need to deal with. And something I want to come back to is, at the same time, we know that there is a kind of an increasing pattern of recurring instability, recurring crises, recurring volatility. So we maybe have to prepare ourselves for this to be, this is almost the new normal, that we will be facing these kind of ongoing crises. So at the outset, there was kind of a surprising consensus really across many of the big institutions. So I won't kind of read these quotes in detail, but as you might expect, the ILO, the UN, very much around kind of global solidarity, global coordination, protecting workers, protecting citizens, protecting human rights, as you might anticipate. But we also see similar messages coming from the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD, recognizing the human impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and stressing the need for coordinated action, for solidarity, and a focus on protecting human needs. So a kind of remarkable consensus, if you like, across these big institutions about what needed to happen as an emergency response to the crisis. So a kind of a solid platform in some ways to go forward. So if we look at what governments did, and I say this is a somewhat superficial analysis, most governments were surprisingly interventionist. So governments generally moved quite quickly to adopt policies to shore up incomes, to protect jobs, to protect citizens. So there's a huge raft of policies, anywhere between kind of 2,000 and 3,000 policies of different magnitudes across the world. And the UNDP has kind of categorized these either as social protection, labour market, or fiscal stimulus. And the majority of those are in social protection, as you might expect. So job retention schemes obviously were a huge one, short-term working furlough scheme, saving around 50 million jobs, somewhere close to that during 2020. So a huge kind of expansion of existing schemes. So those countries that already had short-time working or furlough schemes, rapidly scaling those up. In some countries, they were creating them almost from scratch. So the UK, for example, really had to kind of pull things together, had to rely on the trade unions to build a furlough scheme almost from the ground up. So huge kind of movements to try and protect jobs and income. Cash transfers obviously making up a significant part of that. So around 1/3 of social protection measures worldwide, covering around 1 billion people according to the World Bank, coverage up around 250% relative to the pre-COVID status. We also see the suspension of conditionality in some cases. So these are kind of unconditional cash transfers, which potentially have an impact on those in non-standard jobs, on those in informal employment scenarios. So moving away from kind of strictly conditional systems of social protection that have generally become the norm in many countries. We also see, somewhat surprisingly, the World Bank calling on national governments not to roll back on their. And some of these agreements, or sorry, many of these agreements were made outside of existing frameworks. So again, we're looking at the governments creating things from scratch in order to deal with the scale and the complexity of the crisis. On the one hand, you can argue that that's a lack of preparedness or the lack of kind of institutional robustness in social dialogue measures, but also it signals kind of adaptation, flexibility, and responsiveness. The fact that these agreements were made and were made quickly is a sign of a positive role for social dialogue. Now, whether that's sustained going forward is obviously an open question. long-term trends of kind of declining collective bargaining coverage and trade union membership are obviously kind of fundamental threats to the sustainability of social dialogue as a way of kind of resolving economic and labour market issues. As we move into the adjustment phase, we start to see schemes being extended. So a number of the job retention schemes have been extended several times over, again agreed broadly speaking through social dialogue, as the second and the third waves of kind of hit countries at different times. We also see some specific legal protections being extended to non-standard workers. So gig workers, for example, in the UK and Italy, being granted some protections that weren't there pre-crisis. So that's kind of a development to keep an eye on. Now, the issue here is that as we go into the adjustment phase, the coverage of social protection has expanded massively, but the value hasn't necessarily moved at the same rate. So the value of social protection isn't necessarily as generous as people might want it to be. There's also an issue that the majority of policies weren't explicitly kind of targeted at women. Okay, so cash transfers, for example, in-kind benefits that target the head of the household, very much playing an important role in promoting and protecting gender equality. But a lot of the measures are gender neutral. They don't kind of recognize the particular circumstances of women, particularly in informal employment. So some serious work to do there around gender equality. Now I'm conscious of the time, so I'll start to move on to the recovery phase. And again, we see, this is where we start to see some divergence. So we've had this kind of solidarity and shared response during the teeth of the crisis and the emergency response. As things start to open up and we start talking about long-term transitions, we start to see organizations, the IOs, perhaps reverting more towards their traditional position. So we start to see the IMF talking about the loss of human capital. So very much a kind of supply side focus of the IMF. The World Bank starting to talk around the kind of the important role for the private sector. So the government now needs to kind of get out of the way. The private sector needs to do its thing. It needs to get back creating jobs, investing, growing, and being regulated through CSR. So we're not talking about new rules or new kind of legislation to regulate labour markets. This is about businesses voluntarily doing the right thing. So we start to see these kind of divergent tracks. So there are obviously some implications there in terms of whether this will lead to kind of decent work outcomes or more precarious work outcomes. And this obviously is a very kind of dense slide, so I can't kind of unpick all of this. But we start to see the kind of more mainstream perspectives creeping back into the policy agenda. We start to see about employment protection legislation being discussed as a barrier to job creation, generous welfare, weakening the incentives for work. We start to see the discussion around removing support for zombie businesses, which was kind of seen as a major failing of the response to the global financial crisis, and issues around the kind of the wage-led recovery. So we know that on the one hand, some countries have seen average wage increases, but that's largely down to a composition effect. What we see in the majority of countries is really kind of significant downward pressure on wages as a result of kind of cost containment measures, employers trying to protect jobs, governments trying to protect jobs, and that's exerting some real kind of significant downward pressure on wages. So that's something that we will be kind of tracking over the coming months. There is clearly a role for minimum wages. So while the kind of the bigger debates have been discussed around the link between productivity and wage growth at the median, there is still clearly a significant role for minimum wages, and that's something that the ILO have been very clear about, kind of protecting the position of the most vulnerable in the labour market in society. Okay, right. So I think perhaps just to finish off then, this kind of moment in crisis really brought the partners together. It brought kind of all of the big institutions and the organizations, the leaders together. But as we start to open up and start to recover, we start to see kind of divergence, not only between countries, but between the IOs. And that's something that I think really needs to be dealt with, because we know that this isn't going to be the last pandemic. This isn't going to be the last crisis that the global health system or the global economy faces. So seeing decent work as fundamental for peace and resilience kind of elevates it above just being a labour market issue or about productivity and growth. This is kind of a fundamental systemic protective measure against kind of future crises. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this comprehensive analysis, and partly encouraging because even neoliberal governments were proactively fighting unemployment. We have another 15 minutes for discussion, and we have in the chat already some questions. I shortly summarize them. The first questions were to Aerin, and the first question to you was, are there any requirements in the government bailouts of airlines and other companies to maintain employment in the subcontracting firms? Should this be required in the future? And the second question was the take up of the short time systems or your income support systems and the support scheme for the self-employed in percentage of the workforce. And then there was another question, what could be the first step to strengthen the collective accountability of the employers in South Korea in the actual context? And then there is a question of Anil to everybody, but I think it's we should ask it to Farida and probably to Matthew. Is there a way to track the beneficiaries of public spending on government spending? What share of this spending went to the poor? It's probably difficult for the expenditure programs. And public spending share that went to the poor is 10% or 20%. And then there was another question to Matthew at the end. Do you think that the extension of rights to non-standard workers, gig workers, was a pandemic-related policy or the end of a long campaign that came to fruition at a time when there was more compassionate approach towards worker? And I would like to add a question to Mark and Paola. Can you really see the impact of the COVID crisis in these recommendations of the EU? I think these are the most important response of the EU is the 700 billion euro investment recovery package and not the recommendations. Okay, unfortunately, we only have another 12 minutes for answering this question. If you are very short, we can even encourage other people to ask more questions. I think we start in the order of the presentation. Please, Aerin.
Yes, the responding to the first and the second questions. Yes, the company, the relief, the fund has a duty, as I already explained. For example, the aviation, the companies should maintain over the 90% of employees, but this duty, this conditionality does not include the subcontracted workers. So I agree that such conditionality would be necessary, but the problem is that measures is the emergency measures. So in my opinion, we need to go one step further. So the proposal is that the principal should pay more the contribution to employment insurance scheme accordingly the use of non-standard workers. I think that is the fair share of use the precarious workers and the principal companies, the transfers the cost and their risks to subcontracted workers and to the entire society. And responding to the Gerrit's the question, yes, in Korea, the employment retention subsidy scheme is unequivalent to the short time scheme in the European the countries. And also among debates over in Korea expanding employment insurance scheme to the dependent self-employed, employers as well as the government decided that the such employment retention schemes would not to be applied to the dependent self-employed, because employers argued that they are not the real employer in the legal sense vis-a-vis these dependent self-employed. And in Korean, the system, the only employers contribute to the employment retention the schemes, so that we can find the debates about who to bear the financial the burden to the support the employment security for all workers, including self-employed workers. And I think that is the another the steps to be needed to go further. Yes, that's it.
Thank you very much. Farida, please.
Yes, thank you. Regarding this question that what share goes to the poor, in this paper, I have done the expenditures at the global level, and I have country level data, and mostly the expenditures, they are divided into 3 categories. I have details on what the government spent on health sector, what they spend on non-health sector, and what was the liquidity support measure. I think how they have spent it on the poor or those who are below poverty margin, it is more of a national level data which needs to be go through. And I could just tell you about India, like you can track it through the programs or schemes, like there are schemes like which are direct transfer to people who are below poverty line, which is done through banks, or UID, which is a unique identity card in India, through which the money is directly transferred to people who have a low income or those who are in farmers in distress. Also, they have risen the liquidity support measures. Recently, RBI announced more policies through which they will be providing money or collateral-free loans to industries who are in distress, who have almost a lot of cash crunch as compared to the larger sectors. But I mean, I can share my paper. I have only these 3 divisions, not the national level details.
Thank you very much. Mark or Paula?
I'll go first, and then Paolo can add. I tried to capture that at the end, Gerhard, exactly that the 750 billion recovery package is a huge commitment to the European economy, and also does include more disciplinary measures on member states. So there's more of a lever to encourage member states to do things. However, we tried to use the CSRs as a kind of indicator of the waning employment position of employment in the employment policy repertoire of the Commission. And I'd also say that the recovery package doesn't include a kind of vision of what the labour market should look like, whereas the foundations of the strategy 21 years ago had a kind of a dream or a vision or a kind of what for a more equal labour market with gender equality and inclusion as central parts of that. I don't know if Paolo wants to add something.
I just want to add something very specific. In order to member states as getting availability from the Recovery Resilience Facility, they are supposed to write a national plan, and the national plan, among other things, these national plans have to consider the recommendations received in 2019 and 2020. In 2020, the recommendations were prepared and laid down, I think it was in June. And the recommendation on employment were just very simple, saying almost nothing. Like there was no mention of poverty. So employment was not an issue. While there was a lot of emphasis on reforms.
And so this gives an idea of a kind of myopic view when they gave recommendations to member states somehow. Inequalities, poverty, impact on the labor market, it was not an issue.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then Matthew, there's another question to you. What could be the role of organization of the civic society to strengthen decent work during and after the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, sure.
Please, Matthew.
Yeah, no worries. There was a couple there. So I was going to reply to Mark's question first, which was about the gig workers.
Yeah.
I think in the UK, it was completely coincidental. It was my understanding. It was a long running case that had been going on for a while. And then the Uber ruling kind of came in at the end of last year. So I think in some ways it was disconnected from the crisis, was my understanding. I think the Italian case was perhaps slightly different in that it was maybe accelerated, or it was really brought into the spotlight because there'd been so many problems with the food delivery drivers in Italy in terms of health and safety protections, accidents, and obviously the kind of supernormal profits that many of the platforms were making all the way throughout the various lockdowns. So there's perhaps an argument there that it was more of a socially connected kind of process in Italy. Then again, if you look at Latin America, there've been kind of protests all over, and I haven't seen much evidence of kind of regulatory change yet. There's been really kind of volatile, very, very strong protests, but I haven't seen much in the way of kind of successes. On the kind of conditionality, I think perhaps the World Bank, from what I can gather, has been slightly softer on conditionality, or certainly the way in which it's presented the loans and the bailouts. I think the IMF has been quite clever in sort of hiding it in the background. So they were talking the similar language to nation states the same way they were after the 2008-9 crisis. So there was kind of an implicit assumption that they would follow similar procedures and rules they did the last time around. So they might not have made it explicit, but I think it's definitely an undercurrent. And I think we haven't seen the last of austerity, you know, despite all of the discussion that austerity is a failed concept and, you know, you can't cut your way out of a crisis. It's really starting to pick up again. You can see it kind of, it might have been being talked about explicitly, but it's running throughout a lot of policies. We're already seeing discussions of public sector pay freezes and cuts. The IMF is already kind of hinting that these debts will be called in at some point, you know, maybe not today, maybe not for 6 months, but, you know, keep hold of the receipts, I think is the message of the IMF. They will be coming for this money at some point. So it's always there in the background. I think on the civil society, that's really interesting. I think where we've seen the civil society really coming into its own is at the local level. So when you get down to the kind of the delivery and the management of benefits in kind, kind of social assistance, childcare, those kind of real neighborhood community level provisions, that's where civil society has been absolutely essential to that. So while their role at the kind of global level has maybe been kind of sidelined, at the local level, they've been absolutely critical to the response, I would say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's 4:44, so we still have a minute, but this is too short to allow other questions. And I think the conclusion of Matthew is exactly what I wanted to say to conclude. The main question will be in what time the debts have to be repaid. And this is will decide if we are entering a new phase of austerity policy, or if we face a recovery, a strong recovery, and then we can finance the repayment of the debt over a few decades without big problems. As this was already clearly shown in the calculations of Farida. I have to say I enjoyed the 4 papers very much. They fit together very well, and I learned a lot. Thank you very much, and especially my many thanks to Farida and Elin, because they stayed up so late. For them, it's much later than for us in Europe. Thank you very much to everybody. It was a great session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gerhard, and thanks a lot to all the presenters for a fascinating session and excellent presentations. We will have a very short break for 15 minutes before we come for the closing plenary, the role of the state in a post-COVID world of work, with three eminent experts, Juliet Shore, Carlos Lopez, and Jayati Ghosh. Please join us in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Uma, could you say a word to the availability of the papers?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Many authors did not want to share the papers. So if the authors could let us know whether the papers could be shared, then we can actually put up on the website. So it's up to the authors to decide whether they would like to share or not.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Regulating for Decent Work Conference's closing plenary session. I'm Rick Sammons, Director of Research here at the ILO, and it's my honor to moderate this interesting panel with a terrific group of thoughtful academic leaders. We've got with us this afternoon, Geneva time at least, Carlos Lopez, Professor Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance at the University of Cape Town, Jayoti Ghosh, Professor of Economics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Juliet Shore, Professor of Sociology at Boston College. And we do hope indeed to bring those of you who are participating into the conversation a bit later in the session. And then we'll close the conference with remarks by our Director General, Guy Ryder. The topic of this closing plenary session, well chosen, I think, is the role of the state in a post-COVID world of work. And there's been quite a bit of discussion about this very topic that has permeated quite a number of the sessions over the last few days. And so it's altogether appropriate, I think, for us to pull some of these threads together and reflect together about whether we're witnessing some transitory developments in the expanded role of the state and advancing progress, or whether there are perhaps some secular trends at work here, then we're likely to see something more durable in this regard. Let me just observe before we turn to our panelists that you know, at least at the surface, one is struck by the very significant expanded role of the state in many countries. A couple of barometers for that are first, the very significant expansion of fiscal effort, taking the form of multiple interventions in the economy and in society. And then secondly, a little bit closer to our institutional home here, the ILO just completed its International Labor Conference, and the central topic of conversation there was indeed a human-centered recovery from the pandemic. And the conference adopted by consensus a global call to action, which was, you could read it as a bit of a rallying call for sustained, intensified effort on the part of all constituents, but not least the state, that is to say governments, in a number of dimensions. By my count, informally, there are about 25 to 30 specific directives or indications where further, wider, more effective activities by governments are recommended in order to ensure a truly broad-based and inclusive, what we call human-centered recovery from the pandemic crisis. So certainly at a surface level, there are all the indications that this crisis has been leading to a wider conception of the role of the state, perhaps even a wider degree of acceptance of the role of the state. And we're going to work through that and see what our panelists draw from the experience thus far. I would suggest that we start with you, Carlos Lopez, for your initial thoughts. Over to you.
Thank you, Rick. It's a pleasure to see you in this capacity. And I also recognize the presence of Guy Ryder, the ILO DG. I wanted to basically mention the fact that during this crisis, we had an extreme exposure of characteristics that precede the crisis that were basically fundamentally identified during the 2008-2009 financial crisis, and that have demonstrated from an African perspective how we need to devote much more energy into addressing the systemic issues relating to global economic governance. We have seen some timid measures taken in relation to parts of the world like Africa during the 2008-2009 crisis. And the limits of such an approach are now quite glaring with the current situation. We always talk about the African exceptionalism. We can mention it from two perspectives, the good and the bad. From the positive side, we can say that definitely the number of
Carlos, you are frozen, and now it seems we have dropped. Colleagues, please bear with us as we try to navigate the challenges of holding a virtual global conference. Please bear with us for a moment. Maybe what I'll do while we're waiting for Carlos to join us again is to offer some food for thought for our other panelists in this regard. I think what would be quite helpful beyond your initial thoughts is to reflect a bit about whether there are some broader ongoing lessons you draw from the response you've seen thus far for the role of the state. What would be your expectations, for example, going forward? And in that regard, I think I would encourage us to think very broadly in this respect. You know, there are multiple levels that the state can have a very important influence, as we've seen reflected in our global call to action. And it would be very useful to begin to parse that landscape a little bit and see what you think in this regard. But why don't we wait a little bit more time?
Carlos is back. Carlos is back.
He's back. Very good. Carlos.
I'm back. I don't know what happened. So I was just basically saying from the exceptionalism of Africa, we can see some positive and some negative aspects. Definitely some of the resilience dimensions have already been quite talked about, and they have been the subject of a lot of analysis. We attribute to that some demographic characteristics or other dimensions. But the response capacity of the African governments for me has been quite exceptional. First, because of the speed of the response. Africans went into confinements, lockdowns, and all kinds of social distancing measures way before they had any cases in some countries, and where the infection rates were very low in most countries. They were ahead of everybody else in terms of introducing some testing and some characteristics relating to mobility that we are now seeing universalized. And the continental response was also quite dramatic. You had a pool of countries that did joint procurement. You had the establishment of the Center for Disease Control of Africa in charge of a number of initiatives that I don't have the time to elaborate on. So it was really quite impressive. And the results are there to demonstrate that it was not just the resilience and the negative aspects that normally are attributed to Africa. In fact, the governments were quite responsive as well. So the states played a role. But then you have also characteristics that the Africans could control, like the fact that immediately the economic dimensions of the crisis and the social dimensions of the crisis hit Africa quite hard. First, because the fiscal space is quite limited, and governments immediately found themselves with some innovations, particularly in the social protection sector, that erased any possibilities for them to basically expand the subsidies that they introduced to other areas than just the absolute emergency related ones. And they have been fighting the issue of debt servicing and other dimensions quite hard, and the results coming from different decisions at the international level are proclaimed as quite revolutionary and impressive, but in fact they are extremely limited. their impact is extremely limited. If you look into GDP stimulus for Africa, we are at about 2%. And if you look into what has been obtained from the G20 on that is basically to push some of the servicing for later, which is actually against the idea that you will have a bit of space for recovery. But even that has not been used by most countries in Africa because they just don't believe in the system anymore. So there's a level of pessimism about what the international system can deliver that is quite widespread. If you look into ODA, it has been reduced for Africa during 2020, not increased. A lot of the development programming has been completely deviated to emergency and humanitarian assistance. So curtailing the possibilities for Africa really to engage on a post-recovery phase. And obviously, we have all the international dimensions that affect Africa more than others, like commodity prices went down, tourism was at a standstill. Some countries are completely dependent on tourism, and they became completely trapped into a situation that they could not really control. And you have also the currencies that have been devalued quite significantly. Capital flight has increased exponentially during the year 2020. So the only good news, the bright news, were the remittances that more or less survived this onslaught. And it actually, contrary to predictions, it was the diaspora that came at the rescue of the Africans rather than, the normal international system. So we have really quite a good number of lessons that demonstrate that this African exceptionalism, good and bad, is going to be a very interesting factor for us to look into the recovery. And the Green Deal and all these different dimensions that are being proclaimed by the European Union, by the US, and other countries have tremendous impact, not necessarily positive for Africa, because they are introducing a new system of trade with new forms of subsidies, with new forms of taxation that basically are not respectful of the common but differentiated responsibilities principle, and therefore exposing Africa at a moment that is most vulnerable. So I'll stop here. I think as an introduction, it's enough.
Thanks very much. Some good food for thought there, but why don't we proceed right to you, Jayati, for your initial reflections on the role of the state and how it is likely to be influenced going forward by our experience during this crisis.
Thank you so much, Rick. And it's very good to follow on Carlos, because I was also going to raise this issue of global inequality. I think the pandemic has not just exposed existing inequalities, but it has dramatically accentuated them. And I think what has been very striking is the relative absence of international solidarity, whether it is in vaccine production and distribution, or it is in fiscal response. It's very interesting that according to the IMF, the fiscal response since the pandemic, 80% of additional public spending has come from just 10 rich countries. The US alone has accounted for 54%. And if you look at the comparative per capita spending in the US, even before the current plans that are still in Congress, it has spent about $25,000 per capita. Low-income countries have spent $2 per capita. That's the kind of difference we're talking about. And of course, that reflects in everything else, in all of the availability of health services, in the ability to let the economies recover, and so on. So I think here is where the themes that the ILO has been raising over the last decade become so significant and so absolutely critical. It's really so important now we see the importance of the universal social protection floor. We know that 70% of developing country workers are informal. In some countries like India, my own country, it's 90% of workers. They have no legal or social protection. So in a phase of lockdown or pandemic-induced destruction of livelihood, there's no support. We know that if you spend on social protection, that actually also generates positive multiplier effects and more employment indirectly. And so not spending on that also has major macroeconomic effects. we know that increasingly care work has got to become one of the dominant aspects of concern in the future. We realize now, I think, or we should realize, that it's not just contributing to social welfare and better human conditions, but it actually adds to economic resilience. Because the absence of adequate public health facilities and basic amenities has really determined the ability of countries to withstand the pandemic. So dramatic expansion, the need for expansion of care activities, something on which the ILO has produced some path-breaking reports, is also very important. We've seen how women are much worse off in this pandemic, whether they are losing jobs disproportionately in both developed and developing countries, or whether there are other conditions of life, whether it is access to other health, or it is nutrition, or is it any of these other things, is also been dramatically affected by the pandemic. So once again, the theme that the ILO has been raising continuously is very significant. And finally, I just want to emphasize the importance of public employment, both as a standard bearer and both as a standard bearer and a creation. I think that interruptions, perhaps we could mute the others. Yes, both as a standard bearer of what employment should be like and as a creator of good, decent work conditions, but also because it is really public employment that can provide that basic framework to ensure not just social, but economic resilience, and to just ensure healthier, happier, more equal societies. So many of the issues that the ILO has been framing over the past decade, I think have really come center and forward. And what's very interesting for me is that it's not just anymore about labor markets, human-centric. It's really about human-centric development, but it's also about any possibility of economic development in future, which will have to take into account these issues. So I agree that, yes, there's a lot to be depressed about in the way that states have responded, especially in the developing world. But there are also some very good cases. Some developing countries are doing much better in terms of this response. And I do believe that some of the issues the ILO has been raising are absolutely critical in giving us the way forward.
Thanks very much. So you're both raising an issue here about, implicitly, I guess I would say, about the constraints on the role of the state, particularly in developing countries, and particularly given the increased demands on states as a result of the crisis. And the global call to action, which does lay out 25 or 30 of these particular areas where states are recommended to lean in further, does not, of course, come with it. It is not accompanied by particular sources of additional capacity, additional financing and whatnot. So I think you've raised a very interesting aspect of this larger question we're asking. It's one thing to develop a further or deeper consensus about the role of the state, its responsibilities in advancing broad-based and sustainable and resilient progress. It's another thing to think very carefully about the cooperative architecture that's necessary to support the capacity of states to execute those objectives. Why don't we now turn to you, Professor Shore, for your initial thoughts? Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks to my two fellow panelists for two really great introductions. And I agree so much with almost everything that they've said. I'm going to pivot a little bit to talk about the United States, just because it's the case that I know best, to give a little bit of a different perspective on what's been going on. Professor Ghosh talked about the high levels of spending in wealthy countries in comparison to poor countries. What's happened in the US is really in some ways very striking. We might even say almost amazing in this sort of the extent to which the pandemic response from the state has really been a deviation of what we've seen for the last couple of decades. So one way to think about it is to say that the pandemic broke the spell of neoliberalism. The state response, I think, in the US has really been a major breakthrough in ways that many of us, of course, have been arguing in favor of for years and really not making progress. The differences in the state's response to the financial collapse and the Great Recession of 2008, 9, 10, and on, compared to the current period is really pretty striking. So let me just give a couple of examples for why I'm making this claim. Number one, the size of the response. To date, the US government has put about $4 trillion in fiscal relief, plus a very, very accommodating behavior by the monetary authorities. So that's the first, with a, for context, with a GDP of about 22 trillion. So a very large fraction of GDP. Second, there was targeting on both income, but also importantly, attention to racial differences in economic situation in the United States, so that Black and brown families who are particularly disadvantaged economically in the United States have benefited disproportionately from a number of the programs that have gone in. And this has been explicit in many cases. So the poorest households who are disproportionately Black and brown received a very significant boost from the programs and the government spending, which is not the way things typically have happened in here. Third point, basically deficit concern has gone out the window. So it came back very quickly with the financial collapse. So we had a too small stimulus and it got choked off almost immediately by deficit concerns, which both Democrats and Republicans sort of bought into. And now those deficit concerns are really very, very weak at this point. Another really important thing is that the government took direct responsibility for keeping people employed, something it has not done since the Great Depression of the 1930s in many ways. And although it has rhetorical and it has a statutory requirement for this, it hasn't taken it seriously. But although the forms that this took were maybe not optimal, I think the European model was a little bit better, directly paying salaries. The impact was really quite significant in keeping people employed, but also very significantly, and I think we'll get into this more as we talk more about the labor market issues, the generosity of unemployment support, the expansion of availability of unemployment benefits was really stunning in the United States. We had prior to the pandemic had an unemployment insurance system that really served just a small number of workers and at a very low rates. Something like 2/3 of the workers who received benefits were getting more than what they were being paid when they were earning. So it was an extremely generous program, which is just a complete reversal of the sort of mean-spiritedness and the tight-fistedness of most of what the state has done in terms of UI in recent years. It's also, and the unemployment insurance got extended to people who've never been included, both the self-employed and gig workers, and that's the sector that I've been studying for the last decade. Fifth, these changes paved the way for more permanent role of the state. The most obvious case here is finally, it looks like the US is going to get permanent childcare allowances. Of course, we're very behind on that, but the pandemic opened up possibility for government support in many, many ways. And as I said at the beginning, we've seen a decisive shift away from neoliberalism. I think it's been really discredited in many ways. You can see this with the shift of Democrats. rhetorically, many Republicans remain wedded to it, although I would say they're sort of less in practice, probably less wedded. But the Biden economics team, for example, really represents a repudiation of the professional economics discipline and a very different view about the role of the state and the idea that the state is really central to making the economy work. And there's both a discursive dimension to this as well as the actual policy changes. And let me just end with one more point that I think we'll have a chance to come back to, because I think it's very important. The first question that was posed to us was about the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic and sort of what the state has done as a result of the pandemic. But the world is facing multiple crises. There are the crises of inequality, and we've already been talking about global inequality. We also have extreme levels of within-country inequality that are really historically unprecedented in many ways, as the global levels of inequality are historically unprecedented. That in itself is an ongoing crisis. Number two, we have the climate emergency and the need to respond to a climate that is being destabilized at rates that are even beyond what some of the most dire modeling had suggested. In the United States, we just experienced, and Canada, we just experienced a heat wave, which is a one in a maybe million years event, which looks like it's going to be something that could be occurring on a more regular basis, in which heat records have been broken at levels that we've never seen. So these three, and then we of course have the pandemic, and there are other crises. There's a racial justice crisis, but these crises together were creating pressure for change in the system. But before the pandemic, they were unable to break through. So there was a kind of log jam and a sort of holding on to the old model, despite the fact that it was increasing numbers of people seeing that it wasn't working. And the pandemic just sort of, I think, broke the log jam. And so we're not only seeing the ability finally of states to react to the pandemic, but also really major movement on these other crises. And I think that's a sense in which, why I started with saying the spell is broken. It just feels like we are in a very different time. That doesn't mean it's smooth sailing ahead. Of course, the forces of reaction are there and very powerful. But I think we have an opportunity now that didn't exist in 2019.
Thanks very much. I'd like to encourage the three of you to pick up on each other's points if you spot something you'd like to elaborate on or respond to, and maybe just to try to get the ball rolling in this regard. Over to you, Jayati and Carlos. Has the spell actually broken from where you sit?
If I may, yeah, I'm so glad you asked that question, Rick, because, Julie, I was thinking as you spoke that the spell has broken in the United States, but it's only broken for people inside the United States. Even in the United States, the spell has not broken about other developing countries. I mean, the absence of international solidarity of the Biden administration is also relatively striking, I'm sorry to say. It's true that on the tax issue, there have been very good statements on a minimum tax rate. It's also true that the Biden administration has agreed to stop preventing a TRIPS waiver in the WTO. But these are such minor moves, and they're really not going anywhere. We know that the minimum tax rate came down to 15%, which is a joke. It's like the tax rate of tax havens like Ireland and so on. It's also that the WTO waiver on its own is not good enough. You really have to force multinational corporations based in the US to share their technology, which the government can do, which it has already done with companies like J&J, asking it to share with other companies, Merck, for example. So I think there is a sense in which the spell is not broken for the rest of the world. Many things that even the US government has done in the recent past are adding to the lack of fiscal space in developing countries, the inability to do things. And I do believe that if more progressives in the US were aware of this and put more pressure on the Biden administration, then other countries could also try and get that spell to be broken. So just in terms of the fiscal space issue, Rick, you asked this question that, okay, what can countries do? Or what is it in the international architecture? I know we're going a long way from some of the issues that concern the ILO, but I think they're critical for even enabling the ILO to push the agenda that it wants to push, the human-centric agenda. So first on taxation, I think I already mentioned this. There are two obvious low-hanging fruit for the international community. One is the taxation of multinationals, which should be that they should be taxed as unitary companies rather than, Apple India, Apple Japan, Apple US, Apple France. They should be taxed as unitary corporations with every country using its share of revenue, employment and assets to decide on which proportion of the global profits it will tax, according to ideally a minimum tax rate, but at least have that apportionment. We need a wealth register so that we know who is owning how much wealth everywhere. And if we can just simply share that information, that will enable countries to tax the extremely wealthy. I'm not even saying just the general wealthy, tax the 0.001%. If we taxed 965 families in India, 4% of their wealth today, we could double health spending of central and state governments in India. That's the kind of extreme inequality of wealth we have, but we can't do it because we don't have access to information across the world. So just a global asset register is again an international thing that could be, it's very easy to develop. And some countries have already started doing it, Norway, the United Kingdom, and so on. We know we're going to get an expansion of SDRs, special drawing rights of the IMF, 650 billion. The countries that are not going to use them, G7 countries, are not going to use them. Recycle them, put them into avenues where countries can use that. The Global Social Protection Fund is an obvious example. Vaccines is another obvious example, but at least allocate to countries so that you can enhance their fiscal space. And finally, I would say, even countries like India, Mexico, Thailand, which don't have a balance of payments problem, don't really have an external debt problem, these governments are not spending more. And why are they not spending more? Because they are terrified of downgrading by credit rating agencies and mobile capital flows. So we have to bring in a framework of capital account management that doesn't force countries to cut back on essential spending for their own people. These are all relatively simple things. They would have not raised any eyebrows in the 1960s or 1970s. Today, they seem revolutionary, but I would argue that if we're going to face any of these big challenges, Julie has already mentioned, climate change and all the bigger existential threats to humanity, we cannot face them until we at least put in a framework that enables governments to spend more when they have to.
If I can chip in, I also was struck by Juliet's account of how things are unfolding in the US. Seen from my perspective, there is definitely a space to recognize that when you listen to the IMF leadership, when you listen to some of the international organizations, you have a different type of language. So it's not just US. So there is an admission of a certain degree of fault on the way these organizations have dealt with crisis before, and now realization that this one is just so big that something has to move. And the climate is favorable for really questioning neoliberalism and to have any type of policies. But this being said, what is for me very interesting to notice is that not only there are these dimensions of inequality that Chayati has just mentioned, but there is even a realization on the part of the key actors that maybe there is a need to make these moves in a sort of phased way, and whoever has to suffer from this phasing, that's their problem. I'm going to give some examples. If I take the three megatrends, demographic, climate, and technological. we can qualify each one of the moves that are happening right now. On the demographics, it's obvious that if we discuss the impact of pandemic in the world, you have to take into account the age factor, and you have to take into account what is likely to happen in the future, because we are likely to have more pandemics. And obviously, it's not enough just to keep using the slogan that we are all this together, and if there is, one part of the world is not vaccinated, we are all going to suffer because mutations will come to hunt us and so on. The bottom line really is that you need to create conditions for economic governance that bring much more people into a level of access to assets that they just can't afford right now, for reasons that have been mentioned. Access to capital is prohibitive. African countries, just to give that example because it's the extreme case, have the youngest population in the world. They are going to get even younger as we move further. They have, as a continent, a debt that is ridiculous in terms of its global size in relation to public debt in the world. And the discussions about that seem to be focusing on Africa, which is quite a paradox. So the least financed economies in the world, and the ones that have the least debt to GDP ratio, happen to be also the ones that are the focus of all this attention for the wrong reasons. The invoking of, they don't have enough fiscal space to service their debt is just a cop-out, because the real issue is that they pay the highest interest rates, and they pay not because of the risk factors that are applied universally, but because they are treated with bias by the rating agencies. They pay the highest interest rates because there is lack of concessional funding available. In fact, we use the term concessional as if it was for countries that are in most need, but in fact, the concessional funding now is available to the richest economies because they sometimes even pay negative interest rates, and so on and so forth. So these are systemic issues that do not take into account the demographic dimension that is extremely important for us to deal with crises like this one. SDRs is just the late illustration of this paradox, because the SDRs, in fact, are going to be available to Africa in the amount of about $34 billion out of the 650 that have been agreed. And because of the quotas and so on, and even this discussion about the SDRs is going to be quite complex, because some countries are using it to reduce their ODA because they want to actually do what Jayat is proposing, which is to liberate their quota, like France. But in fact, they want to count it as ODA, so they reduce their ODA. So the balance is a zero-sum game. And you have a lot of additionality that was expected because of the crisis that is just not coming. All the promises that have been given, particularly in relation to climate financing, are just promises. It's not materialized. The second mega trend, climate, precisely. What we are seeing with the Green Deals is basically, yes, protection of employment. That this is an ILO agenda, so everybody should be very happy that the OECD countries have put together quite a significant amount of money to protect employment, and they do it through subsidies that will also help these different economic agents to have a conversion into a more environmental friendly, low carbon economy. However, in doing so, they are subsidizing existing infrastructure and existing economic productive systems that really penalize the ones that cannot afford the same. So Africans without those subsidies are going to find themselves even more marginalized. And when they will try to export to these markets, they will have a second penalty because they will have to pay the carbon tax. So it looks fantastic because it's a response to the environment. In fact, it's actually a way of establishing a new system of trade. And this system of trade is now going to be based on the green dimensions, certification that will not be able to control in smaller countries and poor countries. And therefore, it's going to penalize these countries that are going to find themselves, in the case of Africa, with a lot of minerals that are absolutely strategic for the green transition being used with the same commodity approach of the past. Commodity dependence without value addition and without transformation. And on the technology, it's not a coincidence that we are seeing this war between the US and China and the EU to a certain extent about, basically imposing jurisdictions beyond their borders by establishing regulatory systems and agreements that are to be applied universally, and countries are being obliged, when they are not part of this greater scheme, to choose, like in the Cold War, between one side or the other in terms of how they want to align on these regulatory frameworks. So the African countries find themselves, being penalized because they choose Huawei to have 5G or something like that. So you have a situation where, yes, I agree, we are questioning neoliberalism, but in a phased way, and to basically protect the interests of certain countries in relation to others.
Very interesting, both of you. I think we should give Professor Shore a chance to reflect on your comments relating to, not viewing neoliberalism yet translating into significant support for international cooperation to support the capacity of states in less fortunate countries. Professor Shore, would you like to comment on some of their thoughts?
Yeah, well, I guess the first thing I would say is, in some sense, I can't disagree with anything that's been said. I mean, both Carlos and Jayati have made really excellent points, but I guess I guess what I would say is sort of thinking, so it's correct to say that the sort of power relations of the international system have not changed yet. And so the kinds of sort of unfair relations and problematic policies and so forth that we've seen for many decades now did not disappear and are being reproduced. I would agree that some of the rhetoric has changed, but I think the question is sort of what can we expect from the changes in the United States and to a certain extent also the changes in Europe. So is the fact that we are moving to a different domestic policy regime in the United States going to have an impact on what goes on internationally, and in particular with respect to the role of the US in enforcing a global order, particularly for, we've been talking a lot about Africa and South Asia. And I think my answer is that I think that it's sort of, we're in a position where I think there's more possibility for better outcomes. And so I would agree, it's true that the changes in the United States are happening primarily with the domestic agenda, and you haven't seen that extended as much to the international agenda. But I think if it continues, if the direction we're going in continues, I think you will start to see spillover impacts into the global. For me, one of the most interesting and positive dimensions of this is some of the it's rhetoric or plans. So it hasn't been enacted yet, but some of the newer thinking on the Green New Deal, which in its first incarnation was exclusively a domestically oriented program, but beginning with Sanders, you had his inclusion of a global Green New Deal, which is actually extremely progressive in terms of basically arguing for large sums of money for mitigation in the global South. And Biden has begun, he hasn't accepted the language of the Green New Deal, but the Biden climate plan is pretty close to it. And we've started to see the beginnings of that more progressive orientation on the global side in terms of funding. Agreed, the money isn't there yet. It's not that there on the domestic side either. So that's, you know, we have to wait and see if we're able to get that through. It might end up to be just a really great disappointment, in which case, you know, it's, you know, we just have a lot more hurt coming down the road. But I just have to say I'm more optimistic about what will happen globally today than I was pre-pandemic. I just don't, it's slower, it's a lag, and it represents a very, you know, unfortunate or tragic feature of progressive American politics, which is that they have a very strong domestic orientation. And, you know, I think we all understand the reasons for this, and the benefits of empire and so forth have been really important. The way in which the US working class has benefited from imperial relations for many decades. And that helped shape the domestic progressive politics, so that the sort of the global wing of the progressive movement in the United States is its weakest portion, I would say. So I think that's why we're seeing the things that both Carlos and Jayati discussed, but I am a bit more optimistic than I was before.
Can I ask you, while we're with you, Professor Shore, are you optimistic that this shift in thinking in the US will be durable? And I'm thinking in particular here, part of the reason why the deficit pressure has not been very pronounced at thus far is that interest rates are extremely low, and borrowing has relatively little impact in terms of debt service costs for the US and many other countries. I imagine that you wouldn't expect that to continue forever. And being in the US, do you have a sense that even if we get some increase in prices that's responded to by the monetary authorities in a way that raises rates, tries to get them back to a bit more of a quote unquote normal level, that there will be a lasting change in thinking along the lines you're suggesting? Or are you worried that the discussions about fiscal retrenchment that we saw after the great financial crisis will come back, and that will take some air out of the balloon of post-neoliberalism thinking, as you've described?
So I am optimistic for the following reasons. Number one, I think there's very widespread understanding that the current system is failing. And, you know, my sort of reading of economic history is one in which you have these kinds of periods of the collapse of a previous regime or system of regulation, you get another one in its place. And I think from the sort of last decade has been sort of the last throes of the neoliberal. So we're going to get something else. It's possible we could get fascism in this country, in which we'll have it will be a different configuration. But, you know, sort of fortunately, I think we're moving in another direction now, although I do think the threats to it are real. But to answer your question more specifically, I do not think that deficit thinking is actually very closely tied to sort of real issues like the interest rate. If you think about the conversation in the United States about deficits, it's a political conversation. It's not driven by economic realities, because at other times when there was very little reason to be concerned about deficits, you had lots of, you know, deficit hawkism, as we call it in the US. And at times when there, you know, were high interest rates and so forth, and high deficits, you didn't have the concern. So I think that, you know, maybe for a small group of economists who actually think about it in relationship to their models, that's the interest rate is an important factor in sort of deficit thinking, but you've got a lot of herd mentality going on here, and it's being driven by political reality. So I think that deficit concern is has been pushed to the sideline, and it's going to stay there for a while.
Okay, thanks. Carlos and Jayati, we've had a question come in about social protection coverage. Given that social protection coverage is so low in developing countries and mostly not financed from local resources, how can we shift the politics for increased local resource mobilization? Would either of you care to respond to that question?
Carlos, do you want to go ahead? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Well, I think there are three issues that I would like to raise in relation to that question. The first one is that we have high levels of informality. And as a result, the mechanisms that have to be put in place have to take that into account. What we have seen during the pandemic was a number of countries actually introducing innovations in terms of their approach to social protection, using digital platforms and simplifying quite significantly the red tape associated with access to subsidies and facilitating the access to many more people that normally are not covered because of precisely their informality status. So that, I think, has come to stay. And the problem is going to be more access to resources, but the fact that the infrastructure is moving and the state is capable of demonstrating some agility in responding to such a devastating crisis is quite encouraging. So we need to do more with what has already been experimented in countries like Togo, Namibia, Rwanda, Morocco, and so forth. The second issue that I want to raise is how can we mobilize more domestic resources? And in the case of Africa, the most obvious pot of money that has not been properly managed and can produce much more coverage is actually the pension funds. You have huge amounts of money in the pension funds. They are not productively invested and managed. And if that was to happen, we are talking about $1 trillion that are available immediately that could be properly used for subsidizing the recovery and also modifying quite significantly even the political understanding of the economy, because we have very much, this is aid dependency factor that needs to be put aside. And, one obvious terrain where this could happen quickly, because the money is already there available, is by managing better the pension funds. And here I think the ILO can play a role because of its experience in dealing with this type of dimensions. And the third issue is obviously how we encourage more access to capital from the outside. And that is about structural transformation. It's a much more complex undertaking that the Africans are very much engaged in through their mega project of African Continental Free Trade Area. Going a bit counter the protectionist attitudes of other parts of the world, Africans have engaged in this undertaking with full energy. You had, a level of first of signatories and now ratifications that is quite high. 55 countries in Africa, you have 54 that have signed and 40 that have ratified in a very short period of 2 years. So this is quite promising, and is going to create synergies between economies that were quite atomized and that need really this boost to be able also to attract capital, not just from outside the continent, but within the continent from outside the countries.
Jadi, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to just support actually both Julie and Carlos in what they've just said. I think that there's a lot of very exciting innovation going on in Africa, which certainly other developing regions have to learn from. And In terms of the making available more universal social protection, I think that's a very, very important area to go with. This issue of financing social protection, there are all these bugbears, and I think it was wonderful what Julie said, because it shows that these bugbears can go with periods of extreme crisis in the US. In the developing countries, we still have this bugbear that whatever you spend in social protection must be completely financed with something else, which ignores a basic aspect of economic reality, which is the multiplier. We are in a situation of not just extreme poverty, need, and basic human welfare requirements, but also of collapsing demand because of the way in which the pandemic has played out. And therefore, you need to revive demand, domestic demand in these economies. Spending on social protection generates incomes among the people who are likely to spend the maximum amount of the additional income. And so you would get very, very high multipliers, which would generate many more activities. It is really a way of bubbling up economic growth rather than the trickle down that we have been fed all these decades. So when you spend, let us say, 5% more of GDP, you will get some of that more, you will get that back in taxes. You will get that back in additional revenues because economic activity will increase by greater than what you spend. And that in turn means that you don't have to think of exactly balancing that pot every time. Number one. Number two, I think Julie made the point that, all this deficit stuff, it's really political. That's absolutely true in developing countries as well. My own government, Indian government, they gave a tax rebate. They did a tax reduction in 2019, which lost 1.5% of GDP. Nobody talked about what is going to happen to the deficit at that point. 1.5% of GDP is more than the total health spending of the central and state governments in India is 1% of GDP. So imagine what they gave away in taxes is so much more, is 50% more than they are spending on health in India, even at this point. So really, it's a political issue, this issue of the deficit. And there I want to agree wholeheartedly with Judy that yes, it's not spread to the developing world, but it's an import. If you can change the narrative in the US, it has a huge role. It's, if you like, it's the thin end of the wedge for the rest of us in terms of enabling us to change that narrative. We have within our own countries, not just deficit hawks domestically, but we have these credit rating agencies who look only and simplistically at the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio, even in situations where the GDP is falling. So obviously you get larger the ratios because tax revenues and GDP are falling. And then they say, oh my God, this is unsustainable. In other words, they're economically stupid. But if that narrative can be changed in the developed world, then there's hope that we can actually push the alternative and more sensible economic analysis in the developing world as well. And I want to just end with this point. Carlos made a very interesting point about pension funds. In many developing countries, actually even insurance funds, there are public insurance companies that are available to be tapped for this kind of spending, which we need to think more in more innovative ways. We don't always need external money for this. We only need external money if a lot of that demand is going to translate into higher imports. And otherwise, we don't need it so much. We could actually use that to generate much more domestic economic activity. So basically what I'm saying is that with more imagination, many of the items on the ILO's agenda, which I believe are absolutely essential for human progress post-pandemic, many of those could be funded. And yes, imperialism is alive and well. We've seen how global differentiation continues, etc. But a change in narrative, if it begins in the core of capitalism, it makes a huge difference to the rest of us. So I completely, wholeheartedly agree with Julie, and I would say more strength to all of your elbows in pushing back against not just deficit hawks, but that whole neoliberal twist whereby all public services are to be privatized and commercialized.
I'd like to pick up also on Carlos's reference to a more effective allocation of capital in pension funds. You could extend that argument, and I imagine Carlos would agree with this, more widely in the financial system. There are enormous assets that are invested at negative rates of return right now. There are a lot of additional assets invested at returns of less than 1%. Whereas there are many investment opportunities, for example, SDG-related sustainable infrastructure or industry, which history has shown yield much higher returns in this regard. So you could make an argument, I mean, I'm extending your point, Carlos, that we have a bit of a misallocation of capital in the system. Now, let me draw this observation to the theme of the session here, which is the role of the state. One way of thinking about the role of the state is through direct fiscal expenditures, and we've been largely talking about that. But another very important role of the state is setting the rules for private sector activity of various sorts. And we have a question in that regard that I know is related to work that a number of you do, and that is, can we expect improved equalizing of employment rights for gig workers from states post-COVID? For example, within some countries like the US, UK, and Canada, and also very importantly, between countries. Gig economy workers may be freelance in one country, yet obtain worker rights in another country, e.g. the Uber High Court ruling in the UK. Is there, in other words, from a member of our audience here, is there scope for also seeing the role of the state expand in the use of the rules that it sets for private economic activity coming out of the pandemic? I invite any of you to comment in response to this participant's question.
Could I come back on that, Rick?
Please do.
Yes, you know, I earlier had argued, and let me admit to a change in my own position since then, that a lot of what is called gig work, which is, you know, technology generated, is actually so much more insecure because it is slipping through regulatory cracks, exactly as has been pointed out just now in this question, that the laws do not enable workers to get what would be considered as legal rights because these workers are not considered as employees and those who are using them are not considered as employers. That we know can be changed, that we know can be adjusted, and there are various rulings of courts in the US, Canada, and UK, as you mentioned, that do that, and we should all be fighting for them in our own countries. But there is, and your excellent report on platform work, which was produced by your research department, I think brings this out very clearly, that, you know, with this global platform work, the issues are more complex. It's really hard to regulate when you're dealing with online global platforms. And I think there we really have to think of some kind of a global, and ILO is ideally situated, some kind of a global dialogue in which to think of regulation for decent work for platform workers globally, because that is impossible for any one country to regulate. So here is, I think, one important item of future policy discussion in the ILO. How do you regulate the global platforms? Your report provides an excellent overview of the contradictions and difficulties in this process, but I think it also makes a very strong case for the need for international cooperation on this one.
If I can chip in here, I would say I agree with what Jayati just said, and I would add that there is no reason anymore for us to be dealing with certain levels of informality. With the technological advances available, it is possible actually for everybody to have an ID. It's not tolerable that 40% of the African population doesn't have an ID, because that basically means they have a limitation in their transactions and they are not recognized by the state one way or another. It's very difficult to imagine that, you know, the national accounts are not up to date, which is the case for most African countries. You only have 17 that have national accounts up to date, according to the latest methodological developments. This is absurd because we, you know, basically put everybody in the terrain of projections that are basically externalized. It's another way of losing sovereignty. But in this case, that's not the main point. The main point is that you don't have enough knowledge to be able to be strategic enough and to plan. And of course, this extends to, you know, land tenure systems and you name it. So all these things now with the technological developments that we have are very easy to overcome and can reduce quite significantly levels of informality that are influencing also discussions such as, you know, how we deal with gig economy, how we deal with platform. So we are one step below that needs to be addressed as well.
Professor Shore, would you like to come in on this?
Yes, I mean, the situation in the US, I think, is is fluid at the moment because there's a major battle going on between some of the big gig companies, in particular Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash, and unions, workers, et cetera. And the Biden administration hasn't exactly shown their hand yet on this. I mean, one issue is that Kamala Harris's brother is the chief legal counsel for Uber. And so although the Department of Labor has made some good initial steps toward regularizing gig work and giving some employment protections and possibly moving toward employment status for ride-hail workers, they also scored a major victory in California by getting a carve-out for gig workers. And in my own state, Massachusetts, we are fighting what's going to be most likely a ballot initiative by the company. So this is a big battle. And what happens is it's going to show the strength of the progressive movement in the US. If we can't beat this back, that's going to be a very bad sign. But as far as the in-person gig work goes, I think the situation is that the companies are able to live with big variations in the legal frameworks under which their workers are employed or not employed. So the fact that Uber had to go to employment status in the UK doesn't have very much bearing on what it's going to do in other places. And as Jayati mentioned, this is very different for the online, because the online work it's just very hard to regulate at a national level, and it doesn't have the place-based dimensions that ride-hail and food delivery and so forth. These others are all mostly local services. So I do agree that a global regulation is something that could be really effective in that in the digital space. But I'm not seeing yet anything. I'm not seeing a robust movement for that yet. There's a little bit of movement on sort of voluntary standards and certification, fair work, labeling, and so forth. But as we've seen in many other contexts, those kinds of certification schemes don't really have a big impact.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. I'd like to turn now to our Director General, Guy Ryder, to offer his closing remarks on this panel. Over to you, DG.
Well, thanks, Rick, and thanks very much to our panelists for that brilliant discussion. I don't want to create too many expectations. I'm not really responding to the discussion in the sense that you should expect that I will resolve any of those somewhat unresolved issues that have been raised, but rather I just wanted to add a few thoughts from my side in the light of what I've heard. First thing to say, and you'll forgive me for saying this, is it's really very encouraging for us to hear the panelists say that the types of issues that the ILO has been grappling with over the recent years really matter, and that seems to be one of the lessons of the pandemic. But let me just comment on the substance of the discussion. Firstly, I was reading something before coming down here to this meeting, which tried to describe what typically happens during crises of the severity and the size of the one that we're going through right now. And there were three things that were identified in the piece I was reading. One is the appearance or the comeback of an activist strong state. That's what we're talking about directly here now. The second was that there's a reassessment of values in society, of values. And the third is there is a great increase in audacity, the feeling that we can actually begin to think about things in ways that we perhaps have not done in the past and on a bigger scale of ambition. And I sort of detect all of those three things happening right now. And I'll come back to why I think that's relevant to the conversation I've just been listening to. But firstly, something that didn't come out in the conversation, which I do think is helpful context for it. I think we're all trying to examine the prospects for the permanent rather than transitory return of this improved and larger scale role of the state in our societies. I don't think we should forget that what we are seeing and have seen for some time in recent years is the growth of the authoritarian state. I'm not talking simply about economic and social policy, but the growing readiness of states to defy or flout normal democratic process, to play fast and long with the rights of their citizens. So when we celebrate the return of the state, we also have to ask ourselves, what sort of state are we talking about, and make sure that it's what we would want. I hear one debate or one phrase used very frequently in recent times, which I think relates to the issues we've been discussing today, but hasn't been mentioned in the discussion. There seems to be out there, and it's become a common currency in political discussion, at least in many countries, certainly in this House, and that is the idea of a new social contract. And I think this is an important thought, and in some way a sort of a translation of the sorts of issues that are being discussed here. I mean, what is the social contract? It relates to the citizens' expectations of the state. Is the state doing the things that citizens expect of it, providing, protecting? And secondly, and it's no less important, what does the state expect of its citizens? And that relates not only to democratic rights, it also relates to, the people that the state has helped out. What is the counterpart to the support that's been offered by the state out of the public purse for people who have benefited from it? And if you put all of that together, I think you've got quite an interesting nexus of issues. When the initial point was made, is what we're seeing today a temporary transient phenomenon or more permanent phenomenon? I really could not help being reminded of the debates and the activities that took place around the great financial crisis of 2008, 2009. I mean, the discourse was out there then. The state is back. Things cannot be the same. It was the first systemic crisis of the age of globalization. And we were being told by political leaders of all colors and stripes that globalization would have to change, and change quite fundamentally. Now, I remember the high watermark of the G20 then, which I think was a Pittsburgh summit, and then the receding of the ambition of the G20. By the time people got to Toronto in 2010, it had all gone. It evaporated in a matter of months in that short distance between Pittsburgh and Toronto. So the point here I'm trying to make is there's a lot we don't know. And that what happens next in terms of the state, I think, is fundamentally a political question. And there's a massive amount of political uncertainty out there right now. The other thing which is unavoidable as an observation, not a conclusion, an observation from the discussion I've been listening to, is just how different this crisis feels and the political repercussions from it feels depending on where you're sitting, what country, what region you're coming from. Normally this House is criticized for having Eurocentric, quite rightly, by the way, for being very Eurocentric in its outlook on life. So it's great to hear a discussion which relates to other places, be it the US, be it Asia, or be it Africa. But can I perhaps just go on to make a slightly different point, and it's come out in the discussion. However well or however badly states have done in the crisis so far, one thing I think is undeniable. The level of international cooperation, the interaction and solidarity between states has been pretty abysmal, both in the fiscal space, as has been talked about, sharing fiscal capacity, sharing vaccines, etc., etc. It really has been a very poor show when it comes to international common purpose in beating the pandemic in the first instance, where you would think some level of common interest would be apparent to policymakers. And I wonder what that means for where we go next. And you'll excuse me from just finishing my comments from a perspective from the multilateral arena. Multilateralism's had a very bad time of it over the last decade, let's be honest. It's commonly recognized as being the most difficult time for global international cooperation since the United Nations was created. The question now, particularly with the dynamics in the United States, which have been amply discussed this afternoon, is, are we going to something better? Are we actually getting somewhere which is going to enable multilateralism to work better? And will the urgency and criticality of the issues that we face today, be it on the pandemic, the economic and social crisis, be it on the climate emergency, is this going to actually force multilateralism back into center stage? Don't know. But I think there are some pretty interesting acid tests coming up pretty quickly. You know, they're not small rendezvous when you've got COP26 coming up, when you've got a WTO ministerial on the horizon, when the General Assembly is going to get a report from the Secretary General about the future of the United Nations, and where he is saying that the moment is one either of breakthrough in multilateralism or breakdown. And it's an interesting sort of knife edge sort of way of looking at life, but it's sort of how I feel at the moment, I have to say. The debate that we're having then is of the most fundamental importance. It's one that will certainly condition and guide the way the ILO behaves in the years ahead. And you know, there is nothing more thought-provoking and stimulating to listen to than to listen to people like those who we've had the honor of taking part in the panel we've just heard. It's a sort of conversation that could go on for a very long time, Rick, but we don't have much time, so I'll stop.
Thanks very much for those closing thoughts. This has been a terrific plenary session, a great way to close several days of truly intellectually stimulating and provocative discussion among parties, leading experts from a variety of disciplines around the world. So with that, I want to thank formally our panelists for their engagement, for their thoughts and a lively discussion this afternoon, and draw this particular plenary session to a close. And with that, let's begin to move to the closing of the overall Regulating for Decent Work conference this year. First, I'd like to invite one of the members of the organizing committee, Gerhard Busch, professor at the University of Duisburg-Essen, to offer a few of his remarks as we begin to draw this conference to a close. Professor Busch.
Thank you very much. I have to say I learned a lot from listening to the presentations over the last 3 days, and there was so much food for thought that a summary right now is very difficult and nearly impossible. And I have especially, there's especially the need to link my experience in a developed country with a proactive employment policy in the COVID crisis with the worse experiences in other parts of the world. And I have to think about that. But 5 lessons I think are quite clear. The first one is that the COVID crisis increased inequality and hit those workers and their families most who were already disadvantaged before the crisis, within and between countries, like platform workers, freelancers, temporary workers, informal workers, and also workers at the end of the worldwide chain of value added. And I was shocked to hear, for example, that garment was already produced and shipped, but not paid by the big brands in the developed countries. And it became quite clear that those who were excluded from labor market protection before the crisis were also the most vulnerable in the COVID crisis. And the crisis made visible the failures to create more inclusive labor markets before the crisis. And we saw, as it was already pointed out by Gilles Robbery in the opening session, how important an employment relationship with social rights and voice is. And I found it very encouraging in the last session that it was said that we can reduce informality by using modern technologies. This is an encouraging point which should be followed. My second lesson is the deterioration of working conditions is only one side of the same coin, since across the world, governments of all colors expanded social protection, prevented job losses by short-time schemes, and implemented huge Keynesian investment programs to support a fast recovery. And after 20 years of austerity policy in Europe and also in my country, I did not have a spark of hope that the EU would decide one day on a 700 billion recovery package and the US on an even higher New Deal program. Concerning, as it was also said in the last debate, are the huge discrepancies between financial resources available for these efforts between countries. What is important, however, is that in the crisis, not only new vaccines were invented. The crisis, besides its disastrous effects on many workers, also helped to establish labs of innovative employment measures in many countries of the world. And I heard in many papers about short-time schemes, even in the UK, and in unemployment insurance in Indonesia, which didn't have one before, new income and family support schemes in Middle and South America, inclusive programs to protect freelancers in the Nordic countries, and collective agreements in the garment industry in Honduras, etc., etc. And I think a big job for the ILO and also us, the researchers, is to analyze these good examples with all their weaknesses, but also their advantages, so that they can be used, hopefully in a preventive way, before and not during the next crisis. My third point, it became clear that a return to the old world of work will not take place and is also not preferable. And this means much more than the question, how much homework are we doing in the future, which is an important question, but not the only one. But very important is that the transformation of the economies and the worldwide chains of value added because of digitalization, Industry 4.0, and decarbonization and other drivers did not stop during the crisis. For example, sales of electric vehicles will very rapidly overwhelm petrol and diesel cars. Such a transformation and many other transformations means a complete reorganization of the value-added chain, and it's a huge challenge, which was addressed in some papers, to make sure that workers are retrained, and also very important is the upgrading of suppliers in the less developed countries. And it also has been shown that this is the best outcomes in this transformation you have if this is based on social dialogue and an active employment labor market policy. And it's quite clear that the state cannot do everything. The social partners have to play an important role, especially at industry level. My fourth point is the human-centered recovery, which is addressed in the title of the conference. We have not so much discussed about this human-centered recovery in the papers. In the last panel, it was the main issue. I think the signs for a recovery are not so bad in many countries because of these recovery programs when the money is finally spent. And the main question is how stable and robust this recovery will be. And most important is the question of debt repayment. Substantial pressures to stop support to companies and workers and to repay the debts very fast are coming from the World Bank and many neoliberal think tanks from political parties across the world. And the main arguments I hear is that there's a lack of work incentives through income support for workers, and that zombie firms are kept alive. And in my country and in many other countries as well, the main argument is that we leave the burden of deficits to our younger generation. And I think we should not be over-optimistic that there is really a shift of paradigm from neoliberalism to Keynesianism. I think that the neoliberal paradigm is still deeply embedded in political parties, the thinking of many governments and international organizations. And it's also deeply institutionalized in laws, in competition laws, and in markets. And a good example are the international value-added chains, which are driven by pure cost competition with disastrous effects on the social systems of third world countries. And I think what we have to do is to build up an alternative narrative of a human-centered recovery, which is based on the improvement of our infrastructure, education, and health systems, and inclusive labor markets. My fifth lesson is for our researchers, for the researchers. I think each crisis offers risks and opportunities, and I think it was often said that, I think Winston Churchill said this, you should never miss the opportunities of a deep crisis. And in the past, these opportunities were always used by neoliberalism, and the book of Naomi Klein, The Shock Capitalism, really develops this argument quite clearly. But there are definitely in this crisis opportunities to improve the inclusiveness of the employment systems. And these opportunities were used. And this is really encouraging and makes not only some of the panelists in the last panel, but also me more optimistic. And what is important is it is much easier to use such a window of opportunity if one can rely on well-founded and in detail elaborated proposals for the improvement of social protection and inclusive labor market. And good research is definitely a base for such proposals. And the handbooks for the deregulation of labor markets were written in the past, already 20 years before they were really implemented by the Chicago School, by Hayek and other people. So I think we should learn from this, and we should not be discouraged that many of our proposals are often not realized at once. If there is an opportunity of windows, they can be realized. So I think the New Deal, the US shows how fast things can change. And therefore, as researchers, we should not be timid. We should develop our social imagination, as the American sociologist C. Wright Mills wrote 50 years ago. My final point is I had personally the honor to be member of the advisory committee in all 7 RDW conference, from the first one on. And first of all, I would like to say that I highly appreciate these conferences. And they are different from the normal conference business in which I usually attend. What I appreciate most is their distinctive feature is that they are all truly global. And this time it was made sure by nominating the panelists, also by the continent sessions, that we had speakers from all continents and all parts of the world. And after the first conference, we were not sure that this was a one-time event. And now, because of the high quality of these conferences, this RDW conference is already well established in the world of science and the interested scientific community, which is collaborating with the ILO and its networks. So at the end, I would like to thank the General Director, the ILO, and especially Uma, who did most of the work to prepare the conference, that you all provided your networks and resources to organize this event. And I'm looking forward to the 8th conference in 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bush. Thanks for those thoughtful remarks. And let me just add my thanks and recognition to Uma Rani Amara, who has along with a variety of other colleagues in the organization, worked very well, very effectively and thoughtfully to put together the program for the RDW conference this year. Thank you very, very much indeed. Now let us begin to draw the conference to a close. And with that, let me turn again to our Director General, Guy Ryder, for his closing remarks for the conference. And over to you.
Well, thanks again, Rick. And let me start where Professor Bosch finished up, also by thanking all of those who made this conference happen and worked so very well. Not only my colleague Uma, but also those on the organizing committee who contributed to it. Yeah, it is the 7th in a series of conferences, and it's clear from all the feedback I have received and what Professor Bosch has just said that this conference has established itself in the calendar, in the field of academic research, in the field of work, and that's very, very encouraging, very heartening. And if you'll allow me to say it from the ILO side of things, it's terribly important that we have this connection, we have this input from the scholastic community, that we're able to listen and to connect with you in this way. It comes at a time when the ILO continues to do everything it can to improve its own research capacities. So that last call on his 5th point from Professor Bosch resonates very strongly with me, and I just want to assure him and everybody else who's participating here that we want to do everything we can to make sure that we continue to move forward. Now, I won't be around at the 8th conference. I would have left the ILO by then, but I look forward. Maybe I will tune into the conference in one way or another. And it's very difficult, is it not, to imagine what the world of work is going to look like 2 years from now. I suppose that would be true at any point if I said that, but in the current circumstances, I think it is all the more true. And one lesson I think that we've drawn, not just from the pandemic, but all of the discussions that the ILO had about the future of work at the time of its centenary, is, and I'm sorry if this is obvious to you all, but I'm going to say it anyway, there is no future of work waiting to happen. It is a future that has to be constructed. The ILO exists to bring governments, employers, and workers' organizations together to bring about the future of work that we want. And of course, the efforts of those tripartite actors has to be informed and indeed stimulated by the work of the academic community. So I see a very strong synergy and complementarity between the roles of each. Just a couple of words about the substance of your discussions, and I know that they've been very lively, very high quality, and very stimulating. I'm very pleased that the virtual modality has maybe helped, perhaps in some ways, to ensure that we have this full global perspective on the issues that are being dealt with. It's very clear, is it not, that this pandemic, and Professor, I think this is your first point, this pandemic, I think, has above all acted like an X-ray on the world of work and shown up in the most graphic way possible our past policy and regulatory failures, the things that we just did not do, either through incapacity or a lack of interest, to reduce the vulnerabilities, the disadvantages, the injustices of the world of work. And when the pandemic hit, all of that was shown up, and these past failures were shown up in the clearest possible way. And drawing on the discussion that's just finished, it is interesting whether the spell has been broken on the past orthodoxies that brought these inadequacies. I don't know. But it is interesting to hear policymakers saying, almost as a matter of course, without reflection almost, that we have to, as we try to recover from this crisis, we have to avoid the errors of the past. Now, those errors are not always specified, but they're recognized as having taken place. So maybe there is opportunity to move on and to learn from this crisis and pick up those opportunities of which Professor Bosch has spoken. The other cliche that we're hearing around this pandemic, of course, is that we're heading towards a new normal. Our ambition is to make it a better normal, of course. And if it's true that we're heading to something, quite distinctly different from what we've known in the past, and this is not a simple process of gradual movement, but a step change, it strikes me that if we are moving to different ways of working, different forms of work in an accelerated manner, then it makes it very clear that the regulatory capacity to steer those new forms of work, these things that are going to constitute the new normal, extraordinarily important. So a regulatory agenda for decent work in the circumstances that we're all considering is probably more important than it has been in normal times. And we have to think what that means, be it in the platform economy, a generalization of remote work, a reworking of supply chains around the world, if that's what we're going to see. If the old world of work is gone, we have to construct the new world of work. There's a lot of political narratives around these types of situation. So from my side, I would like to say that the ILO, I think, is relatively well placed to take on these challenges, not just because of the future of work processes that we had 2 years ago, but because building on that, we were able to adopt at our conference, I think, an important document, a call to action for a human-centered recovery. I think it contemplates and sets an agenda which dovetails remarkably well with the types of issues, certainly that have come out in the discussion I've listened to today, but I think have come out throughout the duration of the conference. And so our interaction with the research community, with all of you, is clearly going to be something of the greatest importance in the period ahead. So thanks to you all. Thank you for your participation. And I'm going to hand it back now to you, Rick, with my thanks and gratitude expressed to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. So, colleagues, let me formally close the conference. It's been a great pleasure. You've given us plenty of food for thought. We are, as the Director General just mentioned, coming right out of a very important moment in our governance. And we will be reflecting on that, as well as the ideas that have surfaced in the discussions over the last few days going forward, and look forward to our continuing interaction with you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And I wish you all a good weekend.